I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just picking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Counting like the 4-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
Fireflies, a million little pieces, feeds the dying light and brings me back to life. In your eyes, I see something to believe in. Your hands are like a flame, your palms are sweet as pain. Let the darkness lead us into the light. Let our dreams get lost, feel the temperature rise. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite, like a starship speeding into the night. tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. I feel the heat as we collide, like a fever that feels alright. So baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. 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 Speed of light. Speed of light.
Tell me
Speed of light.
Speed of light, I'm breaking down like this ain't nothing new. She wanna kick it, don't skip it, let's say we rendezvous. Usually I don't trick up, pick up like one or two. Them daisies known to be deadly, especially if I love you. I've grown impatient, I'm tired of waiting just for you. If we gon' trip, then we taking trips out to Malibu. My alley-oops, we returning troops from a blowing nuke. A bomb crash and I'm slow asking to tell the truth.
Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. I never doubt it, no I never doubt it. If you don't like that, leave it where you found it.
Yup. I ain't cutting that pie, I'm saving half for you. Yup. I ain't cutting that pie, I'm saving half for you.
Hey Taylor, I got you. Look, I'm saving half for you cause I got it bad for you. Don't you ever trip about it, we can even passport it. You deserve it, you ain't even gotta ask for it. Life's a marathon and I wouldn't wanna fast forward. And for the love it was back and forth like tennis. Indy down to Atlanta like every weekend. No matter what we had on the schedule, progressing with every pedal. Momentum at speed of light, I need me like 20 medals, yes. Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. I never doubt it, no I never doubt it. If you don't like that, leave it where you found it.
Break it down, nothing new. Let's say we rendezvous. One or two, especially if I love you. Just for you. Trips out to Malibu. From a blowing loop.
Speed of light. Catch me. Catch me. Catch me. Speed of light.
Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. I never doubt it, no I never doubt it. I feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. I never doubt it, no I never doubt it. I feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now.
Speed of light.
Hello and welcome to day number 1 of the playoffs here in Howling eSports League, Season 1, presented by the Howling eSports organization. Today, we have a pair of best of threes coming your way. First, between Malgadma and Fantastic Esports, followed by a clash between Kraljev of Serbia and Lethal Rage. Should be a very good time. It's been 7 weeks. We are finally here in the playoffs, and on the call, I am Meryl Carl, joined by my good friend, Ravishing Ravish.
Yes, sir. Y'all call it. I can't wait to get into the absolute action. It should be, as you mentioned, fun, great, fantastic, and many more words, which I can use to describe positivity.
Indeed. I mean, you couldn't have said it better myself there, Rav. And then we are going to pull up the bracket. As you can see, those two best of threes that I just talked about are on the left side on Wednesday. The winners of today's games will be slotted into the upper bracket final. This is a double elimination tournament. The losers will still have their chances in the losers bracket. We will be bringing you those games tomorrow, and then the third place game on Saturday, and the grand finals on Sunday. The action is starting at 1700 Central European Summer Time every day, except Friday. Got to take a day off, let everybody recover a little bit. But Yeah, it's a kind of a brutal schedule. Honestly, best of threes until Saturday and Sunday. So today and tomorrow will be pairs of best of threes, and then the loser bracket final and the grand final itself will be that best of 5. So a relatively grueling schedule for the players. Could be playing, 3 or 4 days out of the next 5. So got to be bringing those strong mentals to the action. But we've seen them play throughout the season. They definitely are up to the task.
No, I mean, honestly, I do not doubt it at all, and they're all will be playing, for the all covered prize money, which you have coming out for them. But so that being said, I mean, there is incentive definitely there, and we've seen these players go through the gauntlet almost every single day throughout the season as it is. So I gotta say, I know they're cut out for it. League is hard, but not when you're having a good time with friends.
It's true, and a lot of the players in this league are friends. A lot of them do know each other relatively well. It's a small world out there, of course, but if you want to lower your gauntlet stress, definitely you would like to win today, right? If you can win today, you can potentially skip going through the losers bracket, especially for Laganma, the number 1 seed. If they win today and tomorrow, they'll be slotted straight into the grand finals. The winner of the upper bracket, of course, going straight into that. So the games are, of course, important. It always hurts to lose that first game and get stuck right away into that losers bracket. You got to go through the entire gauntlet. That just doesn't feel good.
No, it does not at all, though. But one might say when you do go through the loser bracket, you come out a different person. But nobody wants to wish that upon themselves, or really anybody else at all, though. But it does remain to be seen who will actually go through, right? Because with these games today that we have back to back, it should be really interesting because potentially we will see, like who will be our first ones going through, and will probably ghost and who will have the grueling task of trying to make the bracket. But we will be going to our first games very shortly, though. With these are the brackets of the teams we're facing off today. LGM versus Fantastic.
Yeah, it should be an interesting matchup to say the least. I think Fantastic, relatively lucky to be in playoffs. They won that game in a forfeit over Lethal Rage last week to qualify themselves to the playoffs. Didn't have to play a tiebreaker match against either KS or against Monospa. So, they were able to get that automatic qualification. They're now against Laganma, the Titans of the league. They're 12-2, the only 2 losses coming off of forfeits. I think this is, a complete overdog story here right now. Mm-hmm. David and Goliath coming through. This is, if Fantastic eSports are able to take this series, I think it would be stunning to us all.
I think it would be an absolutely fantabulous time, Carl. And honestly, I'm here to see it. Everybody loves a good underdog story, and Fantastic and LGM are just that. Now, as you mentioned, LGM have been absolute titans throughout the series, are pretty much going undefeated throughout the season, and Fantastic have kind of been back and forth throughout, though. And there's also history between these teams, too.
Yeah, just a little bit. Ventum used to play on Fantastic eSports, so, some jungle pathing coming through. It's kind of like if you're playing sports and, the enemy goaltender or goalkeeper used to play on your team. You know a little bit more about him, right? You might know his tendencies. So Ventum is well known by Fantastic eSports. Of course, he will also know a little bit about how Fantastic eSports also play. And I've also been told that Fico and Arsen are from Croatia, so they also know Fantastic eSports relatively well. It is definitely a small world out there, Rev.
I mean, I can imagine. It's because, one day you're walking down the street and you think you don't know the world at all, and there's somebody from 10 years ago you meet comes up, shakes your hand, and says, oh man, that's crazy. How did this happen? And then, and I know when that happens to me, Carl, those words that you just said will definitely go ahead and ring inside my head. Small world out there, and I can't wait to see.
Yeah, it always just seems that happens a lot. You're randomly walking around the street. There's so many people. You just run into somebody and it's like, how does this happen? I got to take more probability classes. Got to pass the maths. But anyway, we're moving back into some League of Legends. We got a little bit of time before the champions select. Arsen will be playing today for Laganma instead of Yopa. So he's stepping in for now. And then also Hexclip used to be Might1, whose account I've been told got banned. So he's playing on the account Hexclip today. But rest assured that is Might1 in the top lane there for Laganma. They have not changed players. They just changed accounts. But with that being said, we are out of time. It is ready for the first champion select of the day. The playoffs is right around the corner.
Oh, this should be a fun one here. Let's go ahead and check.
Welcome back to the Champions Select proper, everybody. I think we just need to give a round of applause, a big shout out to the graphics teams here, everybody that's making all of those introductions, because that gets me every time.
Oh, 100%. I gotta say, it makes me feel hard. It makes me feel warm, right to my heart. You know, it's just, I'm looking at this, I'm like, man, this is just nice overall. As you already see, the first couple of picks and bands coming in through, though. Casio gave you the first band, which overall, so far what I'm seeing coming out the side of Fantastic eSports is they just want to go ahead and remove just scaling laners and just really strong power picks, which we know LGM really known for.
Of course, got to take away the power picks. That's very important. The Graves taken out, something we've seen a lot in the Howling eSports League. Everybody seems to like the Graves. Ventum, a good practitioner, strong practitioner of that champion. The Shen, also something we've seen Fantastic eSports especially liking to first pick. We had that kind of set of tiebreaker games last week. Shen was very highly contested in that. And it makes sense, right? A really, really strong top laner in the meta right now. We've seen him 1v1ing pretty much anybody he wants to up in the top lane. Those shield buffs may have been a bit too strong.
I mean, yeah, I can say as a Shen player myself, the trading, especially early games, just becomes way easier for Shen. And honestly, once you go ahead and get your Tiamat, even against some stronger counter picks against Shen, you can actually trade pretty evenly though. But almost immediately we see the first pick coming in for Fantastic eSports will be that B1 Caitlyn. Will likely go ahead and be matched by what looks like the affiliate so far will let you know. But actually no, it'll be the Jhin. We'll be locked in R1 match by the Karma, so already the bot lane already set for LGM though. I mean, B1 Caitlyn is uncommon. I'd say a Caitlyn super strong pick in the meta overall, but be matched with a Jhin and Karma is unexpected considering Ashe and Morgana are both still up.
Indeed, I am a little bit surprised to see the Jhin coming through here for Arsene and Fico in the bot lane. I don't think the standard pick you would say in the bot lane, like you said, the Ashe, very strong. Didn't even receive any nerfs, right? The Caitlyn did. Lost that 5 movement speed that partially made her strong. Lycro, the chat's telling me is 100% win rate in playoffs. It's the first day of playoffs, so that's not how that works, really. But we're moving on from that. We got the Horse in the jungle and a Thresh in the bot lane. That's a very strong fighting lane. Caitlyn Thresh, if you land that hook, you're likely going to get trapped up with that flay into the trap. You can be in for a lot of pain.
I also have to imagine, too, that Hecarim is also definitely being flexed to the top lane as well. For Shadi possibly. Now Hecarim overall too. That's also another perpetrator of the overall buffs that have been received. You know, within I believe a patch 16, absolutely massive so far. I believe he rose up in priority about 70% and also had a 2% increase in just overall win rate, which is insane though. If Hecarim was a priority before, he definitely is now, though. But as you go on to big expansion, Syndra, both Orianna are taken away, along with the Camille and the Mordekaiser. Both Orianna and Camille have been very priority picks, but almost immediately we see coming at the end is a lock-in for Arsene, as a lock-in by Arsene for the set, definitely going in the top side. You know, for Might 1 with the Kindred in the jungle. Now. So far, what I'm seeing from LGM's comp is they're picking overall safe laners and a fair amount of disengage too, with you know, from the Kindred and also from the Karma, and the set offers the flexibility to either go ahead, take out picks or be able to put them back in the team fight. But it's matched by the B4 Renekton. Oh, this is interesting.
Definitely is interesting. I'm imagining that's going to be a Hecarim in the jungle, Renekton in the top lane. We'll see what the mage comes through in the mid for Radhavan. He does not have access to his Orianna or his Syndra. It's going to be the Zilean, kind of a bit of a throwback. We haven't seen a ton of Zilean. I think this is the first time we've seen it in the league. These picks are locked in and almost instantly matched by the Nico.
That's absolutely wild, though. Now, people I find more often than not kind of overestimate Zilean. Because they've likely seen Bjergsen play it. Now, Bjergsen's a fantastic player overall, but what you should know that Zilean's early game is absolutely abysmal. It is not good at all. His autos do almost nothing to minions, so farming is kind of a chore until you go ahead and get your last chopper and just some sort of burst to be able to sustain the consistent time bombs that they put out into lane. It's a tough one. It is definitely a tough one though. So until Radovan actually just gets some sort of mana sustain to be able to try to match the Nico in lane, he's definitely gonna have a tough time. But once he does so, and also once he has 6, the amount of utility that you can get if you go and land your time bombs, put them onto a charging carry such as the Hecarim, who can jump right into the team of LGM with a bomb, just just rolling around at the speed of sound and plus the bomb at his back, so it doesn't hurt to go ahead and put the extra damage, and being able to see your teammates doesn't hurt either.
Indeed, and just the early level Zilean, it doesn't even have that much damage, right? You mentioned the mana sustain, but especially level 1, he can't even stun you. He can throw one bomb in your head. What's he gonna do, right? So even at level 3, level 4, that's not the main point of his power. And so we'll see if Radovan can get exploited early. Nico, her damage doesn't come in totally at early levels, but her crowd control does, right? That E, if she can land that, if Ventum is there, Radovan's got basically no way to get out. Maybe he can speed himself up, but he's going to get slowed with the Kindred E. I think this is a solid lane to be ganking. Zilean is not a very mobile champion. Even if he has his ultimate, he's just going to come right back up, with them standing there. They can go for the crowd control again. So I think the mid lane is probably the best lane that Ventum can be focusing. Both the Caitlyn Thresh and the Renekton in the top lane are both very strong lanes. This kind of situations where you could go in for the gank and find yourself getting turned around on very quickly. Kindred, not the tankiest of champions, especially before she has Lamb's Respite. And so I think the mid lane really should be the focus here for Ventum.
I honestly couldn't agree more there, Carl. It's just looking at it overall, though, bot side will definitely go ahead and push as they may. That'll just be the overall battle between Lyco and Arsene. I have to imagine Arsene gets pushed in quite heavily, especially early on, though. Caitlyn, even though the overall nerfs she received haven't been substantial, but she still offers a stupid amount of just early game power and damage. And with the Thresh, it should be quite an oppressive lane overall, especially with Zizzy on the Thresh 2 being matched by the Karma. Being matched with the Karma, and Karma has also received a fair amount of nerfs as well as mainly the overall cooldown on her Q and the damage she gets off of it as well. So she won't necessarily be able to spam that just consistently. So it'll take quite some time for the bot lane of LGM to be as strong as it possibly can be. But Jhin, if given enough time and a farm, becomes terrifying.
Yes, Jhin kind of turns into turret mode eventually as you get later on in the game, right? If he has 4 items and you get anywhere near him, you're going to get hit. You're going to get hit with the Storm Razor proc. You're going to be very slow. He's going to be going very fast through the likely crit that comes through there. And Jhin can be very scary at 4 items. And he's even, his early game is nothing to sneeze at either. I think Jhin is, one of the more underrated AD carries. I don't think he's, super top tier necessarily, but I do think he's better than a lot of people give him credit for. And I think he's set up to survive this early game as long as the death sentences aren't, completely just devastating this lane. I think Arsene and Fico should be okay to survive this lane. They have the shield from the Karma. I think they'll be able to farm out okay and try to get themselves into a mid game, and I think this team is very, very strong. That being said, Fantastic eSports mid game is, except for the Caitlyn, also quite strong. Caitlyn's mid game, not great when she's at that 1.5, 2 item stage. But think about, Schnotty on the Renekton, Hecarim at 1.5 items. If he has his Trinity Force and the Predator zooming at you, Radovan throwing the ultimate on everybody, bombs everywhere. So I think this mid game could be very, very explosive.
Yeah, definitely. So Caitlyn definitely does need the overall Storm Razor and IE buff to really put out just the mass amounts of damage that she is definitely known for, though. But past that, we're also kind of glossing over a little bit of a point is looking at Ventum in the jungle. Now, Kindred is very much a feast or famine champion. Not many of you know that, but the question will be, will the Hecarim on Fantastic be able to almost out jungler, considering his clear speed, especially early on, is so extremely fast, and plus the way that he moves around the map, he can very easily go ahead and deny those early marks off of Ventum, just so this Kindred does not get rolling. So being able to deny the Kindred early can be devastating.
It absolutely can, right? And I think, if a couple of those early marks get denied, if the ganks go wrong on the marked champions, Ventum could be in a real power hole, right? But if they're able to, collect a couple of marks from Radovan, few successful ganks in the mid lane, get Christian rolling, collect one of the scuttle crabs that's marked and, something else, get to that 4 mark point very early, I think Ventum could be in a place where they can duel out Antonio. That being said, the Hecarim, of course, at 1 item, when he just has Predator even, running at a Kindred that's level 4, that's not a gank, that's not a duel that I would favor ever for the Kindred. I think she's just going to kind of get run over. So the early game jungle pathing and trying to kind of avoid this Hecarim early, I think would be very wise for Ventum.
Oh, most definitely it would be too, but the same also stands for the Hecarim as well. If Antonio can't get rolling on the Hecarim, and if those first couple ganks go very well, if he dies, perhaps gets caught out, that's going to be it. He's just possibly going to go ahead and become an alt bot, especially once you go ahead and get 20 minutes too. And even if he goes in, he just will not have the damage to be able to sustain any sort of engage, which LGM has for them, though.
I agree. Not a whole lot more to be said about that. We are loading out of the rift, so we should be there very shortly. We haven't really talked about the top lane at all. Renekton versus a set. I'm not imagining there's going to be a ton of solo killing going on. They're both, pretty strong champions, although they are going to go toe-to-toe. I guess, at level 6, there could be some shenanigans. I would imagine this will be more of a gank-focused lane if there are going to be kills. What are your thoughts, Rev?
I'm thinking overall, actually, I think there's actually quite a high potential for either side to go ahead and get solo killed. Definitely with the gank is definitely possible, but that more so stands for my one rather than Snotty. Now you pick Renekton for one reason only, and that is to go ahead and get priority in lane. That is the only reason why you want to go and get Renekton. He has one of the best early games just overall in League of Legends, which is as we are now going ahead onto the look at that graphic, Carl. That's beautiful.
Indeed, yeah, the cinematic style coming on here from Howling eSports League. Thank you again to everybody that's making all of that happen. As Hex clip in the mid lane, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's a Nico, since the spectator client is telling me that it is. But he's doing some sit-ups there, multiple sit-ups. When you have a Nico and a set, you can do even more sit-ups, more exercise coming through, and I think that's what's going to give LGM the difference.
100%. Honestly, when you don't have gains, you don't have brains. You don't have brains. How are you going to play the game?
I mean, I think we're just done, folks. That's all we got for you. Said it best right there. Pretty honestly boring early game right now, as absolutely nothing has happened. We're in the 5-point stance. It is the playoffs, though, right? You don't want to be throwing away game number 1 of your best of 3 here by some stupid invade where you get killed, right? So I think it makes sense. Zillion, I think it's safe to say, not the greatest invader in the world. He has the 1 AoE bomb, and that's literally it. So that's not going to be coming through. Looks like the opposite side starts for the junglers. Ventum does not want to meet up with this Hecarim.
No, not at all. It's he wants to make sure he can get as much farm as he can, and especially going ahead and making the overall gamble that you do as a Kindred very early on is choosing which scuttle you want to go for based on what side, right? Whether it's bot or top, and that really does make the overall difference, because once you go ahead, get your first mark, you get just a little bit of the extra power, get just a bit more of the early clear speed. As exactly what we're talking about, Radovan has to go ahead and flash.
Yeah, that's not a good start. When you mentioned the Zillion's weak early, he's going to be even weaker without the flash at level 1. It took them approximately 10 seconds in this lane to lose most of his health and lose his flash. Christian still has his flash, did lose the ignite, but that's about it. Level 2 in the bot lane coming through. Ooh, Deadly Flourish. The mark wasn't quite applied, so there was no root coming down on that. But again, LGM exerting pressure after 30 seconds in this game.
Yeah, almost immediately too. I think we did overall go ahead and underestimate the power coming out of the Zillion too, which is coming out of the Nico Zillion matchup. Nico is quite aggressive. And those autos do a fair amount of damage, especially when going ahead and layered on with the abilities as well. So it's definitely really tough for Radovan.
I agree. I think it will, especially at this point. It's kind of how do you get back into the lane necessarily here? I am not entirely sold on it. He got the bomb down, but we'll see what he can do. Zillion has a surprising amount of damage, I think, if you're able to land the double bombs, but if you're missing just a couple of those combos while you're trading, you can find yourself in a very big health hole very, very quickly. And it's really hard to recover from, kind of without the ultimate. So we'll see if Radovan's able to get himself back into the game. I think the number 1 goal for him right now is to avoid jungle pressure, just because he doesn't have either summoner available. If he goes down, it could be very bad.
Yeah, absolutely. Abysmal for him because then over at level 6 will be later as well, as you see a little skirmish down mid lane.
We are in the mid lane. Christian taking a decent amount of damage, though. Might have to get himself away. Antonio is on the chase. Doesn't quite have the E available for the speed. Looks like Christian going to survive this, but has put himself in a very big deficit now in health. I think he may also have to go for the recall.
Already too, and I believe that was also likely to go ahead and perpetuated, by Ventum. By Radwan probably landing a pretty good double bomb as well against Christian as well. So really good job by him to just go ahead and sustain a lot of that pressure. And plus you see both junglers as well, but bot side.
Fico taking a lot of damage. The Mantra Q goes out to trade back. Lycro putting out a lot of punishment with that lethal tempo tech. That's what we've been seeing a lot more recently on the Caitlyn. A lot of summoners using that bot lane. A nice little win there for Fantastic Esports, but Kindred is here. Ventum arriving to this play. Lycro, very low mana, does have flash, does have heal as well. Get himself out. Death Sentence goes a little bit wide. Zizzy, could he get hit with the Deadly Flourish? Looks like it's not available. Arson does not have the mana for that either. Zizzy flashing himself away, but Antonio is here. Ventum in so much trouble. Going to go down to that tower shot. First blood in favor of Lycro. The 3 versus 2. LGM desperately on the retreat right now. 4-star comes through for a bit of movement speed. Fico goes for the Mantra W for some healing, but it's not going to be enough. Teleport has now been channeled. It's going to be Hexlip joining the fray. That's the Facebreaker. 1 kill goes down. The 80 carry is down. Lycro in the death chamber. Antonio going to fall as well. Zizzy throws out a dark passage, but there's no one left alive to take it. Going to do some sit-ups there off the teleport. A nice response there by LGM.
Yeah, that was absolutely massive teleport coming in from Hexclip to go ahead and give away the priority up on the top side too, to go ahead and help his bot laner, because that dive could have gone extremely wary if he did not TP though. I just wish it came in a little bit sooner. Perhaps when Fico was literally being run down by Antonio. You saw Arson could not do an absolute single thing but mid-side.
They are going into that one. Zillion, what are you supposed to do, right? He's got no flash. He has no ultimate. There's a party in his lane, and he wasn't invited, Rav. He's going down.
Oh, that is so unfortunate there, too. But going back to the balance that we were talking about before as well, right? Now, you saw Arson and Fico actually surprisingly pushing in. Surprisingly pushing in Zizzy and Lycro, too, which is so unexpected, too, especially because the Caitlyn Thresh bot lane does have a fair amount of early game priority and a lot of good damage early on too, but as we said before, LGM just has really strong laners overall. Every single one of these laners is set out to win the game, and that's exactly what they do. That's a lot of where the winning condition lies, is being able to go ahead and create pressure pretty much across the map, gain neutral objectives, and just almost running over their opponents. Which they're doing a pretty solid job overall. Of course, against Rakton, you are gonna get pushed in, because that's a Redectin though, and you see also as well because of the early bot side push, Antonio and both Radvan are gonna go ahead to first Drake as Fico takes a nice little hit from base.
Arson going very deep. He's kind of in the 1 versus 4. Not too sure about this one. 4th shot, he's going to get taken down. A nice ultimate from Radovan to keep his jungler safe. Red team does pick up the dragon. Beautifully done by Ventum. He's going to pay for it with his life. Christian now desperately on the retreat. Which one is real? Which one is fake? It doesn't make any difference. LGM win the dragon, but they lose 3 kills.
And that right there wasn't necessarily worth it coming in for LGM. Although they went ahead and got the steal, that's almost, that's 3 kills going over to them, which is insane. And 2 of them were onto the Caitlyn. Oh, but Christian
now in all sorts of trouble. A nice pop blossom, but he has no summoners to get away. Onslaught of Shadows goes down onto him. He's got no chance to get away. Radovan picking up the kill.
And this is exactly what Fantastic needed. They needed the Hecarim to go ahead and get rolling, create pressures and advantages for them across the map. And he's doing a fantastic job of that too, as you see just the power of Renette. What disgusting overall.
Continued trades coming in. Dominus has been popped. Schnotty's saying, hey, I was losing. Give me some more health. Give me some more stats. Decides not really to go for the full engage, but the ultimate's traded there by the top laners.
Yeah, and yet again, actually should be pushed in to see if he tries to go ahead and further game priority here, but no, it looks like not. I would expect Ventum at some point to try to at least go on to Hecarim, considering his ult is down, to be able to actually just try to create space for himself too, especially considering his mark is actually in that top side jungle, and he needs those marks right now because he got behind the
That sends the ball into the trap. Exhaust goes down. Arson in so much trouble. He's putting out a lot of damage, actually. Fico, can he help out his aided carry? No, he can't. Both utility summoners used. Not enough. FE picks up another kill.
Arson needs to kind of calm down at this point because I think he's forgetting that he's playing Jhin. He does not really have attack speed or the crits to be able to really maintain how aggressive he is currently right now in the lane, especially because that's what happened last time as well, where he got so hungry for the Zillion kill, considering he was so low. He did not respect the one when you were disengaged coming up from speed with Zillion, and also there's a Hecarim there which will stay alive. Plus since Zillion had 6, it didn't matter who you went on, they were just gonna go ahead and live and resurrect. It's going way too far above Benson. Rockstar the jungle actually takes away the blue buff, so good job by him.
Yeah, cheeky little steal there. Well played by Ventum. 0-2, but he's trying to still be proactive, and that's what you like to see. You don't want to get, too much back into your shell, right? When you lose a couple of kills early, you want to still be trying to go for the plays that you think are right. Might see another game from top lane. Both junglers going to arrive to this, but Hexcliffe losing a lot of health very early in this. Has Flash, still has the Hammock available. Lancer Spite is here as well. Has already been used. Schneidy taking some damage. Teleport coming down, but it's going to be Radovan joining the fray very shortly. The showstopper goes through. Hexcliffe keeping himself alive. Schneidy has already gone down. Antonio, that's a huge haymaker. Antonio could be in trouble. Onslaught of Shadows comes through. Has the ultimate on top of his head from Radovan, who arrived as well. Ventum now on the retreat. Both top laners have gone down. And the horse comes back to live and ends it 1-1.
And Radovan, the savior of the day, TP's up onto that top side and saves his laner. That dive was looking really wary overall here, Carl, and it could have gone really badly for them as well. But a TP, absolutely crucial. But it does do one thing which I was talking about before, was give Hexcliffe and Ventum the freedom to be able to roam around a little bit more, and at least try to give Ventum some of his marks too, because you see it again up on the top side, which is absolutely necessary though. And also with it, Christian doesn't have to have a TP either. So not only does FE go ahead and maintain advantage over the map, but also over the global pressure too, which they're executing on absolutely beautifully. And this is something that I believe almost nobody expected coming out of them, especially with the powerhouses that they're facing across LGM. They're finding advantages across the map, and you love to see.
Arson is about to be in some trouble in this bot lane. There is a party, and once again, he is not invited. His team is on the top side, getting marks, getting the Herald. Arson has no way out of the situation, just cut down by the horse. Schneidy, though, going to pay with his life on the other side of the map. That is a double mark, I'm pretty sure, going over to the Kindred. Schneidy was marked, and the Gromp was marked. That is huge for Ventum.
See, that's what he go ahead and spell the question marks, Carl. That's what he go ahead, onto ours of the bot side. That's the, what were you doing? You are a lone Jhin with 0 mobility, no vision out of that bot side, and you're so far forward. That's just see, map awareness is a thing that we all must learn, right? And that's one thing that Arson, I believe, should definitely try to pick that up. That's just unfortunate, and that kill definitely didn't have to happen.
I agree. I think on the other side of the map, very well played by LGM to get something back for it. The double mark is massive for Kindred, right? Also, I just want to point out we have a bit of an AD build coming through for Christian on the Nico. We hadn't really talked about this at all. Looks like he's going for the Blade of the Ruined King on-hit Nico. That's something I haven't seen in quite a long time, although I do like it as an AD carry player. Any on-hit build you can throw in there, I will pretty much approve of, even if it's not ideal. Dragon being started up right now by LGM. They have had some strangely good control for kind of how behind they are in this game over the epic monsters. They're 3 for 3 off that early steal, the Dragon right now, and the Herald a couple minutes ago.
Now, that's also interesting to me, too, considering almost all of LGM's damage then just becomes AD. Everything that they are bringing out, though, that's literally it. Really only Fico's left off of the boss as the combo to do for any sort of AP damage, which could be definitely a bit troublesome, because you see almost everybody has gone ahead for the tab buys on the side of Fantastic. So they are already prioritizing some early armor to go ahead and lessen the damage coming out of LGM. So I gotta say, for them, Fantastic so far are playing this early game absolutely beautifully. But LGM are definitely finding small advantage across the map, because they have went ahead and taken the 2 dragons. But Nico, that's it. It gets up the fun. But they're not gonna go ahead and push it, considering the R3 bot side for LGM, so it would not make sense. Yeah. LGM just needs to go ahead and keep doing that if they want to maintain the status game.
Yeah, I agree. We're going to see a horse in the bot lane. This is going to be the engage, potentially from the Dark Passage, and turning the flash play as well. Will the Death Sentence go wide? Yes, it will. Zizzy could be in some trouble now. Double teleport. Curtain call has been open. Who's got a ticket? Who's going to be going down? It's going to be Zizzy. He's not enjoying that show very much for himself. When's the last shot going to come out? Lycro taking that one. Hexclip is here. Blade of the Ruin King completed. This is a very, very strong set. When is the Facebreaker back available? Is not quite yet. That's a nice haymaker with a little bit of damage, but Christian is here. The Zillion did not roam. Radovan is not here. This is a numbers advantage for LGM. Christian going in with the auto attacks. His on-hit Nico Pop Blossom still available if he wants to go for it. The flash recall came through for Zizzy to get himself out. Actually, the horse, I should say. Zizzy came back alive from the Death Chamber. The LGM, they're just a little bit faster to the play, faster response. They win that fight 1-0.
And this is exactly what I was saying before here, Carl. They just need to go ahead and find his advantage across the map. But Hexclip,
yeah, maybe just a little bit. Shoddy goes down with a massive haymaker. Zizzy going to be going down likely after the end of the Lamb's respite, although Ventum does get traded back for that one. Antonio has to get himself away. Full health bar. Lycro goes down, though. Christian doing so much damage. Pop Blossom is available. That's the stun down onto the horse. He's going to get rooted up as well and taken down. The CC chain is in full force. That's a shutdown. 600 gold for the Jin. LGM coming up huge.
there was just so much happened there, Carl, which is absolutely massive. I find that fantastic. Just stayed for way too long for the dive up on the bot side, even though it was somewhat even. But LG definitely went ahead and came way on top of it. And if you did the gold, if you think that the game was in the control before, it definitely is now. They are 2K gold up already, and fantastic. Kind of just like. Kind of just threw away a lot of the lead that they had, went ahead and built out. I would say that in the beginning, that TP from the set coming in from Hexclip was absolutely massive. And the dive, coming in for LGM went absolutely beautifully. Considering they were not able to get onto Arson early enough either, so he was able to free fire from the back line. Plus with Fico providing support too. It went really well, and then you saw almost everybody from LGN come in too. Christian did go in with Minion as well to go ahead and make FE back off though. But you saw at the end, Fantastic saw an opportunity to be able to at least get one back onto either Hexclip, or Hexclip or Ventum. But then Ventum's there, pops over the wall, pops around to spite as well. It was a good play though, by Zizzy to go and take him out of it. So at least some shutdown will go ahead over Antonio. But still, Hexclip is level 12. Those face breakers do a ton of damage, and he has Borg plus with the shield, so he's able to stay alive for so long that they're able to pick up almost everything.
The top lane, Shoddy taking so much damage from Hexclip. Just a couple of abilities and auto attacks coming through with the red buff, the Blade of the Ruin King coming through, the Phage as well. This set is very, very strong, and I think that fight really just speaks to LGM's macro prowess really in this league. Actually, you're going to have to hold that thought. Shoddy is trying to get taken down. Flash away though, Hexclip. It turns out that tower is a little bit stronger than he was anticipating, but he does escape.
Oh yeah, he just barely gets out there, but you're seeing the power of Hexclip. Now he's up 3-1 on this set. Puts out absolutely disgusting amounts of damage, and his dueling power has risen to an absolutely exponential level. Now Renekton is meant to go ahead and gain and get early advantages and power, but now he can no longer do that. So unfortunately now, mid side.
Yeah, they're going at it a little bit. Everybody okay for now. They're walking in there. This could get a little bit aggressive. Death Sentence lands. Ventum able to escape that one with the Mikhail's Crucible, as off-screen Hexclip has finally found the 1v1 against Shoddy. This top lane dominance is coming through. Herald also summoned up in the mid, and the Dragons on the map.
Yeah, and this is where what we were saying before, that Shoddy on the Renekton does go ahead and become a little bit lackluster overall, though, as he's actually doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is quite a lot of punishment being put down. Back onto him, though. It turns out Zillion ult makes it so you can't kill him. Also, the steal on the dragon came through. Fantastic eSports, they may have just prolonged this game by a little while. They are not letting LGM get onto Soul Point, as well as Hexclip kind of throwing away some of that lead onto that turret.
Yeah, that was honestly overall a fantastic steal by Antonio. I'm surprised they didn't really see him. There should have been someone there at least making sure that steal doesn't happen, or some wards over the side, just to be able to see what they're dealing with. So that is a bit of an oopsie by LGM, but a fantastic play by Fantastic. so really stay true to the name. To be able to extend the game for a little bit longer, though. But on the top side, you're seeing, as well, might just not respecting the tower of the resurrection and Zillion too, and on the tower. Honestly, I think he forgot that towers do a lot of damage, especially consistent tower shots that you take. So unfortunately, just go ahead and give a bit of shutdown over to Zillion.
Yeah, not ideal. You'd think he would remember the tower hurt, as he had to flash away from it, 30 seconds before that play went down.
Yeah.
As Shoddy could be just a little bit AFK right here, trying to freeze the wave. He could be in some trouble, though. There's a lot of members coming to see him. Gets rooted up. A lot of auto decks coming through. Dominus has been franked. The Ignite goes down to cut the healing. He stands no chance. He just gets shot down. They might all be AD, but they all hurt. And that's going to be enough for the Renekton to find his way into the Death Chamber. This tower now under pressure.
Yeah, Shoddy had no business being there by himself with freezing the wave, considering at this point he is 1-5, does not have that silent pressure dueling tower really up against anybody anymore, though. So it's just it is pretty dangerous for him to just stay there by himself, especially with almost no vision there as well. But you see Radovan trading up against Might 1 pretty evenly so far up against this wave. He does have a fair amount of wave clear though. And I'm honestly just impressed that he's been able to save his top tower for so long.
Honestly, so am I, although I think a lot of the way this matchup works is favorable toward the Zillion holding the tower, right? Because he has the ultimate, so you can't really dive him on the set. Just because, the ultimate, you're committed when you ult in on the set, and maybe you can get out, and maybe you can kill him and get out even, but when you kill him, he's just going to come right back to life, and then you haven't really achieved a whole lot, right? So there's basically no way for Hexclip to remove the Zillion from the turret. Just because the bombs come through, it's very, very difficult to dive this Zillion. I think this is actually a very smart lane assignment. It looks a little weird, but I think it is working.
Yeah, so far so good for them, and you even see that Mike just goes ahead and gives up on the tower. He goes ahead and backs off. Radovan has went ahead and done his job. So really good job. So honestly, saw stuff by him. I was surprised, but I would say what I would have liked to see overall is at least some sort of rotation coming in from LGM to be able to go ahead and help Might up on the top side, but more often than not, but almost all of them were actually focused on the bot side to go and take down the turret. We went to 4 stack there, but Venso in trouble.
In some trouble, getting himself away with the flash. Lamb's Respite's available if he needs to buy some time. Does manage to throw it down, but the Fear going to take him out of that area. He does go down at the end of this. This could be bad for LGM, but the curtain call has been opened up. Antonio traded back almost immediately. Radovan, Dark Passage out to safety. He's going to be okay. Both junglers have been traded. In the bot side, a lot of pressure there by Christian. Fight might continue. Hexclip looking to go in, potentially. 90 caliber net onto him. He's just charging forward onto the Cupcake as well. I think that will finally stop this charge, although he is just really putting down some punishment. Christian as well. Gonna get borked up, though. Gonna go for the Pop Blossom. Stun onto Schneider. Dominus has been proc. Does he have the auto attacks? Looks like everyone is gonna part ways. Down to about 40% HP. Ultimates traded.
And Ventum there just walks out of the Lamb's Spite. He just leaves the safety there for some reason and dies for it too. So although unfortunate, it was good that at least LGM did go ahead and get the trade kill onto Antonio. So they were able to make 1-for-1, but TP coming out.
Down to the bot side, Christian just gets soloed out by Shnotty. Hexclip, this might be slightly over-aggressive, my good sir. 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4, if you include the Zillion, who's blasted himself over the wall. As that kind of just fizzles out, the mid laner for LGM, a little bit too far up.
Yeah, so clearly I was proven wrong, though. I thought he couldn't really stand against anybody. I was wrong. On hit Nico, definitely not the overall silent duelist that you want to go ahead and choose against Renekton. He is still Renekton at the end of the day. He still does get a lot of CC, a fair amount of healing, especially when he pops a Dominus too, and he still has Bork. So you can't necessarily take that trade just yet, even with the Pop Blossom. If it was an AP Nico, it might have been a bit of a different story, but would have been a lot squishier overall. But that doesn't matter, as the Dragon is on the map.
Dragon finally on the map. Ace in the hole goes out, doing basically nothing to Arson, but hey, he felt good about it, and that's what matters, folks. Onto the Dragon now. They are going to try to not repeat the same mistake as last time and allow Antonio to go for the steal on this one, denying all the vision. 2 more control words are available. One more after this one. Curtain Call goes out for a bit of zoning. Antonio taking some shots down to half HP. Dragon down to 3,500 HP. Going to reset a little bit back to 4K. Healing up just a while. This Dragon Dance is on in full effect. They don't actually want to finish the Dragon. At some point, you got to hit it, though. At some point, you got to commit. It looks like this might be the committal to it. They might be back themselves away. Antonio, no vision. They're not able to contest that. Sole point now for Lagana.
And that was really well played by LGM, though, to be able to just really wait it out for themselves.
They're going in for the fight. Dark Pass is not going to be able to be taken into the ultimate himself, but Vico just gone immediately from the fight. Christian trying to fire in some shots. Arson from the backline as well. Vented into the Lamps for Spike and keep himself alive. Christian going in forward with the Power Boss, and that's going to be one kill picked up on Zizzy. He's trying to go for the second as well. Onto Radovan. He's able to do so. Can he cut himself away from Antonio? Yes, he can. The auto attacks. This Nico does so much damage. He might not be able to fight the Renekton, but he can fight everybody else. Renekton just getting out of dodge. He doesn't even want to help his teammate. Lycro now running for the hills. I don't think he's going to be surviving this play, although he could be running for a while. The flash forward from Arson and the Q as well to secure the kill. 4 for 2, I should say. Favors LGM, they're on it there.
And that right there was actually so well played by Christian. He was able to stay alive the entire time and put out so much auto attacks to just the entire team. Fantastic. Now I know we're all looking at Arson to be the overall carry or even the set though, but Christian coming into it like a fantastic player, but I don't know why
he does a lot of damage. Yeah, Shnadi, I mean, maybe if he had ultimate and flash, he could go for some kind of wild play there. We also didn't really mention the Rage Blade. Winsu's Rage Blade was completed before that fight for Christian. That may have also just added a lot to his damage, adding some magic damage to the kit, and just the procs on that W. He is putting out a lot of pain.
Yeah, because overall, if you look at it too, with the overall itemization coming out of LGM, Haskell has also gotten almost 3 items for himself with the Borg on the Black Cleaver too, so putting out a fair amount of penetration. I imagine he's going for the Titanic Hide next, considering what he has. Plus next as well, also overall going down the list too. Kindred 2 items to her name. Nico, 2 items to her name as well, as we just mentioned, along the Rage Blade and the Zeal item. Arson as well has 3 items right now to himself, a ton of farm, so he's going to be putting out a stupid amount of damage. He should also be nearly at I believe 100% crit too. So this is not at the point where Caitlyn falls off a little bit more, considering she only has 2 items, and Arson, those 4 shots and any sort of crazy able to get onto anybody is going to be disgusting and snotty.
That was a haymaker flash. That's insane. 700 true damage as Hexlip is showing the dominance in that bot lane as LGM is starting to run this map. That's a huge crit on the Lycro, showing exactly what you were just saying, Rav.
Yeah, it's like Arson is absolutely terrifying. Those 4 shots can...
See you later. We're going straight into the fight. Arson saying, I'm not even needed. Gonna have to run through that tower a little bit. Caitlyn, no chance. Lycro gone. The flash not even gonna save him. You should have to think that might be it right now, Rav. Some minions in the bot lane to push in if they want, as well. Lamps for Spite available if needed. Finally gonna be proc, maybe just for a little bit of healing and to keep the minions alive. They're on to the next tower, number 1. That's a triple stun. Might not actually matter in the end, though. 3 versus 5 right now. That's being engaged by Antonio. Jin is gone. Arson not on the map, but it might not even matter. They have essentially another marksman champion in the favor of Christian here, putting out so much punishment. He's untouched. It's just Radovan left to try to go for the defense. I don't see him being able to do it. Zizzy is now back alive. Lycro in 10 seconds. They have to end the game reasonably soon. You got to be on towards that tower. Christian is now doing so. I don't think you need to go for the fight. Just go for the base, but he's trying to pad the stats a little bit more. Gonna get hit up with the bomb. That's the Mikhail's Crucible. Has been used onto him. Hexlip gonna get pulled in with the death sentence. Lycro finally back alive. Will they get onto the Nexus? It's down to half HP. Radovan and Zizzy and Lycro here. That's the shutdown onto that set. Maybe not the play they were looking for. I think that could have been the end of the game, Rev.
That definitely should have been the end of the game. That actually Christian takes it. I think
he's just faking. Actually, I'm pretty sure he's still full health.
Yeah, I would hope so. As that was a pretty nasty crit that he took to the face. But if Christian went for the Nexus instead of the Zillion, this game should have been over. Like this game already is kind of over, but this game should have been over like 30 seconds over, Carl. But you know what? LGM, as you mentioned, wanted to go ahead and pad the stats, and Antonio is so fast. Like, this man is a NASCAR driver going 180 on a freeway. absolutely insane how he bobs and weaves throughout the team, and then he just comes onto Arson and just says, "You know what? I'm gonna take your life, and you're gonna do nothing about it." And Jin says, "Okay," and he was dead, just like that. But at this point, LGM don't even necessarily really even need the Jin to be relevant in the fight because they have Might on the set. Venza puts out a fair amount of damage, and Christian. This man with the on-hit.
Well, we got a bit of a backdoor going on, Raph. This is an extremely exciting story, but I'm excited about this backdoor. This guy's trying to channel his inner Peke. Not sure he's going to be able to do so, though. Hexflip goes down. And we're out of the dragon as well. Is the steal going to come through? Ventum is alive. Who's going to get the dragon? It does. The smites go down early. Who's going to pick it up? The reset comes through. It's the red team. Loganma. Both smites were down in the Lambs. Smite time as well. The soul goes over in favor of Loganma. Arson fighting away from the horse. He's going to be able to do so. That's the mid laner and the jungler taken off the map. Zizzy now has to run for the hills as well. Christian going to get sunned up. I don't think he's going to be taken down straight away, though. Has that Phantom Dancer shield. You don't see that every day on a Nico Lycro, actually putting out a lot of damage. Finally going to get closed onto Ward. So Arson not able to find a heal straight into a death sentence. Oh, it's disaster, though. Christian goes down as well. Everybody falling apart for Loganma. That's going to be a quadra kill coming through for Lycro as that play went flat real quick.
What is LGM doing?
I don't know.
What? that was yet again. And they will. They definitely will. So Mike goes into the base, tries to TP backdoor, even though there are two people there, and he has almost no armor. Like, no, he has no armor. I know. I just saw him pick up the chain of it just now. So it's like and then of course he can execute because he has Shnadi and also Lycro there. Plus because of the previous engage that they had to try to end, the inhib was still well over almost full health, so he knew he couldn't just take it down. On the bot side, though, good job by Ventum to picking up the dragon though within even past the early smites. And then they decide, you know what, let's go for this fight. We're all pretty low, but let's still go for the fight. Overall, especially since Labs' fight was used bow, but Zizzy.
Yeah, that's... Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, it's like, I tried to pause because I tried to see whether or not Zizzy was going to stay alive, but apparently not.
Yeah, he's not still alive. Actually, we're going to have to cut you off again. I think Christian, under some pressure, Antonio, he tried to go for the hero play. Was not quite able to do so. He goes down as in the time it took you to throw it over to me, Rav, Zizzy was just gone. That's the amount of damage we had coming through already. Christian, or Lycro, I should say, down into the GA. He's not going to be surviving for much longer. Surely this is going to be the end of this one. This time, though, it's your daily reminder to hit the Nexus, folks. Thanks to whoever said that in chat. I got a good chuckle out of that one. Arson taking a lot of... Lycro does a lot of damage. This might not be over. They're on to the Nexus, actually. It's really over. LGM, they finally hit the Nexus. They finally take game one.
That was the... You know what? Like this game should have been over maybe about 30 seconds ago. At least 2 minutes ago, but LGM did go ahead and win it. After a really solid early game coming out of Fantastic, LGM at the end of the day just have really good laners, able to hit the power spikes and find advantages where they could. And like, honestly, good job by them. Good game one. But remember, guys, win the game. Like, win it.
Yeah, please hit the Nexus. Especially in the playoffs. I get LGM, they're very confident, they haven't lost a game yet, they're having a good time. This is kind of the same kind of like slightly BM play we've seen out of LGM all season, but it's the playoffs, right? I mean, there's a world where if those death timers were longer, they could have lost the game off that fight. If you're a little bit later in the game, and so, it was pretty safe, okay, we'll give it. Anyway, they do win the game, I think, off of a lot stronger macro play overall, getting to fights first. We'll see what they can do in the second game of the series. Remember, it is a best of 3. There's another chance for Fantastic eSports to get back into this one. We're going to step aside for 5 minutes as we set up that second game of the day. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
I feel it in my head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, your music gets me through the highs and lows. My head, shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, you're keeping me from feeling all alone. I've been praying to 1,000 different stars, to 1,000 different arms, till I found you. I've been chasing by 1,000 different hearts, 1,000 million hours, now I found shoulders, knees and toes. My bones immune to get me through the highs and lows. My head, my shoulders, knees and toes. My bones are keeping me from feeling all alone. You're keeping me from feeling all alone. You're keeping me from feeling all alone. Take me in slow, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lungs inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Take me in slow, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control. the temperature rise. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. I feel the heat as we collide, like a fever that feels alright. So baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite.
Speed of light. Speed of light.
Yeah. Tell me that.
Speed of light.
Speed of light, I'm breaking down like this ain't nothing new. She wanna kick it, don't skip it, let's say we rendezvous. Usually I don't trick up, pick up like 1 or 2. Them daisies known to be deadly, especially if I love you. I've grown impatient, I'm tired of waiting just for you. If we gon' trip, then we taking trips out to Malibu. My alley-oops, we returning troops from a blowing nuke. A bomb crash and I'm slow asking to tell the truth.
Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. I never doubt it, no I never doubt it. If you don't like that, leave it where you found it.
Yep. I ain't cutting that pie, I'm saving half for you. Yep. I ain't cutting that pie, I'm saving half for you.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 2, just around the corner in this first round playoff match between Laganma and Fantastic Esports here in the Howling Esports League. Season 1, presented by the Howling Esports organization. We are 3 minutes away from the draft of this second game. The first one taken in reasonably dominating fashion by Laganma, although I will say a little bit closer than we might have thought going into it. Jarl Carl alongside Ravishing Ravish.
Honestly, Carl, or can I call you Carl? Is that cool?
Yes, sir. Call me Carl. That's my name, after all.
Carl, now let's be honest with ourselves. What Fantastic pulled out something is something that we were, as you mentioned, we were not expecting at all. One might even say we blindsided us. I don't know about you, but it blindsided me. Like, it was absolutely wild, though. The Hecarim completely popping off overall. It's just, it was so well done by them, I have to say. Like, the way Antonio played the Hecarim across the map, going for his early plays, getting early dives, and finding advantage for themselves, beautiful. You absolutely love to see it. It was a bit unfortunate, though, that he wasn't able to translate that into more macro plays. Like, it just wasn't, he wasn't able to create advantages for himself across the map. Even though he got the early tricks, he didn't really get any rift handles, though. Top side, though, was suffering here in a little bit, considering Set was able to just freely TP down bot lane and really help out, Arsene, who decided that he was a tank player for the first 30 minutes of the game.
I mean,
yeah.
You can't argue with that, Rav. I think the Renekton fell a little bit short of what we were kind of hoping it might be. Didn't look that great. Hexclip was able to teleport away multiple times, didn't really get punished. I thought the Hecarim was probably the star pick of that game. It also just didn't really quite work out as well as it was kind of looking in the early game. Ventum got strong, and I think Christian, really the sleeper pick on this on-hit Nico, really getting a lot of work done for them.
Definitely. So once Christian actually definitely got rolling, considering he was able to make, Radamon Flash level 1, so it was going to be a bad lane for him overall. But Christian just got so much space up in the early game too, being able to do so much for himself and the team fights. Since he was not necessarily a primary target, on-hit Nico hurts. Like, a lot.
Yeah, it did a lot more damage than I was anticipating, especially the first fight. Got the triple kill in the mid lane right after he completed that Guinsoo's Rage Blade. That was a ton of punishment coming out from that Nico. She does a lot of damage with that W passive coming through. Watch out for Nico in your solo queue games, folks. Maybe it's sleeper OP. I've always been a fan of on-hit Orianna myself. Power of Evil, a big practitioner of that chap. I don't think we're going to be seeing that coming through. Orianna is a contested pick. With that being said, we are out of time. It is time for the Champion Select, game number 2 between Laganma and Fantastic Esports. It's time for personally my favorite intro. Once again, let's get set up for this Champ Select. Welcome to the Champion Select proper. The logos have descended. We've got Fantastic Esports logo and also Laganma's little jar of jam. Very important to have that alongside when you are gaming. Very, very critical, of course. We are into that Champion Select. Like I said, adaptation straight away from Laganma, banning out that Zillion.
Yeah, almost immediately too, because even though Radmon wasn't able to get rolling on the Zillion 2, he just offers so much utility, and you even saw the wave clear, how he was able to go pretty much toe-to-toe with Hesclip up on the top side, successfully clear the wave, and keep the top tower alive for so long. But Fantastic, not budging, same 3 bans as the last game, but Laganma as well, Shen, so the Shen and also the Caitlyn as well, coming in for them, but this time, they go ahead and B1 the Caitlyn that's matched immediately by the Ashe. That's usually the handshake you see more often than not. You know, you are gonna get pushed in, but a change up coming in from Fantastic. I believe this will be, and this is the volume, but this will be a ton of.
Yeah, they're thinking about it. Although I think you just got baited, sir. We're still in the blinking phase here. They're thinking about it. I don't know what they're thinking about. Could be the Zac. That was on the ban list last time, and we're baited once again. It's the Nidalee.
Oh, hey, I mean, it is actually matched, I believe, matched right away by the Karma. I would like to see, like, enchanted supports in general go well with the Caitlyn. I would like to see the Morgana, because it is not banned out because of synergy. But immediate lock and come to fruition for that set top. And honestly, why not? Too, Hesclip did so well on it overall. He offers just so much strength, late game power, early game utility, and really good dueling too. Plus, with the engage doesn't hurt. They want to go ahead and keep, and keep Fico on the Karma, which I don't mind necessarily. Karma is still pretty good though, but matched by the Nautilus in the bot lane. Just surprised them to go ahead and pick up the Thresh, considering Thresh was up. I'm personally more of a Thresh hooker rather than the Nautilus hooker. How about you, Carl?
I'm less concerned about which hook champion you go for as much as I am concerned about the lack of a Morgana. With the Caitlyn, I think that probably would have been stronger. I wasn't totally impressed with the Karma from Fico in the last game. Yeah. Caitlyn Morga, very strong lane. I don't think it matters a whole lot. Right now, Laganma hasn't been denied anything they played in the last game. The Kindred was banned out. But they got essentially their same comp from last game plus a Caitlyn instead of the Jinx. They've improved the AD carry, and the mid laner could still be up. This Nico's still on the table if they want to go for it. The Zed hover by Fantastic. I'm not super sold on this idea.
No.
A little bit of a bait. That can't be serious either. We'll have to wait until the clock runs out to see if they actually lock in here. It's the Syndra.
Yeah, I would say Syndra is super strong pick. I would expect that to be countered by Arsene if you can with either like Aurelia or by the Corki. I would love to see a Corki pick here coming into LGM, but yet again, I'm yet again booped and bamboozled here, Carl, as only Aurelia coming in. I will yet again too. Super strong laner, attack focused heavy, and likely set up to be the overall late game carry. As a final pick will likely be jungler for LGM, and it's the Gragas up into that jungle. Offers, I'm wrong. I got baited yet again. Gragas top.
Yeah, we got 30 seconds for them to continue switching around if they really want to. I don't mind the Gragas top, especially against Sion. I think that's mostly going to just be a farm lane. Not a lot going to happen in that one, I would imagine. I'm the most excited personally about this mid lane. Right, you have a Syndra versus an Irelia. I would be very surprised if this just turns into a farm lane. If we don't see a kill before level 6, I would be a little bit surprised.
Shocked. Absolutely shocked, Carl. Considering the overall assassin abilities you have coming out of Aurelia, especially either in the pre or post 6, versus the immobility of Syndra, is definitely a huge point of contention. But Antonio is on Nidalee. Nidalee is quite strong right now, currently in the meta, and very much focused on the early game too. So I have to imagine Antonio does want to continue making that pressure across the map, which we didn't know him to do previously as well. But Ventum as well, opting to go for the set jungle instead of set top and bringing in the Gragas top as well. Now I would be curious to see if they go for the AP Gragas or more so health based. It would round out the composition a lot more if they go for more of the tanky AP build for Hexclip, but we'll have to wait and see.
Indeed, waiting and seeing is a key factor in League of Legends, right? See the draft. We can say all the stuff we want. We can make all these predictions. We go into the game, and somebody just gets solo kill at level 1, right? So, sometimes it's caster curse to the max. Sometimes it just makes us look like we don't know what we're talking about here in the draft. But, I like the set in the jungle. I think his ganks are very, very strong with the showstopper, especially post 6. There's a lot of cool plays you can do with that, insecting over walls, Hex Flash behind, ult back in, stuff like that, and just to, dive a turret, potentially. It doesn't have quite the same tower dive potential as a Volibear does. I'm a little sad we don't get to see the Volibear in this game. I got so excited when it was hovered, but I guess we're just getting baited all day in the champ select, so I guess that's the life of the casters here, but I like this pick. The only thing I'm a little concerned about for Laganma is the Gragas top, not because it's like a super weak pick, I just don't really know a lot about what's going on with this situation. I don't think it's bad. I also just don't think it's great. I don't know what to expect from this lane, and so I'm a little bit confused in that area, but I like the rest of the comp for them.
So I would say for the defensive Gragas has been buffed quite a fair bit as of late within his overall base AD, and also his AP scaling as well. So, and plus the damage I believe he does with the barrels does a little bit more too. So with that, I'm assuming Riot want to go ahead and bring him back into meta, especially with what's coming around though. So or maybe they just want to sell more skins, but I do feel that Gragas does have a lot of potential in the overall playmaking, especially with the explosive cast too. Because let's go ahead and look at both these team comps, right? If you look on the side of Fantastic Esports, they want to go ahead and play it a bit safer, kite you out, and then try to go in for a pick when they can. Either with Schnotty or with Zizzy going in onto them, right? So try to be able to pick off the members of LGM 1x1, 2x2 if they can. Meanwhile, on the other hand, LGM, they want to run into you. This set, this Gragas, and this Karma, and this Aurelia. They want to go into your face, press R, and make sure you cannot get away. They have a lot of lockdown and CC potential coming out of both sides, especially with the Caitlyn traps too, and with the Karma stunts and slows. So LGM wants to fight. They want to go ahead and use all the utility they have to be able to go into them. On the other hand, though, Fantastic, as I mentioned, they want to go ahead and play a bit safer and focus more on the picks if they can.
I do agree. Picks are very crucial, especially before objectives. We saw a lot of objective control last game for Laganma. In a kind of a weird fashion, 1 dragon was stolen for each side. So 5 dragons, 2 were stolen. Not a great track record for the junglers. I think my favorite was the double smite while Lavender Spite was still up. That was and then the dragon resets too for some more drama. That was pretty fun stuff. So we'll see how that comes through in this game. I think the bot lane should have priority for Laganma in this lane, unless the hook, comes through early game. Of course, that can change a lot if it's a level 2 kill. But I think without hooks really coming through, I think this push will come through. For Laganma, you have the Caitlyn to shove, you have the AoE damage from the Karma if they want to push as well. And Ventum on the set, pretty strong early dragon control. Literally just a little bit too squishy to kind of go face checking into that or try to dive in for the steal. She can get one shot very, very easily. I would imagine the early game objective control will be in favor of Laganma. I think there's ways that Fantastic Esports can fight back for that. If you land a hook and get a kill right into that, or if Radovan has priority in this mid lane, which I think, the mid lane could have some wild swings, just even at level 2 with Christian trying to go in. If Scatter the Weak misses, Radovan could be in a lot of trouble.
And see, that's also where I find Antonio comes into, if he's really paying attention to the engages, which any of the laners are doing. Because you mentioned the overall objective control, especially early coming in for LGM. And I agree, Caitlyn Karma, very strong. Aurelia, very strong. Especially over early on too, and if they go ahead and find these advantages up in their lane, that bot side for LG is really theirs for the taking though. So I would expect to see Antonio go ahead and fall to level 2 or 3 and try to make a differences across the map almost immediately. Top side shouldn't be touched much at all, much like last game too. I mean, it would be interesting if to see if Hexcliffe has the same amount of freedom that he does last game. I would also expect Vincent to go ahead and take Hex Clash too, because unlike you, Carl, I gotta be honest here. I'm not a super big fan of the Set jungle. I think his ganks are very telegraphed, especially pre-6. And I have to say, if he doesn't land either the Haymaker too, that's kind of a lot of his ganky power kind of gone, in my opinion. Which is why I like Hex Clashes on sets, especially sets jungle, because it can kind of mitigate a lot of the engages or the potential to just not be able to catch up to the lane. So it does. I find it does add that though, and plus as he's going health, he does fall off quite a fair bit, especially as you go later into the game. But he offers a lot of good engage and disengage if need be as well. Still a fair amount of damage with a true damage Q that he brings into, and at the end of the day, it's still a set. He's fine. He's gonna be he's gonna do perfectly okay. I would be curious to see if Ventum prioritizes damage instead of going on to tank. But we'll have to see as we're on the rift.
We are on the rift. Another little cinematic view. Howling eSports logo in the background. Very cool stuff indeed. They're jumping off of the fountain platform, getting themselves onto the rift. We'll see if we see any shenanigans level 1. I'm imagining probably not. But hey, we can dream, right, of that level 1 fight. I imagine we'll just see a 5-point, a couple of safe wards going down, and we'll probably go from there.
Definitely, as you said, as Hunter just misses the spear, doesn't know Ventum is there. Hexcliffe is there as well, but no, it's just as you mentioned, just going to be like the whole 5-point death stare across the map. Maybe a little bit of poke here and they're going back and forth between the team, but what I do like about this overall 5-point death stare that almost all of them have is that it's almost like a old school showdown, right? You know those old school movies that there's a music playing, everybody's standing with a gun at their holster waiting to strike almost, but they won't. They're sitting across from them, counting to 10.
They're just ready. They're counting, they're thinking about it. We'll see what happens. Is it going to explode in violence? Who knows? Is it the end of the movie? If it's the end of the movie, someone's going to get shot. That's how it works, folks. And unfortunately, we're at the start of the movie. Right now, nobody's going to get shot. As we're going to move on from our discussion of gun violence and go back out of the rift. So we have top side starts for the junglers here. They could be meeting in the bot lane. Maybe we'll see some kind of wild 3v3 at level 3 or something in the bot lane in a couple of minutes. I think there's a chance for that to happen as they will be meeting around that scuttle crab.
I think that's actually pretty interesting overall. As you see, early trace going out of the bot side against Arson, gets taken down to half already, which is shout out to the Nautilus. But as you mentioned there, Carl, the top side starts coming in for both junglers is pretty peculiar to me, especially for Ventum. I would find him to go to start red if he wanted to go ahead and try to go ahead and get the early pressure off too. But actually, Christian gets taken down to half, misses stun. He's okay.
Yeah, misses the stun. Should survive. Yeah, gets himself back out with the Q. But that stun had landed. I think a lot of damage could have gone down onto Radovan, who's pretty low on mana already. Christian Irelia just looks aggressive the whole time, right? You always know she could be going in the bot lane. A lot of summoners used. 3 of them already down. FE getting the better of this bot lane for the second game in a row.
Yeah, both Flash and Cleanse used to just keep Arson just alive up on the bot side, which was interesting too, but a really good priority by him to go in and take the Cleanse, especially against his Ashe Nautilus lane, especially considering you also have Cinder too. But mid lane though,
Antonio is here. Stun goes down onto Radovan. Not sure he has the mana for the stun. Christian in all sorts of trouble. Maybe trying to go into that. I don't know what the idea was there, but first blood in favor of Radovan.
Bot side.
Gotta hold that thought. Arson just dies where he stands. Venton is here though. Flash onto Lycra, who does have his own flash to get himself over the wall. A little bit of a slow from the red buff onto Zizzy. That play fizzles out very quickly. LGM once again on the back foot.
See that right there is why I find Set just isn't able to have the same sort of rundown power as many other junglers, especially early on though. Doesn't really have the damage, and if he doesn't have the Haymaker, he needs the follow up from his team to be able to secure these kills. But he does have the Hack Flash, which I like a lot.
X-Flash is cruel. Sorry about that.
I was gonna say. That's what I was
on this one. Go ahead.
Top side, I was actually just paused just to just to see, because Shooty takes a lot of damage, but Hefka doesn't go and secure the kill as he is out of mana. But let's go back a little bit and try to go ahead and break down both those dives. Christian flashes into the bush for some reason, as I'll go ahead and hold as Shotty being crossed upon.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a congregation up here in the top lane. You could say Ventum on a ward. Might not really matter if he just goes over the wall to X-Flash. He's going on towards Shnati, who has Flash. I'm going to go ahead and on a limb and say he's going to have to use that. And there he does. I am a prophet on this one. I'm just kidding. That was remarkably predictable. But Shnati forced out of lane. He'll probably be teleporting back.
Yeah, that's really all that comes out of it, too. Has Flash used by set, so not really much of a problem there at all. But you know, at least said to do one thing, though. He did get the flashes off of both the carries, off of the carry and off the top laner though. But going back yet again, as I say, Christian flashed in the bush for some reason. I guess he thought he might live, but Rodman was honestly right there, and he was staying in lane when he was quite low though, which is what you don't want to see. What you don't want to see out of the Aurelia. Giving away the early advantage to the Syndra. Because once Syndra goes ahead and gets Lost Chapter, the amount of poke and harass that she's able to bring out to the sustain is absolutely massive. But Radwan takes a bit of damage. Actually,
yes, stun in the mid lane. Nice Scout of the Week. Oh, he's going back into the Scout of the Week is very important for these fights. No Ignite for Christian. He could continue the dive, but Radwan able to survive. If that stun ever misses, I think he could just be toast.
Yeah, it is absolutely crucial that Christian lands the perfect duelist there. But over the side.
This is Hex Flash. That's why we wanted to see it. Flash away from Radovan. The stun goes down on to Ventum, who just dies where he stands. Laganma, honestly, just kind of falling apart in this game. Christian in trouble now. Potentially. Does he have the Q? Scout of the Week. Is it available? Does he have the range to get onto Radovan? Nice dodge on the spear. This is a very strange fight. Dodging away from one more Q. There's no way he's going to escape, though. Right? Surely. Unless he gets the reset, though. Can he get onto Radovan? He's been trying so hard. Antonio, though, picks up the kill. LGM in a big hole.
See, at this point, I know Fantastic had a really good early game though, but just topside.
Hex Clip taking a beating right now from Shnati. Finally procs the phase rush and just kind of zooms himself off. Takes a drink on his way out. Says, "See ya later." But LGM, there's not a lot of upside right now.
No, not at all. And I think it's just coming off of the back of a fair amount of questionable plays that LGM is doing, as I can't tell whether it's bad plays or BM anymore. Over Arson.
Taking a lot of damage once again. Ventum has arrived for the counter gank. That's a decent amount of damage. Great headshot auto cancel onto Lycro from Arson. He is starting to come online a little bit more. Antonio now running for the hills. Facebreaker bringing multiple members together. We might have a Haymaker coming out as well. Lycro has finally fallen. Zizzy, same time, taking some damage, but Radovan has arrived with the teleport. Christian not available with that summoner spell. He does have Ignite instead of the TP. Biko now in trouble. He's going to likely go down as well. Some nice dodges from him. Christian trying to get level 6 potentially. Doesn't have it available. 3 versus 2 right now. Arson trying to get himself back in. Antonio in all sorts of trouble. He goes down. Christian Unleashed Power did come out. Radovan not a lot of spells left. Scatter the Week goes down. Not able to find the stun. Christian taking a lot of damage. Vanguard's edge was a little bit wide. It's a little bit unlucky for him. Dodging away from the Q. But just kind of dies where he stands. Too many abilities were missed. Arson just having to watch the pieces crumble.
Okay. So, let's go and take a quick look at the replay too, as I try to digest all of that. As Vico, everything quite low, the Arson up on the backside, as you mentioned, a lot of damage out of Lycro almost immediately, and then here comes Ventum. Massive facebreaker all the way onto 3. A TP also coming out of the backside, like it gets taken down by Ventum. And still in the backside, Arson still staying alive, but Ventum was way too forward. Arson still out of the back line though, but and is able to get away. Decides not to go ahead and go for the fight, but then, here comes Christian. Is at level 5, luckily with the Ignite, coming in onto it. So is able to go ahead and hit level 6. Now he needed to hit his ultimate there onto Radovan to be able to survive that trade with any chance, but considering he kind of whiffed it, that's unfortunate as Hex Clip, as we come back, goes down.
Yeah, we come back to live, and another member of Laganma is going down. They're kind of falling apart in the early games, both games. This is worse than we saw in game number 1. I don't think it's a completely unsolvable deficit, right? They're only down a couple thousand gold, but they really need to pull it together right now if they want to get back into this game.
I think pull it together is an understatement, though. It's like they need to be able to play their lanes a lot better than they are currently, because it's what they're doing so far with the plays is questionable. In my opinion, it's just Oh, but Christian.
Flashes himself over the wall. He will survive, but another summoner blown, just not the communication that the bot side was missing.
Yeah, it's like overall, I was saying, it's really bizarre what they're doing. What I find, considering with how deep they're going in onto these plays, and they're making a lot of their game so far really difficult to execute. If they are going to try to take the team 2-0, but so far, Fantastic seems like they're primed in the spot to actually try to take this to game number 3.
Yeah, they look like they're in a good position to take us to game number 3. We kind of said this in the first game as well. Ventum now coming into the bot lane, and Tentacles Arrow goes down onto Fika. He might be dead before this gank even really can start. He is gone. The Facebreaker now from Zizzy trying to get himself disengaged, I should say. But the Flash, does he have the Showstopper available? Yes, he does. Straight back into Arson, but Antonio's arriving in the fight. This has to get done very quickly. That's the stopwatch. Goes down. Zizzy able to keep himself alive a little bit longer. Piltover Peacemaker goes a little bit short. Another hook on Ventum. He's going to likely be going down right now. He is gone. Zizzy on a killing spree on the support.
I mean, I would have liked a lot more of those kills to go ahead and go on to Lycra, though, but yet again, this gang's coming in from Ventum, but just not able to execute. They're not able to find these values at all, because more often than not, Arson is just so low before a lot of it can even start, and people gets caught out consistently in it. Oh, but mid lane.
Going in for the kill, a little bit of a good sign for LGM. Christian comes up with that solo kill on the Syndra.
Yeah, like good job by him. He does land the ultimate that time, which is the power that we were talking about before. Though Christian is really strong, just overall, and really in this lane against the Syndra, should be doing that every single time. Considering how immobile the Syndra is, Christian should be able to just bob and weave back and forth between the minions to go ahead to go pretty much dodge all the dark spears and allow that Rado has to put up, but has put in trouble yet again.
Does he have the body slam? Yes, he does. That counters out the ultimate from Shoddy just a little bit. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Antonio so low. Is he going to survive? Dodges up in the haymaker. That is not what you like to see. Christian goes down. He does actually finally die to Fico. Well played by the support to find that Mantra Q to trade back the kill, but Ventum now in all sorts of trouble. He could be going down once again. Haymaker likely still available for him, though. He may actually be able to pick up the kill under Radovan here. Oh, he times out a little bit of that shield. He wasn't able to get it. Still stacked up. He goes down. Radovan picks up that kill. Fico now running for the hills, but he's likely going to die to Schnotty at the end of the day. Another couple of kills picked up for FE.
Yeah, so at this point, Ventum, I find, is just going a little bit deeper than he actually can really afford to. He doesn't have the health to be able to sustain a lot of these dives that he's currently making, and the positioning, which is really overall coming out of him, questionable, I'd say. It is interesting how he's choosing to push himself so far forward when he doesn't necessarily even have either maybe the Facebreaker available or really the Showstopper either. So I would like him going forward in this game to be able to either, number one, at least get a bit more health or magic resistance for himself to be able to sustain a lot more in these fights, and play a bit safer. He doesn't have to go ahead and make a lot of these plays. I would want him to go ahead and wait for more of these surefire kills instead of trying to make something happen, especially early on when they are down like 7 kills.
Yeah, they're down a lot right now, to be real honest. They're not winning this game. I think that's very sure to say. There's going to be a dive in the mountain. They're about to be losing it a little bit more. You'd have to feel, the flash and the Q. Not going to quite land very far where he wants. He's going to actually probably go down. Zizzy likely to die here. Fico trying to survive as well as he can. Antonio taking a lot of damage. Not going to take one more tower shot. So 1 for 2 in the tower dive. Well played generally by FE.
Yeah, solid dive by FE. There should have been some sort of trading of tower aggro there, so that at least Zizzy didn't have to die. But top lane as well, that we saw this which was a fight that we didn't get to see. Gank coming to prevent him up on a Snotty to go ahead and give Heathcliff a little bit more space so he's not getting pushed in all the time. So it was a really good play by Antonio to go ahead and execute on that, as we just Radovan die.
Yeah, that seems to kind of keep happening to Radovan in this series. He kind of just keeps dying, although Christian did go down in return, so not as bad as just the pure solo kill coming through, as Antonio now shoving up the mid. Ventum might match him here, but he's down 3 levels to this Nidalee.
Yeah, it is definitely a little bit rough. He's down 3 levels. He's also down 30 farm too. It's like, so he needs the farm at this point. Like, don't necessarily try to go for lucky plays. Like I was saying, play a bit safer. Find your power spice. Get a little bit up in gold, mate. Because it's like, you don't want this to happen to. Because Antonio, if given enough space, I know will be able to. Oh, I know he'll definitely be able to find a lot more space and make more plays across the map for this game. Though, I do want to say real quick, Zizzy has 4 kills. Zizzy has the second most kills in the game right now, which is fascinating to me.
Yeah, probably not ideal, but hey, sometimes Nautilus just wants those kills too, you know, and he's going to be taking them for himself. That will help for a while, as off screen. That was a nice gank there by Christian going up to the top lane. Schnotty did go down, although I do think they're going to sacrifice the Dragon for it. Second of the game going over to Fantastic, but Schnotty did die.
Yeah, it's so really good play coming in from Antonio to go ahead and yet again identify his advantages. Since you see yet again, I believe since you see Schnotty being getting up on the top side, so really easy play for them. And this also gives Lycro solo turret gold as well, since he's able to go ahead and take that down by himself. And that's also that second tower of the game coming in for Lycro. I did think it was their first tower, but good job at least by Lagama to be able to at least open the map for themselves a little bit.
I think Lagama is getting a little bit back into this game. The gold lead hasn't extended that much. They did give up the Dragon, but they're opening up some towers. I think this top one will go very low or end up falling, depending on how much commitment to it Christian has. Very, very low. So one more push should take that through. Ventum could be in some trouble here. Oh, he's got Fico on the way, though. Haven't seen that one. On the other hand, Fantastic eSports, they've got a lot more friends on the way of this one. Fico just going to die where he stands. Ventum likely to go down as well. Lycro's here at the same time. LGM, what are you doing? So aggressive.
Yeah, yet again, Ventum making plays and positioning himself where he just shouldn't be. He saw Christian backed off of the tower. You saw Shadi there as well, and Hiko was there, but nobody else was across the map, so you can definitely go ahead and assume the collapse is coming right in onto you because you're in the jungle with no vision over Christian wants to fight Shadi.
Does want to go for this fight. He does obviously win this. No escapes for Schnotty, and I think he's just going to die where he stands. Yeah, the team not there in time, although Christian might have to flash himself over the wall. This situation. Got to commit to it soon, my good sir. That was not fast enough. Zizzy, once again, his 6th kill of the game.
Zizzy's popping off right now. He has a 300 gold shutdown, almost 2 items to his name. He is absolutely killing it. Austin might be in a bit of trouble. Let's see if he's better come to the backside.
Nice side steps. He's going to be just fine.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. I thought they might want to go ahead and go for the dive there, though, but mids have been cleared out for them. And right now, Arson and Ventum need to farm. Please just give them a side lane. Like, give them a bit of space, give them vision, so that at least Arson can go ahead and get its first item of the game, which we would love to see, since he has incompleted call and only BF scored. So at least give him an IE so he can be a little bit more relevant, right? And Ventum too, something a little bit more as well, so he can also get his second item, past jungle item as well. Like, it's like, I know I set the farm, but not the enemy jungle, Ventum.
Yeah. Probably you want to be farming your own jungle. That's what I'd recommend. Probably, especially when you're this far behind, right? It just, Lagana, they've kind of been playing this whole game as if they're ahead. Well, they're just clearly not. And that, I think, is a little bit puzzling. They just, they haven't really been behind all year, and they're not that far behind in this game. I think we should, continue to say that they're only, a little bit less than 3,000 gold behind. This is still a very winnable game for them. Christian, very, very strong. Obviously coming through, trying to land a stun here onto Radovan. Nice dodges away. And, Caitlyn is scaling up, so I think there's chances, but this is just not what you would expect out of a team of this caliber.
No, honestly, you would not at all. I know. I was saying before too. I can't tell if it's just BM or Worst League went on there too. I would be curious to talk to them if they will have to win. But Fantastic, on the other hand, playing this game really well overall. There are 2 Drakes up. They don't necessarily have the pressure across the map, which I would like them to have. But considering they do still have pretty solid overall side laners, I would like them to go ahead and send at least Lyco and Zizzy into a side lane, to be able to try to push more of these advantages. Go ahead and send the top lane. as Lycra and Antonio take a couple of shots of so far. But yeah, send your side laners to the side lane. Your bot lane, Radwan, like somebody to be able to at least try to just push down these turrets so you can open the map for yourself a little bit more. Although they're up in gold, it doesn't look like they are still up in the macro. But Drag should be coming up soon. Drag is also up at 45 seconds, and they are pushing themselves around it. They need to find a pick.
Yeah, you just found one. Fico is dead.
All right, cool. This should be mid lane tower, and with that, and with just with 30 seconds left, they're doing exactly as I performed. Fantastic esports, good job by you guys. Thank you for listening to me. Really appreciate it. But with that pick too, they're probably go ahead and pick up the red buff. Vetum is around the side, so there's a possibility for the steal. But this drag should go over to Fantastic.
Huge spear onto Arson as well. That's half his health taken straight away. Hexclip, you can't go for this fight. Go for the barrel.
Oh.
He might be trying to go for the play on a Lycra, flashes himself away. That is Arson taken down immediately. No chance to get anything back on that one. Ventum walking in very aggressive. You're down 3 levels, sir. This is not a 50-50. You are not winning this one. Teleport coming through for Shnadi as well. Tell a lie, that is Radovan, I should say, on the teleport. 4 versus 5. There's no way you're going to win this fight, right? If you're LGM, like I think you just give this up and try to find something else elsewhere. No ultimate for Hexclip available either. They're going to try to maybe go for this Ventum playing very aggressive. That is the engage. They're going to try to go for this fight. Christian trying to find an in onto Radovan. I think he will manage to do so, but Ventum going to go down. The AD carry is not already there. Hexclip is gone. Ventum is gone. It's Christian in the 1 versus 5. What is happening right now, Rev? LGM are completely falling apart.
Wow. Okay. So, Carl, I'm assuming you saw the same play that I just saw as well, right?
I think so. I just saw LGM just kind of running it down. I don't know if that's what you were seeing, but that's what I was seeing.
Yep. That's exactly it. Okay, cool. Because I was gonna wonder, like, am I dreaming here overall? Because it's like, no, look, LGM are a fantastic team. They're an absolute powerhouse in these playoffs. So I do have to question a lot of what they're doing. Because I am absolutely baffled as Pico is probably dead again.
We're going into it again. Rav, we're just going to be on repeat right now. Ventum in the front line. He's still level 9. This guy's been level 9 for the last, 5 minutes. I'm pretty sure Shnadi finally going to die. That's a nice little kill that they have picked up. Hexclip running himself away, but Lycra going to find that kill back. The Baron also went over to Fantastic. We didn't even talk about that at all. Arson going through. Pillar for Peacemaker could actually kill Zizzy. That's a huge shutdown. Remember, that's a 7-1 and 11. Nautilus. It cracks me up just saying that, as now Leonma are very far behind.
They're extremely, and this game is almost pretty much out of their grasp. It is shocking to me at this point that they're still up in tower, but Fantastic are at Soul Point right now too, which is they're doing so extremely well. Christian is somewhat even the saving grace of the team right now, 4 and 7 on the Sorelli. Has to go ahead and get to wit's end to be able to survive up against Radovan, who is 11 and 3, has a 20 stack Magi's and a Zanias, and he's getting more, Carl. Almost all of his laners, especially the solo laners coming in for Fantastic, are so strong, as Pico might be dead again.
Potentially, that seems to be kind of the story of this game. Taking a lot of damage, able to escape for now, as we're going to see the engage come through, but it's 2 versus 4. Again, what is happening with these fights? It's a nice play, but I'm actually doing a lot of damage. Tell a lie, this one might make a little bit more sense than previously, but in the end, Effie able to stabilize. They pick up that 1 kill. Fico almost went down. Arson trying to go forward. That's the flash. Can he get the kill on the support? It's the mega support. Will he get shut down? Yes, he will. That's a lot of damage for Christian. This could be a disaster for Effie. Christian has picked up 1,200 gold already in this fight, and it is going to continue. Can he get himself over the wall? Great W. Radovan. How does he escape the situation? I don't think that he will, although he could do a huge burst of damage. There's no way over the wall. Minions are watching. Ventum, he's got to get in the bush. You got to get in the bush. It's a Baron-empowered recall. Is he going to get out? The Haymaker. Oh, he escapes!
That was close, but on the backside, Arson's dead again.
Oh, no. Rav, it was looking so good for a split second, and then it went back down the drain.
It was... So, yet again, like I was saying, Christian is a saving grace of the game. He's strong. He's also an Aurelia. And he's trying. That's really what matters. But LGM are taking these horribly disadvantaged fights towards them, as you might see that again as Ventum flashes backwards, and pulling a Radovan actually takes a fair bit of damage, but Venton doesn't have the damage to be able to execute onto this, and he's gonna walk away. But yeah, let's get again, as I was saying, they took, so going back to the Dragon too, they took the 3v5, and then Venton went in by himself. Christian went into the side by himself, and Hiko died.
It's party time in the bot lane. I'm gonna have to cut you off a little bit.
Yeah, no.
Antonio getting himself away as it was looking so good for Hexclip, but then it turns out the cat has friends, and Hexclip is dead.
No, that's okay. No, that's fine. I was paused because I was just yet again a shock and awe as to what is just consistently happening across the game. Fantastic eSports have a 7K goal lead for themselves. They are also up almost in double the kills. Almost all the solo laners are up as well. How is LGM doing this? Like, this is insane.
I have no. This is a team that has not lost a game. They are 13-0 in games this season. Fantastic eSports ended the season 8-6. This should not be happening for LGM. We have seen them decimating the second place team, Lethal Rage, both their games, dominating fashion. And now they get in these playoffs, and both games they have looked very, very shaky. I don't know what's going on here personally.
Yeah, I honestly, it's yet again like I've been saying, it is questionable at best. But fantastic though. If they're able to go ahead and consistently pull this off, this could be the upset of the season. Like this could be absolutely insane, and I would be in shock and awe overall. But it would be fantastic to see as Ventum caught up on the backside.
Ooh. Get himself away with the flash. Has Hex Flash though. He's got something better. He doesn't even need that flash, Rev. He might need some HP though, and he's losing that at a quite rapid clip. Could be said Christian now going to be caught out. He's the main member. You have to keep him alive, but he has not been able to move for very long on this one. Teleporter coming through, but Christian is already dead. Hexclip's going to be very late to this fight. Arson, what's he going to do? I don't think it's going to be a whole lot, folks. To be real honest with you here, we've lost Ventum. We've lost Christian on the LGM side. This is a 5 versus 3. How are you going to steal the dragon when you don't have a jungler? Once again, spoilers. I don't think you're doing it, Rav. I think this dragon's going to be going over in favor of FB. That's going to be the soul. Let's see some kind of random sorcery coming through. Hexclip throws in a barrel, but I think he might have been drunk when he was doing it because he's going down once again, sampling his own wares a little bit too much here. Fantastic eSports, they're going to win this game, I think.
At this point, I have to imagine this game is sold so far ahead. This game is over. Fantastic eSports now, literally, realistically, all they have to do is be able to find just one good team fight and pretty much open up the base. They're going to go ahead and reset them. So right now, what they do pretty much is pretty simple. Send Radovan in one side lane, Ryko and Zizzy into the other. You know, just this massive 7-2 Nautilus, which is amazing, right? Like
that's just fun, you know. That's good stuff.
Send them into the other, or go for maybe the overall 1-3-1 split if you can. Open up the map, find your towers, and create the macro at this point as
going in. Fico is going out of this world for the 8th time this game. He is getting very well acquainted with the Death Chamber, as is Arson. Sayonara. Radovan on a rampage right now. These aren't even castable fights. LGM goes down so fast. We're just you just count the deaths. That's what's going on right now. That's not the situation you want to be in. Hexclip, he's getting minions. Woo! Raptors for him, but I think that's going to win you the game, folks.
No, not at all so far as Hexclip is going in 1v5.
Rev, I'm going to have you break down that engage after this, but Lycra's gone down. Explain to me the strategy there that Hexclip was going for.
Sure. So Hexclip decided, you know what? I am a 1-7 Gragas. I have Zanyas, I have Protobelt, and I have a Dark Seal with Lost Chapter. I'm strong. So I'm going to take these Raptors and go in against a fully stacked team, which is just grossly ahead of me. Because at this point, they are now at a 10k goal lead over LGM. This is at the point where I say this is the point of no return.
I think probably the only way LGM can win this game is if they're able to get Elder Dragon and then take a fight somehow. I think that's the only possible way they can win the game. I don't think they literally can win this game if they don't get Elder Dragon. That means they have to survive for 4 more minutes, A. They have to actually get the Elder Dragon, be, and they have to not all die while they do it. So overall, these win conditions not looking great for them in this one. I would put their chances of winning at less than 1% for me right now.
Yeah, honestly, I couldn't agree with you more. Really, probably just their main source of win would be setting would be setting Christian up into his side lane and trying to push as much as he can. But I'm not even sure if he'd be able to survive if he got ganked though. He is strong. Oh,
Radovan could be in trouble. That's the barrel coming through. Not a lot going to happen with that. Haymaker could do a lot of damage. Antonio pretty low. Hexclip trying to find a kill on that. Body slam is the auto attack available. The barrel goes a little bit too early. The shutdown's coming through. Radovan did die. So did Antonio. This fight a little bit closer, actually, in favor of LGM, but not close enough to go for the win. Zizzy is so tanky. Remember, we talked about this. This is a 8-2 Nautilus. You do not want to mess with him. 3 for 2 in favor of Fantastic Esports. A little bit closer than previous fights. It doesn't really seem like it was close enough to actually make any difference. The push still coming through Lycro untouched.
Yeah, it's and this right here, like, is the base opened up for Fantastic Esports. They do have the minions. I wanted, and you guys can right now end. Like, all three of them, like, most definitely could, but instead they're gonna go ahead and open the base a lot more. But they have Baron empowered minions. It was a 3v2. But you're gonna say, you know what? That's fine. That needs a call by them. Going here, playing it safe, getting as many towers as they can. But overall, though, a better engage coming out from the side of LGM. You know, Ventum did go ahead and find the 5-man showstopper, getting a fair amount of damage overall for him, and plus Hexclip put up. He does have a good amount of AP on him too, so you know he is able to put out good damage, take out Antonio up into the fight, but Zizzy, Radovan, Lycro, they put out just too much damage. As Shoddy as well has 4 items to his name. He does also have the adaptive helm, which in my opinion is necessarily what you want over here. Ooh, nice arrow.
Arrow goes a little bit wide. I guess not wide. The opposite of wide. A little bit in the middle on that one. It actually hits Arson. That's kind of fun as that's working out for him. But yeah, they're still alive for now. Elder Dragon in a minute.
Yeah, just almost there though. I would have liked Shinai to go ahead and go for the Abyssal Mask. Just Radovan is a lot more empowered and would also go ahead and fix a lot of his mana troubles that you have onto the Scion. But
this could be the fight. This Scion does not take a lot of damage. That is the Vanguard's edge. He actually is going to probably get taken down here into the back line. Goes the set. Not able to find a whole lot from that. Christian trying to dive in as well, but that's a nice Zanya from Lycro to keep himself alive. That is the stopwatch, I should say, coming through. Very well done for him. Zizzy takes about 5 damage from that ace in the hole. Arson, you do not want to be frontlining right now. Also, we saw off the screen, Hexclip went down to Antonio. This could very well be the end of the game. The Elder Dragon is up very soon. The trap could go down onto Radovan. He may actually die to this headshot, and it crits! Oh, it's so low! Eco goes down as well. That's the ace coming through. I think this is going to be the end of the game, Rav, right here. The death timers are too long. They're going to be on to the Nexus. The bot lane still alive. What a very, very well done game by Fantastic Esports. This is going to be Lauganma's first loss here in the Howling Esports League Season 1. It comes in the playoffs. They are sending us to a game number 3. I do feel onto the Nexus comes the bot lane. Ventum trying to do his best to deny this Nexus killing, but I think it's not going to be enough. Zizzy's onto it as well. The Winions are here. Ventum doesn't have the damage. The Nexus goes down. Fantastic Esports, they're sending us to game number 3. Lauganma are mortal.
Wow. Wow. It's really all I can say. First of all, Fantastic going ahead and pulling out the upset, which not many people really expected. But again, this is the best of 3, so the fact that they went ahead and took us to game number 3 is absolutely amazing. Like, this is wow, Carl. Just wow.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much all I have to say as well. Lauganma looked completely flat. They looked like a team that did not want to win the game. I mean, going for crazy engages. They got so far behind. It just didn't work out for them. Maybe they're going to pull it together for game number 3. We're going to step aside as we prepare for that third game. It's going to be 10 minutes, folks. We got to recover from that. But on the other side of the break, it's the tiebreaker game between Fantastic Esports and Lauganma. We'll be right back.
little pieces, feeds the dying light, and brings me back to life. In your eyes, I see something to believe in. Your hands are like a flame, your palms are sweet as pain. Let the darkness lead us into the light. Let our dreams get lost, feel the temperature rise. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite, like a starship speeding into the night. You and I get lost in the infinite light. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite. So alive, your touch is like a daylight, burning on my skin. It turns me on again. You and I, survivors of the same kind, but we're the only ones dancing on the sun. Let the darkness lead us into the light. Let our dreams get lost, feel the temperature rise. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite, like a starship speeding into the night. You and I get lost in the infinite light. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite.
Diamonds are forever, but all we need is just tonight. A monumental tremors that can freeze the speed of light. Just like particles that's falling from heaven, all over the stars. Hear you calling for me, hear you calling me home from
Let the darkness lead us into the light. Let our dreams get lost, feel the temperature rise. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. I feel the heat as we collide, like a fever that feels alright. So baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. 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 One touch and I ignite.
Everywhere, fruits and herrings, dykes and ferries. Tell me where it's empty. Tax the rich, feed the poor, till there are no rich no more.
My shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, your music gets me through the highs and lows. My head, shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, you're keeping me from feeling all alone. I've been praying to 1,000 different stars, to 1,000 different arms, till I found you. I've been chasing by 1,000 different hearts, to 1,000 million hours, now I found you. My nights will never be the same again. I got you running through my veins. I feel it in my head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, your music gets me through the highs and lows. My head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, you keeping me from feeling all alone. You keeping me from feeling all alone. You keeping me from feeling all alone. Let me breathe you, take you down into my lungs while we dance into the sun. Now that I found you, you're a part of me, now I can't let you go. You're the heartbeat of my soul. Now that I found you, my nights will never be the same again. I got you running through my veins. I feel it in my head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, your music gets me through the highs and lows. My head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, you keeping me from feeling all alone. You keeping me from feeling all alone. You keeping me from feeling all. I feel it in my head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, your music gets me through the highs and lows. My head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, you keeping me from feeling all alone. You keeping me from feeling all alone. You keeping me from feeling all alone. Speed of light, speed of light.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
Speed of light.
Speed of light, I'm breaking down like this ain't nothing new. She wanna kick it, don't skip it, let's say we rendezvous. Usually I don't trick her, pick up like one or two. Them daisies known to be deadly, especially if I love you. I've grown impatient, I'm tired of waiting just for you. If we gon' trip, then we taking trips out to Malibu. My alley-oops, we returning troops from a blowing nuke. A bomb crash and I'm slow asking to tell the truth.
Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. I never doubt it, no I never doubt it.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 3 is on the docket right now between Fantastic eSports looking to upset Launganma, their first loss of the season in the last 8 weeks. Came about 10 minutes ago, and they got to be reeling at that one, ready to take us to a game number 3. This is the game for all the marbles. This is the one that actually counts if you want to qualify for that winner's bracket final. On the call, I am Jarl Carl alongside Ravish and Ravish.
Yeah, this is the game here, Carl. This is the game, like you mentioned, for all the marbles, for everything as you go into the semifinal series. Whoever wins this will go ahead and go on to win his bracket, and kind of just cruise their way through. Meanwhile, the losers will have to fight it out in the gauntlet to try to make it all the way back, though. But here, the roster Fantastic will be on the blue side, LGM will be on the red side. Speaking of which, LGM, previous game. Let's talk about that, Carl.
Okay, let's talk about it. They did not look good. That was probably the weakest that I have seen LGM look. They looked very discoordinated, taking fights they shouldn't have. Just a real turnaround. And on the other side, Fantastic eSports looked pretty good. I think they looked better than they did in game number 1, when they also gained an advantage in the early game. I think that early game is very, very important to them. If they're able to snowball again in this one, I think there's a reasonable chance they could take the series.
Honestly, I couldn't agree more. With Fantastic eSports, I find the one thing they really need to do is to try and execute a lot better on the early game advantages is the plays they make on the macro from it. Because although they may be able to get a dragon, they're not pushing their lanes really, or open up the map for themselves a little bit more, which is why they almost find themselves funneled. Even though they have all the advantages, LGM still able to find the fights still, but the fights that LGM found last time let's call them very unfavorable.
Indeed, I can go along with that. I have been told that Antonio has, spoilers about the draft, has taken Shyvana and doesn't have it on his main account, apparently, so he'll be on another account. So we'll get that name across to you at some point. That's what I was just told, so I thought I'd pass it along to you. Everyone's changing their names today, Rav. We got Might One going to Hexclip. We got Antonio going to some other, I'm told his account is named Vula. Vula. So that's kind of exciting stuff about that one. Everyone's just flipping the script on us today.
Yeah, which is fascinating, but we now have a pick. Antonio's picking up Shyvana up in the jungle.
Yeah, we're gonna get the draft one pick at a time, whispered to our ears, and then really break it down. So that's a little bit of a teaser for you there, folks. There will be a Shyvana. I don't like Shyvana to play against because I always get one shot as an AD carry player. You can get a fireball to the face, and I'm like, oh, I just lost all my health, and then it happens again, and I'm dead, Rav. So AP Shyvana, very annoying.
Yeah, I mean, but still a really solid pick overall coming in for fantastic esports. So clearly showing they want to go ahead and prioritize Dragon Control yet again. It was a huge point of contention last game too, and really did lead to towards their overall ultimate win in game number 2. So we'll see. So we'll see if Vula can go ahead and actually the same thing he did last time.
For sure, absolutely. We're out of time. Vula, gonna see that in the Champ Select, probably with the Shyvana as well. For the final time in this series, let's roll that intro for the Champion Select. We are into that Champion Select. The Jam Jar has descended, and it was Laganima in that last game with their hand caught a little bit too much in the cookie jar, and they got caught out a lot of times trying to be over-aggressive. The jar jokes are just coming on full force for this one, but we're into that Champion Select. The Graves and the Shen band away.
Man, Carl, you know what? If you had a style of comedy, it would be jar jokes, honestly. But But with that being said, the Fantastic sticking with the gut with the same bands across the board, almost 3 games in a row though. But on the other hand, Nagama go ahead and take away the Shen and the Caitlyn because they don't want Fantastic to go ahead and take that away B1. But the Caitlyn I find wasn't necessarily the overall power pick that Fantastic was really expecting. But LGM though also take away the Syndra and will be the, it looks like the B1 Ashe locked in. And be matched by, no, I'm being baited, I'm not going to call it.
Yeah, don't call anything. I'll keep talking. Anyway, the Caitlyn didn't work in the last game for LGM. I think that's fair to say. The Ashe, on the other hand, worked out great for Fantastic Esports. A lot of arrows, and of course, that Nautilus. He was really the main carry, I'd say, in that last game.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty strong composition right now for Fantastic. The Karthus, I like the Karthus pick in the jungle, but again, a little bit weak early. I think that could get jumped on if there is an aggressive jungle pick like that Hecarim again coming in this game for FE.
Oh, very clearly and easily too. But Karthus is definitely a massive power farmer as well, and there's a Shyvana we're talking about coming out from Vula, right? But I find Karthus's utility really comes in where that's a Corki. Yeah, let's go. I love Corki. But Karthus's utility really does come in once you're able to get enough farm to simply just ult. That's really what Ventum just has to do. Get enough farm and get enough for power spike to be able to ult and turn the tides in a fight as fast as you can and as quickly as you can.
Indeed, the comp so far for LGM, very late game, very slow, to my mind. I think, right, I mean, the Senna scales, Karthus scales, the Corki has to get through the Manamine. I think Fantastic Esports have a really good chance to run over this early game and try to get out far enough ahead of Lagana that they can take this series. If They're able to get a couple of dragons early. Shyvana excels at dragons, right? Senna does not have a lot of bot lane priority. We saw this Ashe Nautilus popping off in the last game. I think Fantastic Esports are well positioned so far in the draft to try to get a very strong early game lead right now. If they can get a strong mid laner as well, they have some scaling on the side of this gangplank. I think this last week, I want to see some kind of aggressive mid laner, the Azir, the Orianna coming through that can try to shove the Corki out of lane a little bit and get these dragons. The early game has to be where it's at for FE.
Oh, please let it be Zed. Please let it be Zed. That would be such a fun pick.
I would support it.
Honestly, yeah. Zed actually right now isn't even too bad in the meta. Like, he's still Zed. He's still super strong. As it'll be the... No. Wait. Is it going to be? Yeah, it will be the Kog'Maw coming in mid lane. So, Kog'Maw v Corki. For Kog'Maw, this lane sucks for him for a very long time. Early on, Kog'Maw has mass mana problems. So for him farming, it's a tough time. And especially... And especially because he's so immobile, so Corki can't really go ahead and try to get aggressive on him too. But that's if Karthus want to. Karthus on his own is very immobile, but if the Wall of Pain is actually put onto Radovan early on, he has no movement speed. He'd be so slow. He'll be able to get out.
Yeah, I don't like this Kog'Maw pick here at all. I think it fails to recognize what I think this comp needs to do, which is get ahead early.
Yeah.
I would have really liked to see some kind of an early, I mean, even like an Irelia or something, if you really want to go crazy, some very aggressive early pick. I think the Azir would have been just fine. I think an Orianna would have been okay in this situation, just to help the bot side get ahead. I don't think this Kog'Maw does it. Sure, it's a stronger late game pick, but I don't think they're going to be winning in the late game regardless of what they pick against this team for LGM.
Yeah, and considering too for the side of Fantastic, look, both Vula and Zizzy want to go in. They both want to go ahead, use the ultimate, and at least get some sort of huge AOE. Meanwhile, on the other hand, like Snotty, Radovan, and Lycra, all three of these players want to go ahead and play back and play a lot safer. Lycra wants to go in and definitely try to play a bit more ahead, considering Ashe's range isn't as large as many of the AD carries, but still pretty solid overall though. But with your top laner wanting to go ahead and try to play back, get these barrel chains off, and try to slow people, Vula and Ziggy want to go ahead. Radovan needed to be the pick, as you mentioned, who needed to go in as well, so which would allow Shnali and Lycra to go ahead and play a bit farther back. But Radovan wants to play farthest back of them all. He wants to go ahead and stay alive and put as many living artilleries as possible. Meanwhile, on the other hand, for LGM, Hexclip and Fico, both of these picks want to ram themselves into you literally. Leona and Malphite, that is all they're good at, is going ahead and pressing either Q or ultimate. They want to go into this team, which doesn't bode too kindly for the Ashe or for the Kog'Maw as well. And if this Kog'Maw cannot get rolling, if he cannot get at least 2 items to his name, can't scale or go to his silent and farm, he's not gonna have a good time.
I agree. I also think we're going to have a lot of trouble for Fantastic Esports in the late game just killing these 2 tanks. They have virtually no tank shred, right? I mean, sure, Ashe maybe a little bit can come through, but Fico and Hexclip are massive tanks. There's no real shred coming through. Sure, there's a lot of AP damage from Radovan and Vula, and there's going to be some AD damage from Lycra and Shnadi. They just don't have a tank in the front line except for Zizzy. I think the late game is doomed for FE if they're not able to get a very strong lead in the early game. I think this game, they are very, very clearly on a clock.
Yeah, they most definitely are to do so. So that's a lot that's gonna go ahead and fall onto Vula, right? To really try to create advantages for his team across the map wherever he can. That's really the overall name of the game here for him. He has to help out Radovan gain space and farm. He has to help out Schmitty to go ahead and actually be able to scale up at the top lane. But Gangplank should be perfectly fine overall. He really has no losing matchups, really, considering he can go ahead and farm though. Plus, Schmitty also offers something we haven't seen overall, which is global pressure. Really, any of the maps with any of the ganks, which Venter wants to do across the map will likely be matched by by the barrage coming in for the Gangplank. So that can also turn the tides if need be.
Definitely could. I think that's a very good point. This is the first time we've really seen a global ultimate coming through in this game. We also have the Corki with the semi-global package. Occasionally, watch out for that. That thing can do quite a lot of damage, especially in the later stages of the game. But Fantastic Esports, I think they need to have multiple dragons by the 10-minute mark, or dragon and close to the second one. Right? You can't quite have two of them by 10 minutes, but I think they need to get this soul, by 25, 26 minutes if they want to have any chance in this game, because the scaling is just not at all in their favor. That's why I don't like the Kog'Maw pick here. I think the Kog'Maw pick is just very confused. What are you going to do with this?
Yeah, I mean they do definitely need to get rolling, but Stadi and Radovan, if given space, do scale incredibly well. Kog'Maw is a late game decimator, as the gangplank with the 2 damage was passive, along with the barrels, putting out those crits is absolutely insane. Ashe definitely, I would say, does fall off a little bit more so here and there, depending on what kind of build she does go. But if Ashe is going more so of the single target shred build, yeah, not super great. But let's say she goes away from the Borg and decides to go for a couple of Zeal items, she should probably fine overall though. But scaling, as you're saying, also on the side of LGM, it's there. Almost every single one of these picks scale hard, but yet again, they also all need to farm. So the name of the game for both these teams is definitely scalable, but for Fantastic, as you're saying, Carl, they need to consistently go ahead and keep control of this early game. They cannot give LGM any space at all, and LGM just need to play the game at this point. They just play it, don't run it.
Playing the game, very important. If you don't play the game, can't win. That's how that works. We're going to be on to that game very, very shortly here, as we are loading on to Summoner's Rift. The last time these teams will be meeting on the Fields of Justice, at least today. Rematches are, of course, possible given the double elimination format. So this may not be the end of these two teams going at it that we could see. Of course, they could meet again in the grand finals, in fact. So that would be pretty exciting. That is a best of 5. Would be potentially a little bit of a more hype series when you got all 5 games coming through. But I think we've pretty much broken this down the way that these teams need to play this game. LGM, they got to get to the late game. Fantastic Esports, they have to not get to the late game. And I think these are two teams that really need to be doing exactly opposite things, except for the Kog'Maw, of course, trying to scale up. I think that could be the key to LGM's success. If Christian's able to get a pretty free lane and get through that safely, I think he really could be that bridge into the late game, spiking a little bit faster than the Senna will, just because she needs to wait a little bit longer for the souls. Ventum needs the ranks in his ultimate. I think Christian could be a nice bridge middle game into the late game for LGM if he's able to have a free farm lane.
Yeah, most definitely it could be overall, though, as we are finally onto the Rift. Carl, this is it. This is absolutely positively it. Now, as we do see a little zoom in onto the Kog'Maw, I am curious to see though, because I know we were talking a lot about Vula. I'm curious to see if Ventum actually tries to go ahead and makes more and create more pressure early, which would really be interesting as the card of this. He could go ahead and put the wall of pain, and he does do a fair amount of damage with the Q. But I would like to see him at like not just AFK farm the whole time. Well, last time he was the exact opposite, but at least this time, like if LGM want to win, they need to try to delay this game, open up the map a little bit more, and find space for all these laners, which yet again fall a lot more on the junglers. So really, what we're looking at so far though is seeing what the jungle matchup can do, and Arson, likely going to be pushed in along with Fico 2's early game Senna, isn't exactly the best overall. So what I would be looking for is to see if Christian can go ahead and get advantages up in the mid lane. A late game Corki is a scary Corki.
Late game Corki is very terrifying. I think that is generally well known. That champion, just with the Trinity Force, he can almost one-shot squishy members coming through. If he crits with the Triforce proc, with his E going and a missile to the face, you can go down very, very quickly. I do like to see for LGM side the Senna into a melee support. I think that helps a lot with the stacking of the souls. In the passive, she's able to just go for the auto attack trades a lot more, which gives her that soul. She's able to hit you twice in a row. So we'll see if Arsen's able to stack up the souls. We'll have to keep a count on that as we go through the game. This is he backing himself away. A lot of trading in the top lane already. Hexclip taking some shots with that pistol.
Yeah, I have to imagine Hexclip does go ahead and get pushed in as he has to go in and pop the final pot. But definitely so, Gangplank excellent trading early game, especially with the parlay that you see, as Christian actually taking a fair more bit of damage than actually expected him to. What? So shout out to Radovan for being able to do so. And let's say if Radovan does keep doing this and push Gorky out, but hook.
Another nice hook in the bot lane. Lycro, Arson trades onto him. A little bit inconclusive. A couple of souls there picked up for Arson, though. Everybody down to about 60%.
Yeah, should be able to find, but considering this is not the fastest center, this is farming center, so definitely won't be getting as many souls as expected for Arson, but should be fine. That's why you have the farm, silly, because the farm gives you items, and items win games at all. But
not going to have a lot of items if you're dead, though, Rav. Zizzy having to flash away, as did Arson. Cleanse used as well by the AD carry for Laganma. A lot of trading in this bot lane.
Almost immediately, too, I like that safe pick coming out of Arson to be able to actually use the cleanse. But Fico also did go for the ignite, so no heal actually up out of the bot side, which might be detrimental overall. But that's what Senna's did. Senna's there for the overall heal, but no heals onto self. And yet again, I was saying before too, you go ahead and look at Radovan. No mana at all onto him too. Early game Kog'Maw has massive mana problems until he gets at least 1 to 2 items. Oh, but
they're fighting again in the bot lane. I am not that surprised to see that. Stun goes down onto Zizzy. No flash, remember, wall of pain in the face. Not going to quite be enough. Shyvana, can they follow? Vula coming through, a lot of damage. Lycro is putting out a ton of pain. Here comes the Shyvana flashing in. Arson, will they be going down? Laganma AD carry is taken out first blood in favor of Lycro, but the trade does come back. Ventum picking up that kill. Zizzy now has to run for the hills. There is the Zenith Blade onto Lycro as well. Stunned up. Can they get the kill onto Ventum before they go down the Skittles? Will they land? Can he dodge out? No, he can't. Double kill there for Ventum. Karthus getting very scary.
Yeah, that right there too, and that was really unfortunate because Vula just misses his Q at the last second. If he did, that dive could have done a lot differently, in my opinion, if he was able to go ahead and take out Arson very, very early on, though. Oh, but Hexclip in a lot of trouble.
Hexclip is taking a lot of damage. One more Q at the grasp. Could have been enough for the kill. Probably going to have to go for the recall now. Down a decent amount of farm, I would imagine, after this play goes through.
Yeah, absolutely too, and plus considering he has to go for this overall disadvantages back as well with the wave pushing into him. Shoddy could freeze his wave. If Shoddy freezes this wave, the game is over for Hexclip. Like, he will not be able to move up. He won't be able to farm, and that'll be it for him.
Yeah, he will become an alt bot. I think it's fair to say, if he's not able to get back in this game in a rapid fashion. I think the Dragon's been started up by Ventum, though, and this is putting a huge wrench in the works for Fantastic Esports. They're already on the back foot, and this is early on in the game. This is not when they want to be on the defensive. We talked about this so much in Champion Select. They are, I think, being even right now is essentially them losing this game right now. First Dragon going to go over in favor of Laganma.
Yeah, absolutely. So really good job by Ventum to go and identify that advantage just based off of that bot side play. So, and this is, I think, the best early game we've seen out of LGM so far in this series. Like, legitimately so. This is the first time we actually see them go ahead and be up in kills as well. Take the first strike. So this is the kind of stuff you'd love to see. This is the kind of LGM I was expecting to see when it first came in the series. So really good job by them. Identify the advantages. Go ahead and take the first strike as well. And getting Ventum ahead. Getting Ventum ahead is going to be huge because either Karthus dies dead games you were saying before. If he also can tear through all of your health spawns to completely turn a fight.
Indeed. There's a lot of ways that this can go very much more downhill than it currently is going for Fantastic Esports. Once those item spikes come online, Manamune's hopefully the next item picking up for LGM's carries when they go back to base the next time. 1,500 gold is the completion cost for that. And once they start stacking those, you're very quickly on a path to doom against them. Once the Muramanas are transformed, that's when the damage really starts hitting, especially from Christian. If he has Trinity Force plus a Muramana, Yikes, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, an absolutely insane amount so far, though. I found overall though with the more meta doesn't necessarily even help Corky. Overall, it really just helps him like be able to sustain a lot more into these fights. So he's actually able to go ahead and put out more of these crits. A lot of his power really does come out of the early game Triforce once he's able to get it. So that way, but Snotty might
could be. Oh, beautifully played. I think that might have been Time Warp Tonic keeping him alive, popping the potions at the last second, and the grass proc comes through. Hex Clip just kind of gets out played. Ventum as well. They thought they had the kill.
Yeah, that right there. The Hex Clip is having a bad time up out of this top side, but Snotty to go ahead and actually commit the Cannon Barrage too, and Ventum use the ultimate as well, which is, in my opinion, kind of overkill. Overall, like Hex Clip was there besides without really even getting any of that done to him. But now, the question is, how does Snotty go ahead and maintain the lead? Because Hex Clip is still able to farm so far, which should not be happening in my opinion. So I want Snotty to go ahead and channel his inner LS and do this.
That's the call from Rav. Got to listen to him. They listened to him earlier. Don't remember exactly what they listened to you about, but he said something and they did it almost immediately. So, yeah. Honestly, Rav's kind of a prophet on this one. Level 6 is coming through, though. Fico, that's going to be the solar flare down on the Lycra. We'll see how this play comes through. Able to get himself away with the Summoner Heal. Bit of HP and a bit of movement speed on that situation. Looks like that's going to kind of just fizzle out that heal blow.
That was a really good hook by Zizzy to go ahead and just stop the disengage with Xenoblade coming in from Fico. That was absolutely crucial coming in from them. Really well done, but still forced to heal out.
Indeed, another fight going to continue here. Hex Clip, no ultimate, so not a lot of threat there on Vula, who really has had kind of a boring early game, to be quite honest with you. But this is a Shyvana we wanted to see getting a lot more done early. Hasn't secured the Dragon, hasn't secured the Herald. Just nothing really doing for the Shyvana so far. We haven't even seen any kind of an engage.
No, yeah, not much at all for him. Aside from the overall dive coming from the bot side really early on, which ultimately did not go the way of FE. It is unfortunate that Vula just hasn't been able to make the impact which we would expect out of him, though. Considering he also has Dark Harvest, so he needs to be able to be doing damage to the champions, or to epic monsters, though. So it's like that needs to go ahead and stack up, considering he's also going AP Shiv. So to be able to make any sort of difference, Vula needs to be a lot more active, though. But yet again, he's doing what we expected more out of Ventum, which is just AFK farm.
AFK farming works for a while. Does have Runic Echoes completed, so the Shyvana will hurt. That part's not really in question. The problem is she might just start hurting a little bit too late in the game when they're starting to get outscaled. And so I think now that Runic Echoes is completed, actually going to have to hold that thought, engage in the top lane. Snotty getting just outplayed. Well played. Hex Clip picking up the kill.
That's a solo kill to coming in by him. The fancy feet coming in from Hex Clip. That was nice. Really well played. Identify his advantages, using his own under tower and with a W and slow coming in for him. Too many tower shots out of Snotty, playing a bit too forward. Well done by Hex Clip, but Zizzy might be going looking for a hook.
Potentially. I think that's going to kind of fizzle itself out. 5 seconds to the Dragon, though. I think we'll see some action soon.
Yeah. I can't imagine we don't, considering we also do go ahead and have the advantage on the top side too. And Snotty,
out of position. Dragon's descent away from Vula, flashing over the wall into the Dragon Pit. Not entirely sure that's where you want to be right now, though. This Shyvana is gone. That is disaster for FE. Likely going to be losing this Dragon. This is not the team we thought would have the Dragon control. Ultimate comes down from Snotty, however. This is getting very low. Where's the smite? There it is. Red team has selected. It's picked up that Dragon, I should say. Lauyama picking up that. Radovan now in some trouble. No way to get himself away. Has already used the flash very low on the mana and the health situation. Zenith Blade goes short over the wall. Looks like that's going to be the end of the fight. Actually, tell a lie. Requiem comes down. Radovan going to die to that one. Ventum out of killing 3.
Yeah, and exactly what we were saying. Alive or dead, Ventum is still quite scary. And plus since he's on 3-1, like Ventum is gonna scale up absolutely beautifully so far, and should be able to make a lot of impact throughout the game. But going back to Vula, though, Vula was on the Dragon, went to the side where his team was not there. He was there pretty much by himself, trying to engage on something which he could not find, but actually shoddy. It's a trouble.
Yeah, getting run down here in the top lane by X-Clip. His barrel got broken. by the Malphite, and that kind of was the end of him doing any kind of damage. Takes a little bit of punishment back, but he has the corrupting potions and the oranges. I think he'll be okay.
That should be really fine overall, though. And now the Hexclip actually going ahead and getting the Sunfire. So not only does he have some damage, he also has some armor, which also contributes to the armor to the passive as well. And until Shnadi actually goes and gets the Triforce, he shouldn't be able to make much of a dance onto Hexclip. Except in the case of these extended trades, in which Shnadi should be fine. But it needs to go ahead and land the build change, which is where of course GP's main damage comes from too, and where he finds advantages.
Indeed, Hexclip. A lot of pressure up here in the top lane right now. It's kind of flipping the script of this lane. I do agree with you. I think that Sunfire Cape very important. Nice to see an objective finally be started up by Fantastic Esports. They may get collapsed on though. Hexclip and Christian could be in the area very quickly. Ultimate is available for Hexclip. I think this Herald will go in favor of Vula, able to get that and get himself up. But Unstoppable Force is available. Vula's taking a lot of damage. Hexclip decides against going for anything here. Arrow just in front of his face. They just kind of back off, but that could have been very scary.
I think Hexclip could have just definitely killed Vula there too, considering how much damage he does too. Especially with the Sunfire and the slow, he definitely had the mana and the damage, and plus with the W proc too. Should have been perfectly fine for him. Oh, but bot side.
Flashing the bot lane away from that Solar Flare. Lycro, a nice trade of that Summoner. It works out in the end for everybody, but the flash is down.
Yeah, almost immediately too. But overall, missed opportunity coming in for the side of LGM to be able to get a kill. But at least with the Herald being taken away though, Shnadi gonna go. Oh,
see you later. Don't recall there. Goodbye.
Well, hey, I mean, didn't get that kill. Also, still has the ultimate too. Didn't even need to go ahead and use that. But with Malfa up on the bot side, Herald gets a free second turret charge.
Yeah, and fighting the bot lane as well. Nice flash from Arson. Cleanse as well has been used with a lot of arrows into Fika right now. Cannon Barrage at the same time. Dawning Shadow comes across for a bit of a shield, but I do think Lycra going to be just fine. Vula has arrived. Dragon's Descent comes down. Fireball. Not going to quite pick up the kill. Fika trying to dive the tower. Is the Requiem going to be enough to pick up the kill onto Lycra? Yes, it will. Ventum down a Rampage, but 2 kills go back in the bot lane.
And that right there, too. Fico actually died to tower there, which is really unfortunate, but because he also couldn't stay alive. But that was a really good dive overall, coming for the side as a whole at Shnadi.
He is just getting beat up by this Malphite right now. Unstoppable Force is available. This is going to be the dive. I do feel Orange come through. You might be able to survive this one, though. Oh, no. Shnadi running himself away. Where's the pistol? Is he going to be throwing away his shot? He is not doing so. Shut down onto the Malphite.
Yeah, just way too late on the Unstoppable Force. Should have used that a lot earlier on, too. And plus, considering Shnadi also has the Orange as well, along with the Corrupting Pod. And Hexclip just takes one tower shot too many, goes ahead and dies for it, though, which unfortunate overall, but really well played by Shnadi. It seems as though both these laners are finding advantages with either one of them really just overextending to the tower, which is fascinating to me overall. Though going back to the dive of the bot set, as honestly, I'll go ahead and hold.
We're going to see another fight in the bot lane, honestly, coming through. And Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto Arston, taking a bit of punishment back for his trouble. He's going to go very low. Vula is here. That kill gets traded back. Sravana picking up her second kill of the game. Fico, this could be a very long run themselves away. Dragon's Descent goes down. Fireball going down. At the same time, I think this is just going to be the drawn-out kill. Fico buying some time. Obviously not going to survive. Vula now on a killing spree. Another nice play in the bot lane by FE.
Yeah, that right there too. This is the early game we wanted to see out of Vula, though, trying to create advantages and disturbances across the map, taking control over that bot side, and finally this Drake control you see coming in. Right now, Dragon is up in just about 5 seconds, but Ventum is quite strong, but so is Vula right now too. They're both just about 3 to 4 kills, but the Vula just gives away positioning instead because LGM is here.
Hexclip tanking up in the front line. We'll see how long he's able to do that. He has Unstoppable Force available. This is an LGM favorite fight right now. You have to feel that's the full engage, the package, and the Unstoppable Force. What a great combo by LGM. That is the team we've been seeing all season long. Ventum, though, goes down in the end of that barrel chain. Shnadi burns him down. That's a lot of damage. Shnadi may have just completely saved his team to play. He does go down. Dragon resets. We'll see if they want to continue the fight. I don't think they're able to. 2 versus 4, but there's no smite available. Anything could happen with this Dragon coming through. The volley steal. Ooh, Zizzy over the wall. That may be a little bit overeager. 1 versus 4 now in this. Can he steal away the Dragon? Dawning Shadow comes across. Dragon at 500. Good discipline not to hit it down. That's going to be sole point for LGM.
And that right there too. Also right there at the end as well, we saw Zizzy die too. Unfortunately, I'm not too sure how that happened, but But with that, though, LGM are now already at sole point and 16 minutes into the game. Although the overall goal is even, but we're seeing, but we're seeing the overall plays that actually.
Arrow on to Christian. The slows come through. Lycra, does he have the chase to follow? Oh my god, the damage coming through Christian. I think he wins this. Beautifully done by the LGM mid laner.
Just like that. Seems like Corky is scary, but Fico
going in for this fight. This is not a fight Christian really wants to be part of. One more fireball could take him down. Vulan now trying to escape this situation. Ultimate almost available with Zenith Blade. It might not be quite in time. Venom going to get pulled in, but it doesn't even really matter if he goes down here. He stays alive after he's dead, and there's nothing that Zizzy can do about it. This is not the super fed Nautilus we saw in the last game. He is a lot less strong. One of these layways finally going to land. You have to feel eventually. They're keeping us waiting here. Finally gives up. Just channels the Requiem. Maybe a little bit greedy on that one, but he does pick up the kill.
Yeah, he decides, you know what, I don't even want to auto-attack you. Christian goes ahead and, pats it down a little bit and says, you know, I'll go ahead and take that. 6-1 right now on this Karthus. He is, absolutely massive, and the damage of the Qs that he's able to bring out is very scary overall. So now anybody Ventum sets his sight on should have potentially be dead, as long as he's backing of his team. But the question is yet again, though, Ventum, extremely immobile. So if either the Vula, Lycro, or even Shadi are able to slow him, they should be able to at least go ahead and pick up the kill at least. And plus, if Shadi is able to get rid of these barrel chains, should be quite scary, as we see kind of barrage. Oh!
I would say that barrel chain was quite scary. Rav on that one, picking up the kill on the Arson.
I said correctly yet again. I go ahead and maintain as a prophet, saying barrel chains are scary. And look at that, like you were saying, Lycro gets popped. Sorry, Arson goes ahead and gets popped. But and this is also GP without really any crit at all, either. So Watchnati is able to go and get a bit more fun. FE is his play a bit more safe and find picks before actually going for the team fight. They are well suited to go ahead and win this game.
I think they absolutely are. This game is still, LGM favorite, I think, obviously, but FE, they have chances back into this one. You do feel this top side. This Herald, we'll see what they're able to do with it. 2 minutes on the Dragon. I think if the Soul goes over, though, LGM almost guaranteed to win. Ocean Soul is so strong.
Absolutely, is known as the Exodia Souls for a reason, and she's able to do a lot, as we see Hex Flip.
Going in for this one, summoning that Herald in the mid lane. Arson in so much trouble. Fireball could take him out. Yes, it will. Vula does so much damage. That's the tower going down in the mid lane as well. Teleport has been channeled. Shnati now arriving. 3 versus 4, I should say. Unstoppable Force goes in. Hextip going to die straight away where he stands. Shut down by the Gangplank. Zizzy trying to keep himself alive. Will finally go down to the Ignite of Fico, who is getting himself away with that Stone Plate for a bit of taking. Shnati flashing away. That's a lot of damage coming through from Christian. This Corki is very, very strong. 2 for 2 at the end of the day.
Yeah, and just like that too. Now you saw Fico one thing miraculously, stayed alive through the whole fight. Let's go, Fico. You love to see it, baby. I do like that though. Arson, although he was down, we saw, but we did see just a mass amount of damage that Ventum and Hexter were able to put out really early on with the Wombo combo. And Christian stayed alive during that entire fight, putting out so much damage up out of the back end. He already has his Tide Force and also the Man Immune too. So Corki with the Rockets putting out quite a fair amount of damage. As soon as he gets the ID to his name and the completed more mana, he's going to be terrifying. So FE has to go ahead and focus onto him. They have to go ahead and take out Christian and Ventum if they are to stay alive with these fights.
They've got to get this dragon in some way, shape, or form, does FE. If you lose this dragon, it's probably curtains for you here, and you might have won that last fight a little bit. 2 for 2, looked pretty good. You got to do it again. As Hexclip, that was not what you like to see. Unstoppable Force right before the dragon. I think this was a terrible decision. Caught out 1 versus 4. Oh no, we're going back to game 2, Loganma. Hexclip just dies.
Yeah, unfortunately, doesn't get the knockup. Barely misses it. Kind of point blank. That's unfortunate. I understand he was trying to look for a pick to be able to create an advantage for his team across the board somehow, but he was yet again he was yet again in a 4-with-3 situation. That's the kind of stuff you do go ahead and hate to see. But we'll see if LGM can still take the steal.
Muramana has been completed by Christian's package as well. Lycro likely going to get one shot. Oh my goodness, damage goes down. Benton goes down, but he has Requiem still available. This is still a perfectly fine fight. Radovan's going to die. Dawning Shadow across. The stopwatch not going to be enough. He'll go down very, very shortly to one of these carries. Schnotty on the backside. That's going to be a big barrel chain, but Christian, I think, will survive this. He can just stand and fight. Potentially, maybe he wants to back off, go for a heal a little bit from Arson. There they are healing themselves up a little while longer. Hexclip has teleported back into this fight. Zizzy going to go down. Should be the Dragon and the Soul for LGM.
Yeah, that fight just goes completely away for the side. Fantastic. Although they do go ahead and find the advantage with a pick on the Hexclip, and there's the force on Shoddy, and he is dead.
He is slowly gonna go down. Hexclip finally picks up that kill. The oranges kept him alive for a little while longer, but there's only so much Citrus can do. Ocean Soul for LGM.
Yeah, that's right there. And Citrus can only go ahead and prevent Scurvy. It cannot prevent the ultimate death from a flying rock, unfortunately. Rocks do hurt. But number one cause of death for pirates, rocks. But that's besides the point, though, from the stupid jokes. So going back to the fight that we had overall, Christian, yet again, the absolute savior of the fight comes out on the backline with the TP, just puts out so much damage. Yet again, like he was almost completely untouched too, and with Arson staying alive, being able to put out heals, being able to put out consistent heals, Senna isn't too far behind either, because Senna, she also has the Mana Mule and the Yo moves as well, going a bit more with the lethality build to actually be able to put a fair, actually be able to go ahead and put out damage. Exactly what he wanted to go ahead and see. And Radawan is just now got his Archangels, but he needs to get at least 2 items before he can put out. But before he can go ahead and put out all those living artillery, which actually feel like artilleries. But right now, though, with him dying, he wasn't able to do much damage at all. But Schnotty coming up on the backside with those barrel chains, like, did do so much, but it wasn't even necessary because Ventum is way too strong.
Schnotty, I think, is the main win condition right now for his team, but I just don't think it's going to be enough against the Ocean Soul. What are you supposed to do, right? You heal so much. There's no healing reduction right now. On the side of Fantasy Esports, they have no way to cut this Ocean Soul healing, and that is just massive. The amount that heals is insane. They're going to go in for the fight right now. Schnotty, the one caught out. I said he was the win condition. You can't be the win condition if you're dead. They're going in. That is the Unstoppable Force Hexclip going in with that one, trying to buy some time for his team. He's going to finally get taken down, though. This could be the bad fight, actually, for LGM after I was hyping up the Soul so much. Christian now dominating on the backside. Needs to heal up a little bit more. This is a huge fight for FE. Maybe they can win this one, actually, against the Soul. They can go for the Baron as well. Double kill for Schnotty. He stayed alive that whole time. 3 for 1 so far. Arson picks up the kill on the backside. Hula going a little bit overeager in that fight. He is keeping himself alive. Goes into the Shroud right now. Schnotty, Lycro, and Radovan now left alive against Ventum and Arson. They're trying to go back around. I think this fight is just going to end inconclusively.
Yeah, and Radovan just right there too, able to stay alive, allowing Lycro up out of the backside. We were saying if you can't put out damage, if you're dead, though, but Radovan does exactly that. Ventum in the middle of 2, as he kind of a 2v3 right now, with Radovan being extremely low. I don't know if Radovan will want to stay alive for this. He has almost no mana, no health. Leave, buddy. Like,
just go for the reset. Potentially would be a little bit stronger, and he's gone. As was he's utilizing the passive. Rav getting that damage in, not entirely sure what that was. Lycra trying to kite back, not going to be enough. Double kill now for Arson. LGM in the long fight end up taking this. This should be the Baron.
Yeah, and they have Ocean Soul, so extended team fights are exactly what LGM want. They want you to keep fighting. They want you to go after them because look at the regeneration that's just coming out of them. They're full health right now. Ventum was almost dead when they ended the fight. And yet again, he's almost going to get back at full health. That should also be the Rabadons coming in for Ventum as well. And Christian now has an IE. Because if you go ahead and look at the goal differences overall too, within each lane, Schnotty right now is really the only laner that is ahead of his lane partner. Just about 2k gold lead up though. But overall, LGM maintain a 4k goal lead coming out to their face with the Ocean Soul, and this game is slowly slipping away more and more from FE. They cannot take these extended fights. Radovan and Lycro have to stay alive.
Nice dodge in the arrow in the top, missing that one. And FE, they probably cannot lose another fight. the Baron on the map. If you lose a fight right now, you're likely going to lose the game, and they have their work cut out for them. They're against Ocean Soul. They are against that Baron buff, and that is a lot of pushing pressure. It's a lot of damage. You have a package on Christian as well. LGM in prime position to win this game.
But you can go ahead and do it though, as the back off of the tower. I don't know if Effie has vision to this, because as you mentioned, Christian does go ahead and have vision. Look at that barrel chain too, taking out a fourth. Christian's health is nasty, as we see Shadi actually decided to go for the death stance, and the Yandlis as well.
Interesting. The instant use of the Requiem, I think just for some pushing power. Lycro, holy damage. That was the Dawning Shadow and a Requiem. He almost died. Straight away to this one. They're out of the turret. I think this will be going down very shortly. This could just be the tower dive as well. Schnotty flashing himself away from that one. They got to take the turret down before the backdoor bonus comes back onto it. Christian could be in so much trouble here. Down to half HP. Is he able to keep himself alive? Vula gone immediately. This damage from the Corki is insane. Look at that rocket! Micro taken down to half HP from one big one from Christian. Inhibitor going to fall in the mid lane. Likely to fall at the top lane as well. They could be just going for the end right now. It's 5 versus 3 on the map. Top lane push coming through right now from Hexcliffe. He could need to join his team. Christian going forward. Oh my god.
This could be the game.
Straight on the Lycra. This is going to be the game. You have to feel LGM. They looked very shaky in game number 1 and 2. They come back looking like their true selves in game number 3. That's going to be the win. They make themselves the first team to win a playoff series here, Howling eSports. Season 1, it didn't look convincing, but in the end, they are able to pick up the W. Nexus will be going down.
As if they press it, that is, finally, yes, they did go ahead and do. Congratulations to LGM for moving on into the bracket, winning these playoffs, and honestly a job well done by FE for putting up a really solid fight. You had to make a decision there, but unfortunately, and then LGM did go ahead and take control of the early game, which is exactly what you expect to see out of them. And this is the LGM that we wanted to see here, Connor. This is the LGM that we wanted to, be able to go and take over this early game, run over these team fights, scale up, win in these lanes, and just perform excellent.
Indeed, very well played by LGM at the end of the day, and we will be giving the MVP of the series to Christian for his play in that one. We'll be coming back with an interview in 5 minutes with him, so stick around. The series is not yet completed. The games are done, but the interview is upcoming. We'll be right back.
Everywhere, fruits and herrings, doubts and fairies. Tell me where it's empty. Tax the rich, feed the poor, till there are never rich no more. Suck me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. It's paradise.
For this one, we are back here now with Christian. Sorry about that. Got the wrong cue for myself, but we are back live now. We are joined by Christian of Lauganma following their 2-1 victory over Fantastic Esports. Welcome to the call. Thanks for doing the interview. Congratulations on the win. How's it going?
It's going good. Hello.
Hello and welcome. And over to Rav for some questions about the game.
Yeah, it's Christian. Really appreciate you having me here. A fantastic series from you all. So let's go ahead and talk about that overall game number 3 that we just had. Though now, a lot of your picks that you all opted to go into were mainly very much scaling, right? So you guys did go ahead and really have the late game insurance, but you also opted to go for the core key pick as well. Instead, which honestly I like. I'm a big fan of those. So tell me a bit about the play style and really how your team wanted to play out game number 3.
We knew we had to win the last game, so we just picked the champions that we can play very well, and make sure we win for sure.
Okay. All right. So yeah. So with that, I do want to go ahead and backtrack to tell me about game number 2. What happened there?
So the first game was too easy, kinda, and game 2 was for fun, and we lost. We didn't expect.
Okay. All right. All right. That's fair enough, though. You didn't expect to lose, but that's okay. That's unfortunate. You know, everybody's going to make mistakes. I do also have some question from chat here as well. They don't want to go ahead and ask you why take fleet footwork on a roll when you have 0 AP.
Because I was trolling for fun.
Gotcha. Okay. I did go ahead and expect as much, but I wanted to hear you say it. That's what matters. All right. So there was that. And finally, I do want to go ahead and ask you what's your favorite ice cream flavor, Christian?
Chocolate.
Alright, chocolate. A man of few words, but a man strong and bold choices. Carl, back to you.
Thank you so much, Rav. Christian, we got a couple more questions about the playoffs in general. You guys have been very confident, I think, to say the least, about your skills going forward in this league. You've progressed to the Winners Bracket Finals. How are you feeling generally about the rest of the tournament?
I think we will face Lethal Rage in finals.
How do you feel?
It will be a good final.
You guys feeling confident about it?
Yeah.
Okay. That's the man of few words. Do you think you will be playing against Lethal Rage or against Kingdom Serbia tomorrow?
Lethal Rage.
Okay. No chance for KS in this series?
No chance.
Okay, he gives no chance. That's what Christian's got. I think we don't have any. We have one more question from the chat. They want to know. They say AD Nico secret strat ? Do you want to just comment on your Nico?
I wanted to play Nico, but Nico EP is boring, so I just went on Hit because
it worked.
It's funnier and more enjoyable.
More fun. Definitely a for fun couple of games, it sounds like, there for you guys. But that's pretty much all we got. Is there anything you want to say to all the fans out there? Shout outs to your teammates?
No, not really.
I guess that's all he's got for us, folks. Well, Christian, thanks so much for the interview, and good luck in your games.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
All right, and yeah, with that being said, I think we're just going to go ahead and move on to a bit of a break. We got another series coming your way, though, after actually a bit of a longer break. I shouldn't say a short break. After a medium-sized break, it's going to be that Lethal Rage versus Kraljevina Serbia match coming up very, very soon. I would say about 10 to 15 minutes is what's been told to me previously, but thank you, Ravishing Ravish, for the cast today. Where can they find you on Twitter?
You can go ahead and find me pretty much everywhere at Ravish Gravish or at RAVISHKHANNA_. It's right there. Pleasure. Honestly, it was an absolute pleasure. Thank you all for having me on. Carl, lovely as always talking to you. It was great. And I hope you all have a wonderful day. Good luck with playoffs.
Indeed. Thanks so much, Rav, for filling in for Baymax today. He's got a bit of some education that he's getting, so got to take care of that for sure. He'll be back this weekend. After this break, it's going to be Lethal Rage versus Crowley Serbia with myself and Necrox. We'll be right back.
I feel it in my head, my shoulders, knees, and toes.
And we're off.
Your music gets me through the highs and lows. My head, shoulders, knees, and toes. My bones, you keeping me from feeling all alone. I've been praying to 1,000 different stars, to 1,000 different arms, till I found you. I've been chasing by 1,000 different hearts, to 1,000 million hours. Now I found you. My nights will never be the same again. I got you running through my veins. I feel it in my head, my shoulders, knees, and toes. My bones, your music gets me through the highs and lows. My head, my shoulders, knees, and toes. My bones, you keeping me from feeling all alone. You keeping me from feeling all alone. Let me breathe you, take you down into my lungs while we dance into the sun. Now that I found you, you're a part of me, now I can't let you go. You're the heartbeat of my soul. Now that I found you, my nights will never be the same again. I got you running through my veins. I feel it in my head, my shoulders, knees, and toes. My bones, your music gets me through the highs and lows. My head, my shoulders, knees, and toes. My bones, you keeping me from feeling all alone. You keeping me from feeling all alone. You keeping me from feeling all. I feel it in my head, my shoulders, knees, and toes. My bones, your music gets me through the highs and lows. My head, my shoulders, knees, and toes. My bones, you keeping me from feeling all alone. You keeping me from feeling all alone. You keeping me from feeling all alone.
Take me in slow, breathe me in and let me go. Feeling the lungs inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Take me in smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless
free ways, fruits and herrings, doubts and fairies. Tell me where it's empty. Tax the rich, feed the poor, till there are never rich no more.
and I ignite. I feel the heat as we collide, like a fever that feels right. So baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. 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 One touch and I ignite.
Speed of light. Speed of light.
Tell her
Speed of light.
Speed of light, I'm breaking down like this ain't nothing new. She wanna kick it, don't skip it, let's say we rendezvous. Usually I don't trick up, pick up like one or two. Them daisies known to be deadly, especially if I love you. I've grown impatient, I'm tired of waiting just for you. If we gon' trip, then we taking trips out to Malibu. My alley-oops, we returning troops from a blowing nuke. A bomb crash and I'm slow asking to tell the truth.
Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. I never doubt it, no I never doubt it. If you don't like that, leave it where you found it.
Yep. I ain't cutting that pie, I'm saving half for you. Yep. I ain't cutting that pie, I'm saving half for you.
Hey Taylor, I got you. Look, I'm saving half for you cause I got it bad for you. Don't you ever trip about it, we can even passport it. You deserve it, you ain't even gotta ask for it. Life's a marathon and I wouldn't wanna fast forward. And for the love it was back and forth like tennis. Indy down to Atlanta like every weekend. No matter what we had on the schedule, progressing with every pedal. Momentum at speed of light, I need me like 20 medals, yes. Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. I never doubt it, no I never doubt it. If you don't like that, leave it where you found it.
Break it down, nothing new. Let's say we rendezvous. One or two, especially if I love you. Just for you. Trips out to Malibu. From a blowing loop.
Speed of light. Catch me. Catch me. Catch me. Speed of light.
Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. I never doubt it, no I never doubt it. I feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. I never doubt it, no I never doubt it. I feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now.
Speed of light.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Howling eSports playoffs. It is the first day, and it is the second series. We already saw Lauganma picking up that first win. It is now time for Carly Serbia to take on Lethal Rage. This should be an extremely exciting best-of-3. KS looking very good with their new roster. Lethal Rage, the second-place team in the league, have been very, very strong throughout the season. Should be a good one. We also have a bit of a change-up on the caster desk. I am still Jarl Carl. You're still stuck with me, but Ravishing Ravish has had to step aside. I am now joined by Necrox.
Hello. Thanks for having me. Super excited to get into this second series of the day. Got a chance to watch that first series. Some shenanigans going on, I would say at the least, between the first game and the second game. Obviously, some teams decided to mix some things up. Between these two teams, though, I expect a much closer series. Obviously, this fall from stardom at the top and then this rise from the bottom. So we'll see where those two teams meet, and excited to be here just in general. Thanks for having me, y'all.
Well, of course, always a pleasure to cast with you, Necrox. We can see the bracket. The winner of this game will face Lauganma tomorrow morning at 1700, while the loser will face Fantastic Esports in an elimination game at theoretically at 19:30, but as we saw today, a little bit later if the first game goes to 3. So that's where the bracket, that's how it shakes out. You do want to get that win today, although you have to go up against the top-seeded team if you do so, and beware, they might have fun with you, as like I'm pretty open about. They were just having a good time in that first game, but we can move on into this one. KS, new roster as of, I think, about 3 weeks ago. They've looked very, very strong with it. Zonks, the AD carry, who tells us he'll be in the LEC soon. We'll just continue that little joke from last week. He is the only remaining member of this side. 4 new players. They've looked very strong.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a new roster lineup here, and they have been looking good with it. We'll see how it matches up against these top-tier teams, especially as we go into playoffs. Of course, if they win this series, they do go up against even harder opponents, but my eyes are especially on Zonks. He's a very versatile player, can sort of weather these storms that he is provided in the early game, especially when you're looking at the enemy lineup. Galvin, the enemy jungler, has his eyes set, I assume, on this bot side of the map, trying to make plays, put Zonks behind. If that happens, we may see, the clash of titans here between these two teams, but yeah, it's certainly going to be an interesting series between the two.
Yeah, we do have some little programming notes. First of all, Galvin is not playing, so
yep.
Sorry to ruin your prep. We got Kanavi Kosa KPD is in the jungle. Also, Cravings, that's a familiar name, or not a familiar name, I should say, to everybody. That is Lelouch, who is the superstar for this team. I got a little bit baited looking at the OPGG the other day. The top laner for Lethal Rage has been completely carrying them a lot of these games. That used to be Lelouch. We've seen him play top, we've seen him play mid, we've seen him play support. Top lane is his main role. A little bit of a name change. So that is who Cravings is, as they're really just trying to mess with us. Also, Songran in the bot lane is not a new face. That is actually Keria from previously. So Necrox has 17 names in his head now. And welcome to the stream where everybody changes their name every 5 days.
Yeah, so that's fun for me. Regardless of name changes and whatnot, I'm still kind of looking at those roles to make the difference in the game, right? Zonk still, obviously, same name, same person, still the greatest player alive in this bot lane. We'll see if he can, put in that work to make the difference in the game. I'm still going to be, of course, looking at the jungle to put that bot lane behind. We'll see what Fair and Songran want to draft into this strong side bot. We'll see if they can come up with an appropriate response. And if that jungle pressure coming from Akroza will actually path towards that bot side and begin to apply pressure to relieve some of that distorted lane effects that Zonks can just create by himself.
Yeah, has been doing a lot of work. We also saw Resting in Top smashing people on Jax last week. We'll see if he's able to do the same against Lelouch and or Cravings. And I just want to point out, I think the last time I cast Lethal Rage, they had 4 different names. So we're really flipping the script here today. That should be pretty fun, but they are still the same players, just under slightly different guises. That being said, we're out of time. It is time with Jam Jars gone, but we're still rolling that graphic for the Champion Select. Let's get into it. Welcome back to the Champion Select proper. The Jam Jar is gone. The new logos are in. It's Lethal Rage. It's Crawley Even Serbia. We are into that first ban. Let's see what it is. Jarl Carl alongside Necrox.
Yeah, let's do it. Super excited. Couldn't be more hype between these two teams. The narrative has already been written. It's an easy one now. Can this underdog team who has made these roster changes rise up and face the top tier teams? We will find out. This series should give us that answer. 4 bans flying through draft. These guys are speedrunning. Yone banned away. Love to see it. If you don't know how to play against it, just get rid of it. Olaf and Yumi, the duo combo in the jungle support, banned away. And then all 3 bans for KS thrown out as well. And the first pick, Ashe in for Zonks.
Ashe is in. Very standard for Zonks. We've seen him on this champion quite a lot. I think it's very, very strong. In the meta, obviously, you ban out the Caitlyn from the other side, and the Ashe is picked up. Caitlyn even receiving those nerfs, people deciding that's maybe not that important, actually. Still worth that ban away instead of that Ashe. A little bit surprising for that. On the other side, we have a Hecarim and we have an Orianna. Pretty strong team fighting comp already being put together by LR.
Ooh, Zach is actually locked in here. That's an interesting pick, right? You do get a lot of engaged, a lot of tankiness from that. Zach Galio is also locked, even more engaged, even more tankiness. So there's a lot of options to go in here for KS. I mean, they already have, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, they have the Slingshot, they even have that follow-up with that Galio. So, Zach leaping into your team and then getting Galio's big ultimate behind him can certainly be an issue, especially if you're hit by the arrow beforehand. Now we hit into the second part of the draft where, okay, how do we mix things up? How do we diversify our draft? How are we not so monochrome in what we're trying to do? Vel'Koz is now on the table. They even are hovering Sona here for the support. I like to see that they're, starting to draw away from the full engage comp that they've already drafted. See if they can grab something, a little more blue. But Leona is hovered. There's so many things here. It's Zyra.
It's the Zyra. Finally locked in here. Aatrox also being thought about in the top lane. I don't hate the Zyra against this lane. We haven't really touched this at all. Sivir Janna. Not a lane that I thought I would be seeing today. Lethal Rage picking that one up. Both an AD carry and a support that aren't very highly seen in the meta right now. KS has finished up their comp. This is a very standard comp for them, I think. They love the Galio in the mid lane for Error 4. I'm reminded of so many things every time I get into the champion select that I feel like I probably should have told Necrox before he joined the stream. But very standard comp for KS. Tank jungle, tank in the mid lane, especially with this Galio, and then trying to carry from either end of the map. Resting in top has been popping off in a lot of these games on stuff like the Darius, like the Jax, and a little bit more damage, but still engage in the bot lane from Zonks. Very standard team comp for KS. This is basically what they want in a draft, and so I think this will be a very good test of their skills. Also, Lelouch has pulled out, or Cravings now, we'll call him Cravings, has pulled out the Vayne into Darius. Necrox, this is very volatile.
Yeah, Vayne into Darius can actually be a problem if that Vayne can start to put in that work early game and abuse this Darius's range. But of course, if he gets on top, everyone knows what Darius does when he's on you. Stacks that passive, stacks the bleed, and all of a sudden you're dead before you even knew the fight started. So I'm looking especially topside now that we've seen a second AD carry locked in with Sivir, right? Like, it's not like we have some utility marksman on the bot side like Ashe, where you could see maybe Vayne going topside. We're now seeing two hyper carry marksmen in the same composition, so that's immediately where my eyes are drawn. I think if KS can take advantage of that, then we can certainly have a good time there.
I really don't like this draft for Lethal Rage. I think the Vayne top, it's bold, it's very aggressive, but you're against a Zac and a Darius in the top lane. How do you survive this? If you get ganked, you're pretty much just toast. You can only condemn one of them. Even if you condemn Darius, if he has Ghost, he's just going to run right back to you. And sure, there's that outplay potential at 3 items. Even if you both have 3 items, Vayne able to tumble away with the invisibility, condemn into a wall, and go for the one-shot. There's also the possibility that Darius looks at her funny and she just explodes. Right, if that apprehend lands during the condemn, especially, she's going to get stuck in place, slow it up, she's going to get one shot. Vayne has no prayer. They also don't really have a front line for a late game team fight. They might just be trying to go for a split push style right now. I think this Lethal Rage team has a lot of question marks for me, and I think the Kralyavina team is very, very solid.
Yeah, I think they have drafted a little more standard, as you were talking about. Putting their jungle and mid laner on tanks is comfort for them. Zonks on Ashe also extremely comfortable, and I think Lethal Rage are mixing things up here a little bit, right? They want to see what they can do, push their limits, putting this Vayne topside. In and of itself, it is something that isn't the most normal of things to do, so we'll see how that plays out. My question then is, if we're drafting Hecarim and Orianna for ball delivery, and he flies into the back line, gets that shockwave off, the follow-up is 2 marksmen. So there's a lot of possibility for things to happen, especially if these marksmen can get kills and stay safe, stay in the side lanes and get farm. But if they are behind, you now have 2 AD carries who don't do anything when Hecarim goes in. Yeah. Yes, maybe you get that shockwave onto Ashe and Zyra, but now you just have Darius, Zac, and Galio, who you can't kill. If your marksman can't kill the front line, then you have a very big problem. So this early game is extremely important to me, and I think these marksmen get put behind, especially because we have this very strong jungle presence of a Zac. If they get behind, the game is probably over. KS really need to, focus on these marksmen, whereas Lethal Rage really need to be safe and let their marksmen scale up and get this farm before this late game happens.
Absolutely. I also think this Janna is, I don't want to say suspect, but I think she'll have trouble getting a whole lot done with her ultimate. There's double giant AoE knockups in the Stranglethorns from Warazar and the Galio ultimate, as well as just Zac bouncing around. Maybe she's able to deny the Zac when he flies in, he's bouncing around, but then Air Forward just clicks on him. That's a huge knockup that's going to interrupt the Monsoon. There's a lot of ways this Janna can get interrupted, and I think she's going to have trouble being effective just because there's so much AoE that can stop what she wants to do in these fights.
Yeah, for sure. It may be an issue here. I mean, there's a lot of micro interactions between the two, but we'll see who comes out on top as we're just about ready to fly onto Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a loading time to go. The Howling eSports League is not afraid of a long load time, right? You got to make sure everything's in the right place. So, got to banter for a little bit longer before we actually hit the rift. See that cool cinematic once again. I think, I want to talk a little bit about the early game and like Dragon Control. We haven't talked about objectives that much this game. I think Air 4 versus Simulets in the mid lane, this should be a reasonably comfortable lane for the Orianna. I would imagine she'll be able to keep the wave, shoved a little bit in, although Galio's wave clear is not that bad. I think a lot of the Dragon Control is going to come from the bot lane priority rather than the mid, which I think will be more of a scale mid.
Yeah, I mean, bot Ashe Zyra is probably one of the strongest duo lanes in League of Legends right now, even beating Caitlyn Morgana, even though Caitlyn is, the premier marksman in League of Legends right now. So that Zyra just provides so much AoE damage with those plants, the root that can fly through minions, the wave clear from Ashe is good with the volley, so not a lot early at least that Sivir and Janna can do up in response. So I think that if they do want to push for Dragon Control, they absolutely can. The only question is, can Galio match that Orianna in mid, and what is Zac's pathing going to look like? Does he help out his mid laner to shove out those waves and look for early Drakes? If not, they may just want to play around top side, look for Rift Herald, maybe put this Vayne behind. It's really up to, yes, they have a lot of flexibility between what they want to do, because they do have that pressure on bot side. Do they want to use it to gain objectives? That's their call. I mean, hey, if they want Drakes, go for them. I think they have that option this game. I think it's a really strong draft.
Who doesn't want Drakes? Everybody wants a dragon.
Drake's
yeah. Have you met somebody that doesn't want a dragon? I mean, that's just
my junglers in solo queue. They don't want Drakes.
Ooh, yikes! Calling him out. Necrax is throwing down some flame, but I do agree with your point. I think that this bot lane should have a ton of pressure, unless Akrozo can really go for some kind of an early gank, get him behind. But still, it's a Sivir Janna lane. This does not scream, we're gonna kill you. More of, we're gonna sit and farm until Sivir has 400 CS, and then we'll try to fight you. And so I think the pressure, at least, will be in favor of Zox and Warazar if they want.
Yeah, for sure. If they do want to put that pressure on bot side, they absolutely have it, right? Janna's not a champion. They're like, okay, it's a kill lane. Let's go in, boys. It's more just about, okay, let me get this Zac who's flying at my AD carry away from me, and then let's reevaluate the situation to see if Sivir even has any items to begin with in the first place. Other than that, though, I think bot side, obviously, Ashe Zyra favored. Mid lane, I would say Galio has this advantage, just naturally can push the wave, doesn't have as much of a mana issues as this Orianna will. And again, this top side is a really big question for both of us, right? It's, does this Darius abuse this Vayne, or does the Vayne abuse the Darius, right? It's not this sit back meatball slap that used to be the tank meta of top anymore. It's not Ornn versus Maokai trading grass procs. It's a lot of damage when it comes through. If Vayne lands Condemn, huge trade. If Darius lands this Apprehend, huge trade. So I think, to me, that is what we're going to be looking for, actually question marks for the game, right? What happens is, that's the only lane where I'm not certain as of so far.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I do another programming note. We're in a bit of a pause, apparently, at the start of the game, so we're going to just be chilling in this loading screen for a little bit longer, but hopefully we'll get that resolved relatively shortly. I want to mention the kind of, apparently I'm being told we're in the game, so we should be there very, very shortly. M6 on the Zac. I think he has a lot of places that he wants to be in this game, because he wants to be ganking the top lane, I think he wants to be ganking in the mid lane as well. He's got a great combo with the Galio, but he also wants to be on this bot side trying to go for the dragons. I just don't think the bot lane is super gankable because of the Janna interaction, and so I think it'll be very interesting to see where M6 decides to spend his time in the early game, because I think there's a lot of attractive options for him.
Yeah, M6 Zac is his most played, so a very comfortable champion for him. very comfortable with those engaged tools. Really great Zac player. So I'm super excited to see what creative angles he can come up with. That's sort of Zac's niche angle, right? You don't have secure vision control. All of a sudden, you're getting jumped on. You're like, whoa, okay, where did this engage come from? So if Janna's not ready to peel or AD carry, there could be a problem. Especially if, Zyra and Ashe hit 6. CC, all three of them layered on top of each other. You're not going anywhere. So it's really up to that Janna to see if she can get that tornado a whirling before the Zac leaps in. But other than that, the game has started. Here we go. And already some shenanigans as Song and Fair looking to maybe take a cheeky early trade.
Just going to throw down that ward and then maybe wait, although that was likely spotted. Yeah, we saw the ping go down, so they're just going to go the safe way. Nothing really going to be gained here, but a nice effort. If you can get that little bit of early poke in the early game, there's basically no risk to doing this if you are the Silver Janna. So I like the move, although the ward will go down a little bit.
Yeah, the ward will go down. Other than that, relatively normal. Having here, Zac will opt to go for his Krugs instead of going for that more gank-centric clear, unless he does want to hover around the spot side early. Hecarim, of course, leashless, doesn't really need a leash for himself. We'll pick up that Gromp on the way. Of course, Hecarim, a very strong clearing jungler, stacking that Q very well. Phase rush for him this game, along with Ghost, so a lot of mobility on that champ. Other than that, pretty standard runes and summoners across the board. Zonks opting for this Exhaust for the Hecarim that will be flying in later on into the game. Darius Ghost in PTA, but not too many shenanigans. No fleet footwork Aurelia this time.
Yeah, no fleet footwork Aurelia, indeed. I like the play by Zonks. I think realizing this lane isn't really going to be one that they're going to be fighting a lot in, or going to be under pressure in, where you would need that heal. I think the Exhaust for the late game makes a ton of sense to me. I like to pick up a lot. Exhaust and Ignite, so they can still go aggressive. On the top. Speaking of going aggressive, Cravings already has to flash. Ghost proc for resting on top. This is not a good sign.
Yeah, and this is what you're talking about, right? Big trades when they happen, and look at Vayne's HP bar. Having to tick up that health pot to make sure that she's not already in flash angle kill threat, because there's a certain number that this Vayne's HP bar will hit, that all it takes is a flash apprehend, and this Vayne's just dead. It doesn't matter what you do, condemn anything you want, and they're already going to try to make the play here.
It is party time in the top lane. There is that apprehend resting on top. Could be in some trouble. The Q gets the heal. Oh, the condemn sends him to safety. Disaster for LR. First blood in favor of M6. Taunt goes down onto the Orianna, who has arrived. M6 still has that cell division available, though. He's going to be coming back. Even if he does go down, can he get to the bomb for a bit of healing? Yes, he can. The flash out of this one. Oh, Akrozo going to go down at the same time. Air 4 picking up that kill. Double up on his side. When does he have the E available? Cravings has joined the fight. Back in with the teleport. Going to pick up 1 kill back, but 2 for 1 in favor of Chaos. A party in the top lane.
Oh my gosh. Okay, there's a couple things that actually happened in that topside skirmish that made the difference here for Chaos. Of course, the TP at the end, Cravings getting that cleanup kill. That's good. You like to see it if you are on this Vayne. But other than that, Zac actually coming in huge. Getting a flash away from that Orianna ball and then pulling into, of course, the condemn, sending this Zac into safety. It's not what you want to see, but huge plays by M6 on this Zac to make that gank happen, to counter gank that Hecarim that was trying to make a play, and now this Darius is 0-2. I mean, he's down farm, so while the skirmish didn't go their way, topside is still winning here for LR. So we'll see if Cravings can sort of equalize what was a very bad trade early on, losing his flash. But now that both summoners are down on resting, the kill threat is not as bad. So I'm excited to see if Cravings can sort of take advantage of this situation, because now it just looks like a normal ranged into melee matchup, right? There's no flash ghost angle for resting to play off of.
I'm also reasonably sure that Cravings has double buffs. Yeah, we flip up there. Yeah, now he does. He sees M6 from this ward as well. Cravings is actually coming up big in that play. I think Chaos, overall they get more gold, right? They get 2 kills to 1, they get first blood, etc. But top lane specifically, this is actually probably Cravings' favorite right now. He has those double buffs. And like you mentioned, it's basically just range versus melee. All he's got to dodge is the apprehend, but there's no way to guarantee it.
Yeah, I mean, no flash or ghost is big. M6 gonna hop in.
Except for this dive under the turret. I'm not sold on this at all. As Necrox, that's the cell division finally procced. The bleed goes down. Akrozo is here, though. We'll see if he decides to go in, but they're going to actually go for this play. This seems a little bit aggressive to me. Vayne goes for the 1 auto attack, and in the end, nobody dies, but cell division lost.
Yeah, I don't actually know if they thought they had the damage to kill Vayne there. She's relatively invasive for an AD carry, so unless you really can lock her down, she's just gonna tumble away. I mean, that's kind of just what Vayne does, but they don't get the play there. Does get away, and now top side's looking pretty good for Cravings, right? I mean, again, no sums. Has this wave on her side of the map, so feeling relatively safe against his Zac. Even saw M6 on the Vision, and he still opted for the play, even though Vision, he was spotted, so this game ought to play relatively safe. So, interesting choices being made, but little, disadvantage coming out. I mean, yes, Zac passive is gone, so that safety net for Zac, if he does mess up, isn't there, but nothing too bad, as we can see Galio getting run down by Orianna. Not a very fun time, getting slowed up again and again, as Amulet's not gonna recall there. Will opt to stay in this lane for a little longer, but some key itemization now being started. We can see Galio going for that first cloak here, so will not take too much damage. In this mid-side, Sivir has not taken her reset, has the TP, so lots of gold in her pocket, and of course, as I say that, the reset will come through.
Of course, that's how that works every single time. Ghost back available for resting in top, so a little bit of a window here before the flash is available for Cravings, but I don't think he's going to be able to take advantage of it. Down a little bit of XP, and Akrozo's in the area. Of course, this could open up the bot side for the Dragon, though. For Chaos, they do have some control over the area.
Yeah, and Ash Sire got early push off there. I'm not opting to use the teleport back into lane, so lots of river control here for KS. They're going to set up their vision. Resting May face check? Nope, just going to delete that blast cone, understanding there's a huge wave here that the threat of a dive could be on. But while Hecarim hovers topside, maybe looking for that play, it's an easy Drake secure for KS. They're going to be first on the board in terms of Drake sacking, and that's exactly what we expected, right? If M6 was hovering mid, help clear out the wave, Zonx is always going to have prio in this lane, and that's what we'd like to see, knowing your win condition, stacking those Drakes.
The prio in the bot lane has been very severe. I mean, they've killed 2 plates. Very severe pressure down in this bot lane. They're up about a wave and a half, probably after this gets cleared out, although Fair having a lot of trouble picking any of this CS up. He's going to throw out that Boomerang. That's a 3rd plate taken away just naturally in this lane. Not a lot of jungle pressure either. Just not really working out for the LR bot lane. The scaling is still taking some time.
Yeah, I mean, Sivir, the 400, CS stream that you were talking about earlier, I mean, it's still a thing, right? She hasn't died, so there's nothing to be too concerned about other than this huge trough that Sivir is going to go through in this mid-game, right? If she doesn't get critical itemization in time, she's going to be practically useless at Drake fights, especially compared to an Ashe. Hawkshot, Volley, all the slows, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Ashe is a very good mid-game team fighter and even scales relatively well into the late game. So while this pressure is expected, it doesn't mean it's, you're allowed to go down too much in gold. They need to have some sort of response, whether it is plays on top side or plays in mid. Because if you just allow your bot side to bleed out and don't get this advantage in top side with your Vayne, you may just end up losing the game before fights ever occur, right? Because you're just losing gold across the map and losing objectives, and by the time 3rd Drake rolls around, if your scaling hasn't come through, if Vayne isn't on 2 items, if Sivir isn't on 2 items, maybe 3 items, you just lose the fight when it rolls around. All of a sudden, Soul is gone, and because we're at 3rd Drake, Baron is alive. Baron may be gone then, so I'm looking for some sort of play with this Hecarim, maybe in mid, maybe in top, and of course, as we say that, Hecarim is, of course, hovering top M6 around there as well, and Galio hovering as well for that ultimate possibility.
Recall came through, though, for Akrozo. They might look for the dive in the top lane. They might look for the play. He's not spotted out, I don't believe. If he'd still been in that bush, this could have been very dangerous indeed. M6, he might go for the blast cone. Going to get spotted out potentially. I think Cravings did see him there, so M6 going to blast himself away. Probably just go for a bit of a reset, as this top lane has become a little bit calmer. Summoner's back available, except for that Ghost for resting in top. That guy used, not sure when that happened, but not quite available. Both flashes, though, there could still be a fight kind of at any time. This lane is just primed for action.
Yeah, it really is. Look at Hecarim here, now lane ganking Asterius. The only problem is, Hecarim has to get this ultimate off in the correct fashion, or else Asterius just goes back to his tower, right? Vayne doesn't have any CC other than Condemn, which is a push away. So if Hecarim does get the Darius CC correctly, then they can make this play happen, but it's going to be a flash in.
That is the flashing edge. M6 is trying to go for this play. Onslaught of Shadows, nice damage coming through. Resting in top, just eviscerated immediately. Galio has arrived though. Can't get thrown onto Cravings. Nice flash away from him. This is a 2 versus 3 now. Condemned into the wall onto this Galio. The shockwave missed, flashed away by Error 4. They do escape, but the Vayne survives and picks the kill.
Yeah, they thought they were pulling the trigger, but call an ambulance? Just not for me, right? Says Cravings, flash in from resting, trying to get the apprehend. Cravings does well to stay away, and then all of a sudden, this Hecarim pops out of bushes like a scarecrow. Surprise, I'm here. Just kidding. You know, it's actually not a fair fight. Air does show up with that ultimate, so it does make it a 3v2. Just too late, right? I mean, your top laner is already dead, so Darius wasn't in the fight, so it only ended up being a 2v2. Arrow shot. Oops. Won't land. So, yeah, topside not going well, though. I mean, yeah, now Cravings is chilling up here, right? Now you have a flashless Darius, and you're up 2-1, chilling in CS, so looking good for this Vayne. I'm excited to see how this marksman can play out later on into the series.
Indeed, it's looked really good so far. This Vayne in the top lane. Resting in top has had a lot of problems up here. He just doesn't quite have the damage that you would have in a late game. Darius actually maybe tell a lie on that one. Cravings almost goes down. Ghost popped by Resting in top. Can he get the chase on towards him? When's the Q going to come through? Can he get a bit of healing? Oh no, that's one kill. It could be the second as well. He's flashing the mastery. Caster curse to the nth degree. Necrox double kill for the Darius.
That is the most Darius thing I have ever seen. All of a sudden he's losing in lane, and then you try to gank him. He gets the hemorrhage stacks up, and the ultimate. It's just Darius things. I don't know what to say other than please don't gank this Darius unless you're absolutely certain that you can lock him down. I'm pretty sure Condemn doesn't land from Cravings, and it's only a push from the Hecarim in the end, but sets this Darius behind his hemorrhage stacking pace, but when he can just ghost onto you and kill your AD carry in 2 shots, then yeah, not gonna be too good there for Cravings. Double kill now to Resting, so we were talking about how this top lane is looking good, now it's looking absolutely terrible. So not great, as KS will look for another Drake with this bot side pressure, so at least they have this on top of that Darius plays, so not too bad. 2 plays to boot.
Nice little 1,000+ gold lead has emerged for them as well. Item completed for Zonks. The Herald actually spawned in the top lane, so that's going to be a little bit of gold for Cravings there. The tower's not going to go down, though, so Resting in top still surviving in this lane. Has started building some more tank items. Is that going to be a Righteous Glory, do you think, Necrox?
Yeah, so that Crystalline Barrier is an interesting point of itemization. I think you do want to get some armor in for this Vayne. You don't want to get bullied. The Ninja Tabbies, I would assume, is enough, but if they do want to go Righteous Glory, I mean, that's a fair option. You have Darius who just, all he needs to do is be where he needs to be, and then all of a sudden he's running over a team fight, right? So Righteous Glory is a fair option. I don't know why you would opt for that so early, to be honest, is the place here once again.
Rozo is spotted out now. Cravings taking so much damage, though. Noxian Guillotine could be enough. Teleport now coming in from Air 4. Going to be joining this fight. Cell Division was proc. Resting in top can be taking so much damage. Is the ultimate available? No, it is not. Cravings does finally die, though. Crozo going to get knocked up. Cell Division comes back together. M6 has reformed 1-for-1 in this top lane. Yet again, both top laners go down.
Yeah, and once again, now Sivir's going to pop the ultimate looking to plant outside.
Yeah, we got a party down here. Zonx flashing himself away. Exhaust goes down. Not going to be enough. The Shockwave doesn't even need to land. Stranglethorns preemptively by Warzar to keep himself safe. He does escape. A lot of summoners blow, and Zonx goes down.
Okay, so let's look at this top side first before we analyze the bot side. Honestly, there's not much to look at bot anyway, but this top side play is so volatile, right? Again, when trades happen, they are absolutely enormous, and then mid and jungle and everyone wants to be there to help their top laner win the trade. It's actually Simulet's actually going down bot to try to help down there in the end, I believe, but maybe I'm wrong on that actually. But it's a big play from Air to go top side once again to try to help this top laner even out what was a possibly losing lane. But now the CS lead has accrued to maybe a little too much to be comfortable on top side. 10, preferably even more as the lane swap comes through. But yeah, big play there. Cell Division coming in handy, and then bot side Sivir popping the ultimate using that blast cone to go over. Zonx caught a little out of position, and popping a couple summoners to try to get away, but Essence Reaver on Ashe this game is kind of interesting to me. I guess there's not a lot of big tanks that you're going to need Bork for. My only question is, can you actually be hitting the right targets in the fight to make Essence Reaver, useful?
We're going to find out. I don't hate the item here. I think Bork would have been a little silly, because you're just hitting the Hecarim, who's probably the only champion that will build any sort of bonus health. I mean, maybe the Orianna goes for, some like 300, 400 extra health, but no kind of actual tanky statistics.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Essence Reaver is okay just for the arrow potential, although, again, you got to be hitting the right target. If you're just hitting the Hecarim when he's jumping on you, that's not going to be wildly effective, right? So, also, we've seen off-camera, Resting in Top has used both summoners and has died. So I'm not entirely sure what happened. I think he just got tanked by a Crozo in the bot lane, but just Darius things, I guess, right?
Yeah, love to see it. Directed camera is just the best thing in all of League of Legends. Cravings will flash away.
He's going to go for this. I bet he continues in for this fight. Zonks into the bush, though. Ignite goes down. Cravings isn't going to get taken down. One more auto attack should be enough. Warzar, can he stay for the fight? Cravings does not have that much HP. One more Q should be enough. Not quite going to land. M6, maybe going to go for the dive as well. Over the wall. This could be very over-aggressive. Condemn available into the wall. The smite goes down. But here comes the horse, the flash. Oh, what a great stretching strike. Beautifully played by M6. Here comes the hero's entrance. Down onto a Crozo. Going to get pointed off as well. Knocked up by a Gargoyle. That cannot be pleasant. Fair has teleported in. Simulets has teleported in. Everybody wants to join the fight in this situation. Another stretching strike goes down. A nice root from Warzar. Not going to get up. Is the electric slingshot going to get him out? Smite on the Krug as well for a bit of HP. Simulets charging forward with the command distance flash. And the shockwave. Beautifully played by this Orianna. Warzar likely no chance to escape this situation. M6 trying to get himself out as well. Gets over the wall. Ball not quite going to land. I think he'll survive. He finally will. A lot of partying in the top lane.
Man, this top lane just does not stop delivering action. Yo, Carl, they're going to make a play once again. Cravings actually flashing away from the engage there from Zonks and Warzar. Then it's a return kill onto this AD carry that is this Vayne top. They get the Zac engage. A beautiful flash stretching strike, flash Q from this Zac. Absolutely sensational. But then it's matched by a sexier flash shockwave from Simulets, right? I mean, it's absolutely beautiful. Double shockwave, really good. Ends up making the play in the end. TP from Fair to make everything, well, for lack of a better word, fair for the fight. They end up making it relatively even. 3-0 Sivir, though. That's pretty good. Arrow goes forward, doesn't land. And
bit of a whiff.
Sails off.
Bit of a whiff on this one. It is going to be Soul Point, though, if they're able to secure this.
Yeah, they will try to make the play, but I don't think LR want to give this one up. They are hovering. Don't know why you're walking around the spot side if you're not going to contest. They'll just clear their own jungle instead, but 3 Drakes now to KS. This is the scenario we were talking about. Now you have to fight, right? Does your Sivir have itemization? Does your Vayne have the itemization to be able to carry these fights? As of right now, as of this very moment, of course not. Sivir's on 1 item, Vayne on 1 item. The question is, can they get the farm? Can they get the gold in the next, 5 minutes before this Drake spawns to be able to make the play and win this next fight? Yes, Vayne can do a lot against Darius and Zac and Galio, but you need that gold. Same thing with Sivir, and this is the scenario that we expected. Our call is just, do they have the gold to do it?
Also, Cloud Soul not always seen as one of the greater souls, of course, doesn't provide any, clear combat power. But imagine a Zac with that movement speed off of the ultimate. Imagine a Darius with the movement speed on the ultimate. Air 4, after he comes flying and he's zooming at you. There's a lot of power in that movement speed this game that I think, some comps wouldn't really be able to appreciate. Obviously, I think it would be a lot stronger on LR's side. That's probably not going to be happening. They'd have to get 4 of them in a row. That seems pretty unlikely. But, it's going to be about 4 minutes. I don't know if this Vayne's going to have Rage Blade. I would hazard to guess no. We'd have to take a look at the individual gold to see that. I think the Infinity Edge probably can come through for Fair if he's able to farm up enough. But is 2-item Sivir enough? We're going to find out.
Yeah, we'll see if they can make the plays there. I think not only is it going to require gold, it's going to require mechanics, as that should just be a short trade in topside. Nothing really too threatening there. Galio kind of losing his all-in potential later on into the game as it goes on. But yeah, I mean, it's going to require good execution. A good shockwave from Simulets can make the difference, right? If you find these 2 carries and Darius doesn't run over your team, then you can certainly make the play happen. Galio doesn't provide that much damage in a team fight. Yes, he does a lot of CC, but if you get the carries dead, Galio and Zach aren't the people you have to worry about, right? You have to worry about Ashe free firing from the back and then resting on this Darius running through team. If those two people aren't allowed to do their jobs, the fight becomes very, very easy, right? Sivir has that spell shield, Vayne has invisibility that can make the play happen, but the call here is actually just start up Baron. They don't actually have vision on this LR, so they're gonna have to face check here in a second. The Baron started up. The very aggressive play. I don't expect them to continue this, but LR are hovering around the backside.
The Baron alarm is going off. There's no way to get vision in this pit, actually. They don't have any control wards in inventory. This might just turn into a fight. Fair is still in the mid lane, though. Baron at a half HP. I'm not entirely sure what the plan is here for KS. They might just try to finish this. I don't think you take a 50-50 right now.
TP.
TP is coming in from the Vayne. Looks like they're already to go for the fight. Crows are going to get arrowed in the face, taunted up immediately. Eventually, he's going to get that Onslaught of Shadows off. You do have to feel Monsoon doing a lot in the back. Zonx is just free firing though. Croza goes down. That is the one kill. But there is trying to rip through the rest of the team. Song going to likely die to the bleed as well. But Fair is now charging forward on the Sivir. Double kill with the bleed coming out. It's a huge amount of damage. It's just Warhazar left against two. But they're both so low. Can it be some Mortal Kombat? He's going to pick up one kill. Sinuette's left with the ball. Who is it going to be? 1 versus 1. Both teams have 4 members dead. They're going to call it off. An inconclusive fight. Necrox, that was a huge fight.
Yeah, that's actually quite funny, right? The showdown there at the end, like, are you gonna pull the trigger? No, are you gonna do it? In the end, it's a 4-for-4. Maybe a little greedy by KS to actually start up the Baron there without a clear plan, like, hey, we're just gonna turn and burn. Maybe that was the whole plan all along. It's a quick arrow actually fired off by Zonx. I don't exactly know why the Baron was called so early. I think a 4-for-4 doesn't really favor KS anymore at this point in the game, right? You're 22 minutes in. Yes, this is the strongest you'll ever be, but now you're allowing LR to get quicker itemization, right, for this soul. Now the Ginsus has come in for Vayne. The second item has come in for Sivir. The arrow goes through.
This could be a disaster. Ooh, a nice Tornado Song. Gonna not get knocked up. Darius is in the back, the resting in top. Misses the Q onto Jen. He's not gonna be able to go for that ultimate straight away. He does finally get the Noxian Guillotine down, but he dies at the same time. Ashe died as well. So did M6. LR coming up big in this fight. KS, that's a disaster.
Yeah, not what you want to see. And now they're going to be run down. It's going to be forced under your tower. And the forced fight now from KS kind of is the symbol and the story of this game, right? They understand this is the strongest they'll be. They need to take the fights before Sivir and Vayne get even stronger. But now with Drake spawning, this is Soul gone and even more time bought for LR. Baron still on the table. Drake now going to be gone any moment. Cravings can solo this one. Doesn't even really need his jungler to stick around. But I don't know. It's not looking good as the spell shield will take 1 hit. That's a very lucky Sivir not to be dead.
Yes, able to survive there, but KS, I think you just got to take some kind of a standard team fight around this dragon. You're so strong, right? Going for the big on the Janna. Sure, if it works, it's going to be great. Resting in top, though, just got ripped apart by these two marksmen. They were trying to focus the support. When you focus the support, the carries can fire back.
Yeah, and Darius gets condemned into a wall. Very well done by Cravings for sure. But again, if he's not running over your team, he's really doing nothing for the fight. That's how Darius works. It's all or nothing. You're either all-inning or you're taking, a really good trade in lane. And when you convert that same sort of style to a team fight, if he's not doing absolutely everything, he's not really doing anything at all. So he's condemned into the wall. It's good CC chain from LR to lock down the Darius. Then the fight just sort of snowballs out of control from there. And Zonx is 0-4, right, on Ashe. So only 2 items here for this Ashe. PD is actually picked up as the second item instead of Runon's Hurricane. So it's a extremely poke-heavy build now coming out from Zonx with a little bit of safety on top. And I mean, sure, the itemization, like, on paper is good, but because your team comp is so far behind, you really just a Crystal Arrow pot, right? You can only throw out R's and be useful for your team. If Hecarim or Darius get on, or excuse me, yeah, if Hecarim or the Orianna ball get on top, you're probably just dead. And now you're waiting on Darius to run over the fight, but the itemization is coming through for LR, and KS need to, make a play happen, or else they're just going to slowly let this game slip away from the hands, and this is the play they want to make.
They're going to get jumped on the hunt has been flagged. I think he's going to be just fine in this one. M6 has to disengage. Shockwave comes with a huge jump, but Zonx no chance to get away. Shut down by Craving. It's a massive amount of damage. Nice double climb coming through. Resting in top. Can he get the ultimate down? Oh, it doesn't quite get the kill. He's not able to get the reset. Disaster for this Darius. Does pick up 1 kill, healing for a little while, but they are going to lose this fight. Zach goes down. Air 4 on the retreat. Warazar again. We've seen this movie before. LR are on top of this game.
Yeah, and while it is a 2 for 3 on paper, in reality, it's a lot worse than that for KS, right? Not only are you losing map control, you're going to lose minions, XP, things like that. The fighting isn't going to get any better for KS. You need to have, you know, a big pop-off team fight from your Darius for things to be able to work. And like you said, the execute didn't land in that last fight, so the reset doesn't come through for resting, and that means the fight is basically over. Zonk's deleted within half a second, hit by that onslaught of shadows, and the Galio ultimate trying to save him dot in time from Air 4, so easy pickings now for LR, right? We were talking about how KS wanted to force a play, they tried to force it onto the Sivir, Sivir just pops the spell shield and walks away, then the Crystal Arrow comes through, Zonk's trying to line up his sights, gets caught out while he was trying to do so, so LR now have a lot of map control, and I think this might just be GG's, sign the deed to the game 1 for LR. The scaling is just going to be probably insurmountable at this point. Even Orianna scaling super well, a 20-page book. That's a lot of pages. She does a lot of damage when she reads a lot, so not looking great here for KS, but we'll see if they can pull something off. Maybe a quick pick with an arrow, that's always an option. Maybe that can convert into Baron, and things can snowball from there, but on paper, I think LR should have this one wrapped up.
I agree. I think the scaling really is online right now, right? The Hecarim really strong. Orianna, crazy strong. And the Sivir, we've reached the point in the game where Sivir is terrifying. She presses W in the back line, even with her rapid fire cannon every so often. Just that damage is insane. Getting that off, you get a ricochet off from 800 range. How are you supposed to engage her when she's on the hunt available? She has flash available. She has spell shield available. She can fire so much farther than Zonk can, right? Sivir can hit you on the other side of the screen. Every time Zonk steps up, he just gets one shot immediately. There's no way to get onto the Sivir. I think the only win condition right now for KS is resting in top, getting a reset on that guillotine, and really popping off. And I think that's just not the win condition that you want to be hoping for. Air Force now got to run for the hills. Hawkshot out that on the hunt. A nice effort there, but fair.
Yeah, I mean, LR don't really need that for this team fight anyway, so they're willing to just use that one to see if the play is available. And now it's a little bit of jockeying for position as Shockwave goes through.
That's a little more important, I do feel.
Oh yeah, that cooldown being blown actually isn't great. I'm not sure what the comms were there, whether they wanted to actually force that play or just maybe get some critical damage off. I'm not sure, maybe not intended, but Arrow goes through.
Yeah, Cravings also does not have a huge ultimate delta in this fight. Heroes Entrance not going to find anybody. M6 out of the backline. Let's bounce onto this Orianna, taking so much damage. Crozo has already fallen. 5 versus 4. Lethal Rage looking to fight back a little bit, though. QSS from Cravens trying to keep himself safe. Air 4 tries to get himself away. Not going to be able to do so. Fair has shut him down. 4 versus 4 right now. Dragon Dance now in full effect. Resting on top. Running to the mid lane. Maybe going to try to get some priority on that. KS may just sacrifice this Dragon in favor of that mid lane push.
Yeah, they're gonna make the call, right? They can't make the play, so they're gonna actually head over to Baron. This is an interesting call. They're gonna try to death rush, maybe. I'm not sure that they can actually get this in time. Drake is already gone, and here comes LR. I don't think this is a smart play.
Shockwave was already blown as well. Resting in top, pulls the Vayne over the wall. This is not working out. Forecast, multiple flashes, but they're gonna go back into this, Necrox. I am not sold on this plan. M6 going down. This has been bungled very heavily by KS.
Yeah, I think that's actually the miracle play that Resting was looking for, and it still didn't work out. He pulls the AD carry over the wall with Apprehend. In any other situation, you're like, oh my gosh, we just want a team fight. You hit the best Apprehend possible, and then Vayne's just like, yeah, I'm not going to allow myself to die, I'm just going to condemn and tumble, so... And now Baron's picked up, right, for LR, and things have begun to look very, very dire. The gold lead now at 6k. But yeah, the scaling's online. I think this one is pretty much written off. I think because the early game advantage bot side wasn't big enough, they didn't shut down the Sivir. So resting, getting kills doesn't mean enough for the team. Now he's building full tank. His Ninja Tabbies, Deadman's, Righteous Glory. Yes, you have a Triforce, but you still have 2 other tank items. So Darius isn't the man to look at anymore. I think it's really all on Zonks at this point. to make a play, but even then, you're going poke Ash with Essence Reaver, so Orianna has a big hat. You know, hats are very important in League of Legends. Triforce, yeah, and a book. Hats and books, you know, super, super good. Triforce for Hecarim, QSS for Vayne, TPN now from the 80 carry from Fair. He's just he had a million.
Oh my lord! I haven't seen Necrox. I don't know what just happened. And also the run in, the one auto attack, and the full 180. Wait, I'm getting out of here right away. Straight away. It looks cool, right? Not ever really in any danger there. He's so fast, blinking and missing. Zooming in for the one auto attack. I do like that he didn't go for the full 1v5. M6 is now on the flank, but I don't know if he's really ever going to be able to get anything done here. Simulet's actually could be in some trouble. Stretching strike across. Let's have a nice flash. There's a shockwave to get multiple members off of him, getting Let's Bounce on. There's the ultimate coming in from Air 4. That's not going to be enough to keep him alive, resting in top. Going to probably try to get the reset here on his Simulets. Is it going to be too little too late? That's a 1,000 gold shutdown in his pocket. Song now could be in some trouble resting in top. He gets this reset as well. The double kill, but it's not going to be enough. Fair does finally shut him down. The carries are still alive. The Vayne, the Sivir, they are still available. The On the Hunt, it's back up again. The double Cloud Dragon's going to be enough. They are ripping through the team. It is lethal rage in total domination of this game. Warzar can do nothing but recall and watch his base fall apart. The Baron buff in multiple waves. Multiple inhibitors are going down. They're going to be on to the Nexus turrets. Lethal rage. They looked a little bit shaky in the early game. We thought the Stereos might pop off, but in the end, it is the 80 carry showdown. They are really putting the C back in that role. They take game number 1 over Call of Duty Serbia.
Yeah, GG's. A good team fight there at the end for LR. Cravings just rolling around in the base like a madman. Fair starting it off with that, you know, ultra fast TP in, and it's what we expected to be Fair at the end from LR. So good stuff from LR there at the end to be able to let that scaling come through. Don't let that bot side disadvantage dissuade you, and again, team fight seals it off, even with a good engage from KS, maybe with that arrow onto the Orianna. She does go down in the end, but easy team fight win if your carries don't die. Got 280 carries in your back pocket, so good team fight win at the end, I think.
Absolutely. Worked out really well for them, playing exactly to their win conditions. And they take the game number 1 in this series. We'll see if they can close it out 2-0 in the next game, or if Call of Duty Serbia will force a game number 3 for the second time this day. We'll be back in 5 minutes with game number 2. We'll be right back.
Everywhere, fruits and herrings, dykes and fairies. Tell me where it's empty. Tax the rich, feed the poor, till there are never rich no more. know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Take me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 2 is almost set up to go between Lethal Rage and Kraljevic Serbia. It is 1-0 in favor of the second seed in these playoffs, Lethal Rage. KS looking to force a game number 3, but this is their last chance to do it. Backs against the wall, win, or you're going to that loser's bracket face-off against Fantastic eSports. Tomorrow, Lethal Rage trying to book their ticket for a potential finals preview with Lauganma tomorrow morning as well. On the call for the second game, as in the first game, I am Jarl Carl alongside Necrox.
Hello. I'm still excited to be here, and even more excited to see how this game 2 shakes out. I think that we had I'd say a close, actually, game number 1. I think that, that things were just allowed to manifest for too long, right? It was just a classic, couldn't close out the game early enough, couldn't push your advantages, so we'll see if that is not the case in game number 2, but still looking forward to it. Best of 3 series, so either we go to a game number 3 between these two sides looking to stay in this upper bracket as aforementioned, or is a clean sweep 2-0. Loser goes down, and we'll find out from there if they have it in them to reset this best of 3.
Indeed, we will. They have switched sides. Lethal Rage now on the blue side, KS on the red, and we've been told that they are in the pro draft currently, so we're going to have to fill for a little bit longer before we get in game. We're building the tension here, folks, as we continue to discuss this game, but I think KS, they're going to need to go back to the drawing board in some way, shape, or form, because they just kind of got outplayed on one of their standard comps. That was a very standard KS comp. Zoinks on the Ashe, tank in the mid lane, tank in the jungle, carry in the top lane. Cravings just very successfully shut down Resting in top. There's a lot of partying up in that top lane early on in the game. In the end, the Vayne seems to be that counter to that Darius. I imagine Resting in top's going to have to try something else. Might be the Jax. We saw that last week to a great effect.
Yeah, and I don't think, maybe Resting just wasn't expecting that, right? I mean, to be fair, it's not a very standard pick nowadays. Even when Darius is locked in, you don't see Vayne to match it quite often, so Craving showing us that he has that ocean of a champion pool, so if he is allowed to play those carries, he can certainly perform. Did very, very well last game, taking, those parties, as we would say, pretty well, getting some early kills for himself, even with that first blood coming through for KS. Lethal Rage, in both of our opinions, Jarl Carl, actually came out on top, right? They got Cravings in a good spot in top side. It was a flashless series, wasn't under a lot of pressure. Plays were continued on that top side, and Cravings did end up coming out on top, especially when the game is allowed to drag on for that long. The scaling came through for Fair on that Sivir, running really fast at the end, always funny to watch. But the question is now, can KS adapt to what Lethal Rage can produce? My initial thought is probably not, right? If Lethal Rage can pull out Vayne top and execute it that well in game number 1, and it looks to me as if there's not a lot of issues going on with that team comp, I'm not sure that KS has the footing in the series to be able to hold. That would be my prediction. However, I've seen far worse comebacks before, so I still think there is a chance for KS. They just need to be able to adapt.
Adapting is good, of course. I do agree. I don't think they looked like a completely worse team in that game. They just looked a little bit behind on the picks. They just didn't seem like they were quite with the program of that game. They just didn't. I guess they didn't even look that bad. It just because of the fact that they didn't end the game early. It looked like they kind of got smashed, right? Because those late game team fights weren't close, but that's kind of the point. And so I think they looked better than they looked. This point is kind of falling apart. Maybe anybody knows what I'm saying. Anyway, I think KS has a chance. I've been here a long time, folks. I think KS has a decent chance to win this game. If Resting and Top can get ahead, on something like a Jax, they clearly want to put him on carries. Right? If he's able to win this matchup against Cravings, I think they definitely could come out on top. The rest of the team comp was solid. They just weren't quite able to finish it out in time. But if, that's an Infernal Soul and they're able to get the Infernal Soul, I think this game looks a lot different. So I think last game was closer than it did appear. We'll see what they come up with in the draft, but I do think something needs to change.
Yeah, and it's something, right? Whether it's Zonks playing a different AD carry or giving him a strong side bot that isn't so utility oriented, I would say. I mean, Ashe, yes, is very strong side, especially when paired with Zyra. But it's not like they can just absolutely run over the game, right? You're not going to see an Ashe 1v9 like a Vayne can or a Sivir. So if they do want to change something, I think you want to put Zonks on a carry that can do a little more with a little more potential to run this game over. I think Ashe does have a lot of utility built into her kit, so like if Zonks is on point with the arrows, that's extremely good for your team. We did see him whiff a couple of those last game, but personally I want to see Zonks on something different. I want to see him on one of his more hyper carry-oriented champions. He does play like a lot of Ezreal, Kai'Sa, even Caitlyn is an option for him. I don't want to see any champions like Senna, right? I don't want to see Zonks play Senna this game. I think that would not be good, or Ashe. I think KS want to put him on something a little stronger. Fair, on the other hand, I think he did great on Sivir. I wouldn't change it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I agree. I think the bot lane, the lane didn't really work out for Fair and Song, but it was never meant to. I think the Sivir looked like a very strong pick, did a ton of damage in that game, and really was under no pressure from Zonks and Warzar on one of the top combos in the game right now, right? They had that Ashe. That's a very impressive lane. The Zyra as well. Fair and Song doing very well to survive that lane and get themselves into the late game. I don't think they need to change it. We'll see if the Sivir potentially gets banned out in this game. I think it's a very painful ban to have to use up on KS. It's not even a meta AD carry, right? So I think you just have to come up with something that you think can counter it. Maybe you try to go more aggressive, like a Lucian Braum, something of that nature, or just, Caitlyn Morgana, play into the spell shield and see what you can get done, because something needs to change in this bot lane, because it just didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there was a lot of pressure on Fair. They were losing plates. They were losing a lot of map control, right? Like, they were sacking Drakes because of that bot side pressure, but it obviously just wasn't enough. I mean, hindsight analysis is 2020 and always right, I guess. But I think Lucian Braum is a good option for Zonks. I think anything with a little more carry potential. Kai'Sa, if they want to go like Kai'Sa Nautilus, which is a very fantastic bot lane. That is pretty common. I don't know if they have Zyra Khan under the belt. I know that Zonks doesn't play that champion too much, but Zyra Khan is always an option. To me, that's where I would draw my attention. Other than that, though, across the map, I think Air 4 and Tank is fine if you're willing to put Zonks on something that can carry. I just don't know if they have that potential. Like, if you're going on Darius, you need him to snowball the game. That didn't happen last game. Or you need Zonks on someone who can carry. M6 and Air 4 and Tanks is fine, as long as you have the carry potential. It just, to me, wasn't there last game. I think if draft is cleaned up a little more, they shift some things around, certainly have a way back into it. Although, I have to say, Cravings in top lane, I don't know if this man is beatable. If you can pull out Vayne and stomp that lane, I mean, like, he did really well for playing into a very volatile matchup. Even in late game team fights, we're looking pretty good for Cravings. So, super excited to see what this top lane matchup looks like in game number 2. But my eyes, of course, as an AD carry main, are always on bot.
As are mine. Of course, Cravings is that superstar carry for this team, and he's really been the rock that keeps Lethal Rage on the map, and he did well in game number 1. We'll see if he can continue to do well in game number 2. I agree about the bot lane. I think you want to be on more of a carry. Ashe doesn't really solo carry. She's always been that utility to carry. That makes her strong in the meta, right? She can still be a good champion in teams, but she has trouble solo carrying with a bunch of tanks in her team. I would like to see Zonx on something more aggressive. I think the Zyricon is very underrated if they want to pull it out. But with that, we are out of time once again, potentially for the last time of the day. Let's throw it over to our amazing graphic and video to get into the Champion Select. We have made it into the Champion Select. Azir, the first ban away from Lethal Rage. Now on the blue side, KS. On the red side, we'll see what they've come up with for some changes.
Yeah, we'll see if the draft adapts. I'm hoping they throw some more bans to towards Cravings to see if they can get resting on a more reliable champion this time. We'll see if that does come through. Volibear is banned away. I think that's fine early on into the draft, especially knowing that Voli is a very strong flex pick in the current meta. Can go top or can go jungle. Preferably jungle. I mean, top Voli hasn't seen too much play, but Olaf now banned away. Not as much flex potential for the Olaf, sadly.
I mean, Olaf mid, anyone? Faker did it once against, I think at Worlds. I don't remember who that was against. My brain says Dumbledoge, but I think I just like the name Dumbledoge more than any actual memory of who he was playing against. But we're moving on from that. The last ban from Lethal Rage is going to be 0 seconds. It's a real puzzler. They're not banning anybody. We're going to figure out what that was.
Of course you would build it up, then it wouldn't happen. It's just how it works.
Yeah, Lethal Rage. We're going to figure out what's going on. Yumi has been banned away from Chaos, so no adaptation. Unless my brain is deceiving me, and that's a Caitlyn straight away for Lethal Rage.
Yeah, and now that Morgana is available, unless that was the third ban, which we're not quite sure yet, we will let you all know as we are informed. It is an empty ban, actually, we have been informed, so that is no ban indeed. It is still accurate. Morgana available, they don't opt for it, they go for the Lux instead. That's basically option number 2 when you're playing with Caitlyn. And Karma locked in before that. Lots of things happening, draft going very quickly. Hecarim's locked in, Echo's hovered.
The Echo Hover, I mean, not sold on that plan, not going to come through. At Twisted Fate for Lethal Rage. I like this pick a lot, actually. I think Twisted Fate's underrated. A lot of global pressure from Sinulet's potentially coming through. I assume it will be the Lux support. That makes by far the most sense. Received a couple of nerfs, so a bot lane that both received nerfs in this patch. As Necrox's dogs once again joining the stream. Shout outs to them. Hopefully he'll come back with probably less barking in the background, but no worries. Everybody likes dogs, Necrox. They just want to cast.
Yeah, I think he's super excited about this Twisted Fate pick because I love it. My dog loves it. Everyone loves to see Twisted Fate. I think Sinulet's on Twisted Fate is actually a really good option here. That pick potential in side lanes offers quite a lot of utility. Speaking of utility, Ashe is in for Zonx again. Gosh darn it, Zonx! Aren't you supposed to listen to when we tell you to change up your draft? I'm just kidding. I think he played incredibly well last game. I just don't think
that, the Jax.
That was the carry. Oh yes, resting on Jax. I love to see it. It is a Lucian into Jax. Can we get a more volatile matchup again? I love watching top lanes actually not be a slapfest.
Necrox, I don't know what's going on. I don't like the draft for Lethal Rage. Again, I think the Lux probably not as strong as she used to be with those nerfs. I like the Twisted Fate. The top side, you're going Nocturne and Lucian into a Jax and Hecarim. To me, this is a 2v2 that is going to get smashed if they fight at like level 4. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the Lucian's just going to be popping off Cravings. I doubted him last game. Maybe he'll show me wrong again. But right now, I'm doubting this comp. I think Chaos has a little bit stronger comp, more damage in their tank, bruiser style, jungle and mid to help Zonx out a little bit. I think Chaos have improved, and I don't think Lethal Rage have really gone anywhere.
Yeah, I think Chaos does have a little bit stronger of a draft here. I think Rage are looking to play to an interesting style, right? They're not looking to take full 5-on-5. Of course, when you pick something like Twisted Fate, that's basically never what you want to do. So they're opting for this side lane style play. They're going to put Lucian inside along with Twisted Fate, unless they want a 4-1, which would be interesting at best, but Yeah, Twisted Fate is locked. I'm actually super excited to see how this plays out. I think if Twisted Fate goes bot and just ruins this Ashes day, I think the game might just be over, unless there's always this little int clause you have to throw in there. Unless Cravings absolutely just gets demolished in this one-on-one on top side, and Resting in top just obliterates this top lane, which could always happen. I mean, we saw how volatile top lane was last game with a ranged into melee matchup. Now we have another ranged into melee matchup. Resting, it's basically round number 2, right? It's fight night for these two once again, and we'll see if the outcome is any different. My expectation is that we're going to see a lot of plays topside once again. We'll see who comes out on top this time. I love the coin flip style. Like, let's just duke it out in topside. Whoever wins just wins the game.
I think that's relatively likely to be the truth. The real ability to watch right now is Counter-Strike versus Relentless Pursuit. The dash from Lucian versus the stun for Jax. If he's able to dash away from the stun, not get stunned, turn around and trade back, that can be a winning trade for Lucian. If he gets stunned up, especially later on in the game, 1 item completed for Jax, I think Lucian will probably just die on the spot. So it's a little different than the Darius versus Vayne matchup, where it was all about that apprehend and the condemn. This time it's about the dash and the stun. We saw Resting in top pop off on the Jax last week in the game against Monospa, maybe also in the tiebreaker. I'm not too sure about that. That they played against Fantastic Esports, but this is, the Darius, a little bit new for Resting in top, at least I haven't seen it quite as much recently. This Jax we saw last week, and he looked good on the Jax. I have a little bit more faith in Chaos in this game. I think this matchup is probably more favored toward the Jax than last game's was favored toward the Darius. Although Lucian, I haven't seen enough solo in Lucian to really be familiar. I haven't played a lot of it as well. It seems strong, though, when people go for it. Also, the build, really go for the mana, really go for the pork.
Yeah, and Lucian has been buffed recently, so Riot are trying to make him a stronger AD carry, but of course when you try to make an AD carry a stronger AD carry, just make him a stronger side laner. So, and that's fine with me, I'm an AD carry mid, but Lucian is certainly stronger in the solo lanes now. That's kind of been his niche for quite a while, is these counter pick solo lane matchups. It is Lucian top side now, so we'll see if those buffs are the things to make the difference, if that's why they want to explore this route. I think that obviously this is what Craving wants to do. He wants to take these bully style matchups where you take ranged into melee. Of course, Jax is one of the few melee champs that can just absolutely deny auto attacks from mattering. I mean, him and Shen are basically the only champs in the game that can do it, so we'll see if that's enough to swing this matchup. I do think Jax is a relatively favorable matchup, other than it being, normal range to melee. Every time you're going to last hit a minion, Lucian's going to auto-attack you, right? Like, you're just going to take a lot of poke damage. But we will see if that is enough. Of course, we're looking at the 2 AD carries once again. It's a same draft style. If these AD carries are allowed to scale up and get their items, not sure where the game is going to go other than but to a 2-0 for Lethal Rage.
Yeah, I definitely agree with most of what you're saying here. Necrox, we're into the loading screen. It's going to be another barn burner. I do feel this is not a team for Lethal Rage that really wants to be doing front-to-back team fighting. It just, you got to turn out the lights, and I think the Nocturne also going to be very important. We haven't talked about that a ton. This champion, it always seems to get very fed when he's on the other team in solo queue, and that the ultimate is really powerful. I think as a defensive tool as well as the offensive tool, I think as a defensive idea, it is very underrated. Right, if your team somebody is getting caught out, you can turn off the lights. It's hard to chase into blindness, right? You don't really want to be going for it. You don't know who's around the corner. There's a reason he's ulting, right? He's going to jump on me. Oh, I'm going to get one shot. Got to be more scared. So I think there's a lot of utility that can come through with the paranoia. And if a Crozo uses this well, I think they really could ruin a lot of the days, especially if Resting in top. These ganks could be quite strong. Lucian has a lot of damage, especially in the culling. If the fear goes off, that was buffed recently. The DPS is higher on Lucian's ultimate, so I think this Nocturne is going to be a very critical part of this game.
Yeah, I mean, Nocturne is one of those, hit or miss style champions. It's either this huge death missile just flying at your backline, or it's like this little squishy plush toy that he's, throwing himself off. Also, he turned off the lights. Like, it's either one or the other. And if he does get those early kills, and when you look at Nocturne games, the analysis is always, does he get advantages off of his first 2 ultimates? If he makes the plays with those makes the play with that first or second paranoia, then you sort of start to value him as a champion. Then he becomes actually very useful, whereas any side laner actually has to be wary of him flying in. Whereas if he's behind, all of a sudden your Jax can actually 1v1 him, and then you're in a position of weakness because you don't have a jungler that has the threat that he's supposed to have.
Indeed, we are on the Rift and straight into a pause. That's what you like to see. We're building the suspense once again. I will get you some more confirmation on what that pause is for if we do receive any of it. But yeah, we should be into this game very, very soon, you would hope. I want to talk about Summoners. We have a double cleanse right now. Fair and Sinulet's taking that one, as well as the Spellbook on this Twist of Fate.
Yeah, cleanse into Ashe Karma is pretty good for Fair, right? If you get hit by arrow, and then you're probably just going to be bound up by Karma as well, so the damage, it's pretty easy to come through. Needless to say that Lissandra has enough abilities to cleanse in the first place, along with Jax and Hecarim. Like, there's a lot of CC that you can get locked down by. I think cleanse from Twisted Fate to start out with is fine, I would say. I mean, yes, you're playing into Lissandra, has a lot of CC. You want to make sure you're not going to get caught up into that Hecarim damage. But Spellbook allows for that flexibility, right? You don't have to be too worried about being summonerless at any point. So we'll see. I think the lane we've ignored the most so far is bot side. I think Caitlyn getting through this time is a big difference. Caitlyn, when she gets through, especially in this meta, always demands attention because of her sort of playstyle. Very good early, has a slight trough in mid game if she's not like stacking turret plates to get all that gold, and then hyper carry late game when she gets to 3 items, headshotting everything, one-shotting everyone on the team.
Has the lethal tempo. I almost said lethal rage. Has the lethal tempo as well for more team fight damage, going for that higher AD build we've seen recently with Caitlyn. I think that's very, very smart. Also want to mention this Hecarim, I'm noticing, has flash. No Ghost available for him, and he also doesn't have Predator, so he will not be that super fast Hecarim running to just kind of one-shot you. I think a little bit more going for the plays with the flash, the phase rush for a little bit more survivability as opposed to that true just one-shot build.
Yeah, I think not having Predator and Ghost here or either or is fine because you have so much engaged from your team, right? Karma can speed you up, Ashe, Arrow, Lissandra, CC. You don't need too much engage from your Hecarim this game. It's more about him being able to put out that damage, and I think survivability on the phase rush does help him do that a little bit. But yeah, I think that's fine. Hecarim doesn't need Ghost in that instance. Of course, it is sort of a question mark, right? As we're already going to see fighting in top lane. What is going on? Please return to your sides of the map.
Yeah, keep all hands inside the vehicle. Very important as well. Nice little trade in the bot lane. Zonk's taking some damage at the very start of this game. Everybody collects the farm that they do need, however, so not a huge deficit.
And we are paused once again. Can we get any more suspense? That's what we'll call it, suspense, for now. We'll keep you entertained, though, don't worry. I mean, I like the Lux trade at the very beginning for this bot side, already putting pressure on Zonks, and that's exactly what Lux Caitlyn does. Their amount of poke between them is absolutely ridiculous, and it's really on Warzor to be able to shield up as much damage as he can. If you don't shield up that damage, it can become quite a big problem, right? Ashe is a good response into Caitlyn, but Karma isn't, the lane dominant support into Lux, right? It's a very similar style from both these champs. Poke AD carries and poke supports, which has been the meta for quite a while. So I think it's skill matchup in bot now. We'll see if Warzor can be able to shield up as much damage as possible. Other than that, I guess we can talk about jungle pathing, Jarl Carl.
We could talk about some jungle pathing. We're back into the game, though, so we can touch on that in just 1 second. I also wanted to mention Warzor was the one that did disconnect. He's now back in the game, so we should be good. I like to think that he just rage quit after that little poke went down onto his AD carry. He's like, I'm out, see ya. But anyway, we are back into the game. The jungler is starting on opposite sides, likely to just go for potentially a full clear, and not likely to meet each other, at least at that first Skull Crab.
Yeah, it's relatively standard for both of these junglers. Hecarim starting bot side, and Nocturne starting top side, and that blue buff, which he likes to do. Doesn't have too much of a problem clearing his camps without red, just because of his passive and his Q. Both do AoE damage, so pretty simple stuff here. I expect them to 1-for-1 scuttle here, which should be not a problem for either of these junglers. Hecarim does have some threat on this top side just because of how far Lucian is shoved up. The early levels are really where Lucian can take advantage just because auto attacks are so much more critical for him than they are for Jax. especially until Jax hits 3, where he can start countering with that counter strike. But yeah, it's a slow start, and we like to see it. I think KS need to be able to make something happen at some point, whereas last game it was more of just a natural advantage. I would like to see them force an advantage this time.
I agree. I think that would be very nice to see for them indeed. Seeing a little bit different pathing. Actually, the Krug's not taken by M6. Going to go for the Crab, whereas that was picked up by a Crozo. So that's a little bit of a difference here. Binding goes down to the bottom lane. That's going to be a lot of damage. Net into the build over Peacemaker, into the trap as well. Wars are very, very low. Jungler on this side of the map as well. LR with some nice domination, although Fair taking a lot. Huge shield, though, from Song as well, keeping him at least a little bit topped up.
Yeah, right. That's what Lux Caitlyn does if they can land that combo, 90 caliber net into built over Peacemaker, and they're gonna fight now over Scuttle.
That is a lot of damage. M6 just goes down, dies where he stands. Gold card across as well onto Air 4. Not gonna be able to get away. No flash. Sinulets picks up that kill as well. A double kill for Lethal Rage. A great start to the game.
Yeah, and it's not what you want to see, right? If you're contesting around that Scuttle, you need to have your jungler there and ready to be able to fight. Unfortunately, it's a flash over the wall for Simulets to be able to clean up the kill, but it's just too much damage from Twisted Fate, from Nocturne onto both carries, right? You need to be able to get that damage early on if you want to win the fight, obviously. Early trades really rely on who gets the first amount of damage through, and it's Nocturne this time. The Fear gets procced, good engage there, a good clean double kill for LR, and they're looking to close out the series quickly. Now, is there the team who you would think would want to play for a later style of fighting, like side lanes rather? And they're getting early picks, so good stuff from them. We'll see if this pressure on bot side can sort of help them out in these skirmishes. But I think KS need to be able to force something, right? It's not about playing for these small skirmishes for KS. That's not what they want to be doing. They want to be, full on engaged with Ashe CC, Lissandra CC, Hecarim going into the backline. So I think they need to play safe for now, and then look for those big engages around things like Drake or Rift Herald.
I agree. Cravings could be in trouble a little bit here. Already has used that dash. Got a flash over the E, I do feel, from Hecarim. Or can you get away from that Counter-Strike? Decides not to use. Eventually uses the flash. I feel this might be a little bit too late. Leap Strike comes through, resting in top. We're going to finally pick up that kill. Flashing away from the tower as well. A nice kill from the net.
Yeah, it's a pretty simple stuff. Good engage from M6. Throwing that Lucian back means the damage numbers are there. They have enough auto attacks to get through. Pretty simple. Lucian pushing his advantages just a little too far without that much vision control. Only vision in that river bush. And Hecarim is a pretty dang fast champion, so he can run through. And the pressure here will actually force KS off their bot tower. So Kate Lux are going to have so much gold in their pockets when all is said and done here. They're getting so much plating. There's even a huge CS lead already in bot side, plus the first blood, plus everything, already means the gold lead is above 1,000.
Indeed, this Ashe Carmelinus is getting smoked right now. Plates are going down, Nocturne's down there, Lissandra there as well. Air 4 has abandoned his lane, but we can see the Destiny and Gate come through from Sinulets as well if they really want to join in this bot lane. He can be there very, very shortly if need of. Looks like the fight is going to commence. Air 4 does have the ultimate. That's going down. That's a lot of damage on the Song. Going to go down. That's the Paranoia under the tower, though. They're going to go for the dive potentially through on this one. This may be a little bit over-eager. Cards are rolling through. Look at the damage. Zonk's going to go down. You have to feel one more auto deck. Fair just stepping up. Going to pick up all the kills for him. It's just like shooting fish in a barrel. M6 doesn't have the ultimate. He can't chase onto Fair as Lethal Rage come up big at the end.
Yeah, and it's those globals from LR that make the play. They pop the Destiny, they pop the Paranoia, they're flying around, you can't really see what's going on, and all of a sudden there's a Twisted Fate in your back line, and they make the play onto this bot side that has been under so much pressure. Cravings in trouble once again.
Indeed, culling down to try to trade back the kill. Oh, he's doing so much damage. What a great play. Resting in top, ate every bullet. Those buffs coming in huge. Lucian winning out.
Yeah, the buffs in action, Jarl Carl. It's now becoming a little silly for KS. They're trying to force plays on opposite sides of the map. They're trying to survive bot side while they're looking all in top side, where, TP's veil for Sinulets. So at best, it's a 1-for-1. I mean, you have your Twisted Fate just teleporting into the backside of that skirmish. So now they need to slow down, right? Cool down your mentals after everything just happened. You're 6-2 down at 8 minutes. You need to slow down and say, okay, listen, what's our win condition? How do we win this game and not throw this series to be an 0-2? For KS, the answer is quite simple, right? You need big engages onto their carries. Caitlyn, Lucian need to be hit by arrows, need to be hit by Lysandra CC, and then the follow-up CC is there, whether it's, one or the other. I think they need to stop playing around this, small side and weak side skirmishes and look for these big objectives. I mean, Drake is already taken off the board for LR, so Rift Herald could be on the menu, but of course it's just started by LR because they have so much map pressure and so much advantage now. It's an easy secure for this Nocturne.
It's already gone. It's just nothing that can be done, and they need to do it soon for KS. I know it's hard, but it's only level 7. You just got your ultimate if you're Zonx, but you're already down 3,500 gold. Right, something needs to get done sooner rather than later, or you're not going to be winning this game. You might be trying to go for this dive. Cravings might get hit by that arrow. That's a beautiful... Oh, right in front of him, actually. Thought it was online. It was not. That was very good effort. Cravings... Oh, that's going to be the 1 versus 3. The dive into down. Onslaught as comes on. He has no chance. Frozen to him on that one. He goes down, resting in top.
That's what we want to see from KS, is, these big all-ins with 3 or more members. And now the counterplay is going to be here bot side. Paranoia is popped.
Paranoia in the top lane, actually, trying to get on the rescue in top. Yeah, he just jumped himself away. Lights have been turned out, but it doesn't make any difference. Wars are okay in the bot as well. Lethal Rage don't really get anything back.
Yeah, I think it may be kind of problematic here if they can't force on the other side of the map, but it's a good play from KS, to be fair. Pulling up Lysandra, using that ultimate. Good stuff there. Easy secure on that kill.
Look at this bot lane right now. Just another plate. That's 4 plates. Taken in 10 minutes by this bot lane. Super naturally, Caitlyn Lux. It turns out, especially when you don't gank this lane, they will pretty much win any lane that they're in. 91 CS at 10 minutes. Very, very well by Fair, and this is just destruction in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, Caitlyn Lux is not fun to play into, right? So much poke. And it's not even poke, right, with Caitlyn Lux. It's, auto attacks from Caitlyn, which is poke. Lux ED, that big AoE burst ability. And then if they land a binding, all of a sudden you're at 25% HP, and then it's a flashing angle, and you're just dead. I don't actually enjoy playing into that lane very much, but Rift was top mid. It's going to be a lot of plating for LR even more. The gold lead extends to almost 4K now at 10 minutes in. I think KS are going to need a little bit more than a singular top dive at this point in the game to make sure this game just doesn't slip out of their hands.
I agree. Second dragon on the table. It will not be the Cloud Soul this game either. We're going to have one of those more combat souls. It's either going to be Ocean or Infernal. Very, very strong. Dragon goes down. We're on pace for an 11-minute soul. Huge headshot comes through. Nice light binding as well. Fair. Maybe going to have to step himself away. Looks like this is going to be the disengage coming through. Crozo getting himself away. Frozen Tomb is available. Flash in. That's going to be the stopwatch to buy some time from the mid laner. Final spark goes across. Doesn't find onto anybody. Air 4 goes for the healing for himself. Pulled up a Peacemaker a little bit short. Lights have been turned out. See if the ultimate does come through. Jackson backline 1 versus 4, though I don't think he's going to be able to find a whole lot feared up with those chains from a Crozo. Simulets now on a killing spree. KS are falling apart.
Yeah, and that's a 5v4. Lucian in topside the entire time, not even there for that fight. It's the paranoia that makes things a little chaotic. They lose sight of where everyone's at. Jax trying to make the plays, flashing in with that counter-strike active, not getting the stun off in the right way, and it's an easy secure for a couple of these carries. Fair now 2-0, Simulets 3-0, Nocturne's 2-0. It's a huge gold lead now, 2 Drakes to nothing. Maybe do or die time for KS because it's not looking good as Cravings is going to try to make a play on top.
Cravings, I do think he is going to die. Gets knocked with Counter-Strike. Onslaught of Shadows comes through. He does have Flash. Doesn't make any difference. M6 pick up a kill back, but is it going to be enough? I don't feel so.
Yeah, it's simple. The math doesn't add up there for Cravings. 2-on-1 is not equivalent, so Onslaught of Shadows makes it not a fair fight. And Roscoe will walk over here to make sure this wave is cleared and don't lose any minion XP. Good rotation by him, but yeah, like we were talking about, the gold lead now is becoming a problem, right? It's not just how you were losing bot, it's not just how you were, losing mid. It's now everywhere combined is becoming an issue. Look at the CS lead for Caitlyn. Look at the CS lead for Twisted Fate. everyone on the board has CS Lead except for support, as they may be in trouble.
Simulat's popping the ghost to get himself away, running towards the Nocturne. Can he get to the blast cone in time? Lights have been turned out. I'm not sure that's going to be enough. Actually, it maybe is the dive into the tower going to be enough. It will not. The fear comes through. Final spark for a bit of damage as well. Teleport, though. A Crozo going to have to get back to this tower. I don't think you want the 1 versus 4. Botlane is on the way, however, to maybe lend a little bit of support. I think they'll have to be careful here. Teleport from Air 4 forced out, though.
Huh. So they actually draw the TP from their mid laner to try to do something, and then they just let them sit under tower and get away with all that HP disadvantage. I'm not sure why they didn't actually pull the trigger there. If I were on KS, I'd be calling to pull that trigger and make the play. If we're gonna TP in, we ought to do something with it. I guess they got a little gun shy, maybe saw that the bot lane from LR was walking up, didn't want to take any risks of making this Caitlyn even more fed than she already is, so fair enough. They don't want to throw away the entire game at that point, because if that play does go wrong, the game basically just sign it off. So playing safe for KS, but to me that's not what you want to do, right? You just want at this point in the game, when you are the team that has a clock ticking onto you, you just want to go all in, make plays. I think that was a fair play to make, but they pull off at the last second.
Indeed, I think they could have gone for the trigger. When you fail so many plays over and over again, I think you do get a little bit gun shy, right? And you don't want to be baited into having to go for the perfect play. So at some point, you have to go for a play that is good enough that you think will still work. You got to go for that high percentage play, not the perfect 100% chance. Meanwhile, Arrow in the mid lane, fair, stunned up, no cleanse. That's the full duration. He is going down.
All right, fair enough. They get a pick onto fair. Yeah, no cleanse, so a good pick. I think Zong's hitting that arrow is pretty good. Follow up by Hecarim is there. Good stuff. They get something on the map, and that means Rift Herald is on the board 15 minutes in. Not as valuable as the first one, of course, not getting that turret plating. Cannot secure themselves first tower with it, of course, now. But Rift Herald is something, and that's something to cling on to for KS. If they get this, they can use that to pressure LR off Drake. So maybe this is the turn that they need, right? You need to pop this in mid. Of course, as I say that, your mid tier 1 is just going down. Smart play from LR, making that objective trade.
Indeed, able to take that away, essentially trading it for the turret that will be taken by this Herald, you would imagine, later on in the game. I want to move down to the spot side now that we're taking a look at it. Blade of the Ruin King, completed for Cravings. Not the Manamune build, which I'm pleased to see. I think that build would have been way too slow. But right now, this is maybe a winning matchup for the Lucian if he's able to outplay that stun. The Trinity Force is not quite there for resting in top yet. Once that comes through, I think Lucian will have trouble in the 1v1, but for now, I don't think he's that much of a deficit.
Yeah, for now, he's doing okay. I think Jax needs to complete his Triforce for things to be averaged, I would say, for these two top laners. I think when itemization comes through, Jax is going to have a good time in this matchup, but 40 CS down makes it kind of impossible to play. And it's just CS leads in every single lane by so far, right? 20 in jungle, or excuse me, just over 10 in jungle, math kind of hard. And way beyond that, every other lane. So CS leads, kill leads, objective leads, 3 Drakes now to LR. KS need to be able to pull something out of the hat here. They need to find some big engage, some big wombo combo with CC. If not, game might just be written off before it even started. I think that the game has begun to just slip away. I don't think that they're doing much to prevent that from happening. Yes, there's been a couple times where they found a pick, but I just think they're a little too gun-shy, right? You need to set up in Death Brush, you need to play around Vision, do something to force a play before the scaling from Caitlyn, from Nocturne, from Lucian all just kick in, and then you're at a real problem where you can't even find a kill in a big team.
Fair in the onslaught of shadows. Has the flash to get away. Final spark to provide a little bit of counter engage. A little bit surprised we didn't see him use that cleanse on the fear from M6, but decides against it. Still has it in his pocket. Flash to get himself away.
Yeah, it's good stuff there from the flash to get away. A Rift Herald popped mid now from KS. The big question is, what can they do with his Rift Herald? If they get mid tier 1, or maybe they engage,
Lights have been turned out. The Hecarim, no ultimate, but Acrozo taking so much damage to stun onto Ash. Zonx trying to cut his way back. Fair is still alive. Will they shoot the Herald before it charges? Not too sure about that one. Zonx into the stopwatch to prevent that light binding from killing him, but Song going to pick it up with the Lucent Singularity at the end of the day. Anyway, Simulettes with another gold card available. Resting in top and Air 4 have arrived to the scene. Cravings is not here. We'll see if they call him in. The teleport is available. 4 versus 4 for the moment in the mid, but it looks like Lethal Rage are going to take their 1 kill and get themselves out.
Yeah, and they're winning these numbers disadvantage fights. The engage there, I mean, it came through from KS. They just couldn't find the pick, and they couldn't make it happen. It's a good counter engage from Paranoia, making things so chaotic, you just lose track of what's going on. So that forces a little bit of a messy play by Zonx. The cleanse is a little late, gets hit by a little too many cards, flash forward by Simulettes, then trading that summoner out. Makes it really worth to get that pick on the Zonx. The stopwatch burned, so it's looking problematic, right? Mikhail's even used by Warzard to try to get his AD carry to safety, but not enough to get away from the team. And it's a good counter engage from LR, and now the question is a brewing. Can they secure this Ocean Soul? If that is secured, as if this game was not already written off, Ocean Soul makes this game impossible to come back from.
I agree. I think Ocean Soul is will be the last nail in the coffin that will seal Chaos's fate. If it goes over to Lethal Rage, we've seen 3 dragons today not be converted into the Soul, of course. So see if Lethal Rage is able to do it. They look a lot stronger right now. The gold lead, of course, is just massive. 8,000 right now. You know, Flash is not available right now for Fair or for Simulettes or Crozo. Maybe you can come up with some kind of a situation there. Air 4 just taking so much damage in the bot lane, though I should say. Claw not in. A lot of pressure here for LR.
Yeah, look at Simulettes. He's hovering with that Destiny, knowing that he could pull the trigger at any time if they have a wave here to dive. Culling going popped.
There they are. Lights are no more. We're going into this fight. 2 members in the backside. Warzar trying to keep himself alive, although they might have gone a little bit too far. Shut down. Crozo is out of this one. Simulettes having to get it, kite his way back. It's a nice light binding to buy a little bit of time with the flash and the counter strike. Craven's got to dash himself away. Does he have the dash available? Yes, he does. That's 1 kill. Can they go for more? Air 4 going to get shut down by the ace in the hole. Lethal Rage, turn that fight around.
It's a 2 for 2, actually, for KS, so not the worst thing in the world. I don't think that they were expecting Sangran to not be able to follow through with very much. The heal comes through, the Lux ultimate comes through as well. It's just a little too late. Ace in the hole is the only DPS that Caitlyn put out in that whole fight. Cravings, culling, on top, not doing a lot in the fight either, other than that culling. So a couple of disadvantage numbers there, but it's a 2 for 2 in the end.
A very strange fight, I think, overall. Not entirely sure why they felt the need to go for that dive. They did secure the tower in the bot lane. They can reset, spend some money, and then go for this Ocean Soul up in 30 seconds. So I think very smart to not go for that dive. Well, that would have been on the map. You could have risked losing the dragon. They'll be able to reset and take this fight around the Soul. I imagine this will be the full 5v5. Cravings presumably will be teleporting in.
Yeah, it actually may be, game over if this fight is lost. They may just have too many struggles getting back in. Ocean Soul so big. Here we go.
Oh, no. M6 just picked off, trying to go in for a little bit too much, I feel. They could go for the engage even. I think smarter, though. Jungler's off the table. Just secure the Soul and then look for a fight.
Yeah, now it's a problem. They don't have a jungler to smite. They're not even getting a test. It's not even worth losing all of the lives. They know they can't get it as long as the smite from Crozo is on point. Yeah, the Ashe are trying to come in to steal, but it's not going to happen. Ocean Soul picked up from LR. Executioners, everyone, buy it, please, right now if you want a chance to win the game.
There is no healing reduction thus far. Simulettes died in the bot lane, so oops, I guess, on that one, but tower traded back in the top by Cravings.
Yeah, the map pressure now is huge. The kill pressure is huge. TP is going to be pulled. This is the trigger that they want.
Trying to go over the fight. I think the Baron had been started up. Yes, it had. It's 4 versus 5, however. I think LR can just pull themselves away and be happy with that teleport out.
Yeah, TP used. They get a free summoner. I actually like to see that from a coordinated team, understanding that they can start Baron, pull the TP in, and then lose a lot of that side lane threat from whoever TP'd, right? Now Resting doesn't have this easy way to get into a team fight if his team's in trouble, so I like that. Really well executed by LR, pulling off the Baron very quickly, understanding there's no reason for them to coin flip that Baron at all, so good stuff. I think it's really problematic now for KS. You need a lot of healing reduction. You need more than just healing reduction. You need a miracle play under, some sort of insane pressure. But, I think LR have this one in the bag. It's their game to throw if they do lose it.
Very clearly. Lethal Rage, losing this game would be hard, I think, at this point. I almost want to say you would have to try to throw the game. That's not true. You cannot, you get caught out. Some kind of combination of disasters, lose a Baron, and some, you randomly kind of just lose the game. But I don't think that's going to be happening here. They've looked very strong. We're just to fight once again. Lights are out. Akroso going in the 1 versus 4. He's been joined right now by Simulettes. That was kind of the it angle on the Destiny on that one. His destiny was to be in the Death Chamber.
Interesting. Remember how we were talking about throwing, right? That's one way to do it. Destiny into the entire team. To be fair, probably thought his team was going to follow up. Of course, Caitlyn Luck's not in range there. And turn off the lights thinking the trigger has been pulled, but just kidding. We're just going to bait you and, oh well, your Twisted Fate goes down. It's not the end of the world. You do give up a little pressure. Resting is in trouble. He's just going to die. Yeah, okay,
wow.
That's not good.
Lucian, it turns out, especially with Ocean Soul and 2.5 items, is a lot of work. He's going to be healing himself back up. M6 tried to come help his top laner. His top laner's not here anymore, and I don't think M6 is going to be here for a whole lot longer. The marksman take down the horse.
Ouchies there for this side lane. If your Lucian is winning the 1v1 on the side against Jax, it's not looking good. I think Jax is going to need a lot more time in this game and a lot more itemization to be able to win that side lane. Of course, it's still a melee into range matchup. It never becomes that easy, but at a certain point, Jax can just jump on you and win if he pops that ultimate, which, if I'm looking at this correctly, Jax did not use his ultimate in that last fight, so not wanting to extend that cooldown, yeah.
Not too sure. Potentially wasn't available at the time and is now up. We don't really know. Don't remember. But Flash almost back available. That could have been important. That was used by Craving. So Flash versus no Flash, range versus melee was a little bit too much. Resting in top could be in trouble once again, although Akroso could also be in trouble. That's the Onslaught of Shadows. This could be the fight. Lights have been turned out, but maybe KS can see in the dark. This could be their last chance to go into this one. The nice root goes down. Resting in top, flashing forward with Counter-Strike. He may pick up the kill onto Song. Yes, he will. Might be going down, but that's the gold card through. Culling doing so much damage. A double kill with that so far. It is just Cravings ripping through the team. The double kill for Stimulus as well. This could be the end of the game. Destiny, it looks like he has improved his Destiny. Actually, maybe not. Not in range for the gold card. Goes for the flash, though. He's saying all is forgiven. That's a 4-4-2 fight thus far. Chaos now on the full retreat. Songs can't get himself away. No, he can't. That's the ace coming through for Lethal Rage. Is that going to be the end of the game, Necrox? It's not. It certainly is close.
Cravings, you are an absolute legend. The culling doing so much work, just as we thought that the fight may be turned around. Craving says, yeah, not on my watch. I don't think they're going to try to end the game here. Simulettes is going to base. They're just going to clear the wave and set up for an easy end later on. 25 minutes in, nothing being able to be forced. But wow, what a fight by Cravings. Dashing around, yes, resting goes in a little hard, to be fair, but absolutely sensational by Cravings to find that perfect culling that every Lucian player dreams of, lining up the players, stacking them down like dominoes, and now Baron is the take for LR.
On towards the contest coming through. That's an arrow. May have been a little bit premature on that arrow, though. Simulettes got cleansed. I think he got cleansed early by the McHales, so a little bit of an oopsie on that one. Simulettes trying to get himself away with a bit of a ghost. There are no more lights. Once again, Paranoia goes across the team. This is already turning up all in favor of Lethal Rage, the jungler and the mid laner and the top laner taken away. It's just the bot lane left alive for Crawl, even to Serbia, and it looks like they are going to be losing out on this one. Over the wall goes Cravings into the 2 versus 1. He has no fear, and he needs to have no fear. Cravings, another kill on this one. He's going to be chasing out of Warzar, gets himself away with that shield and the movement speed. Flash over the wall with gold card. Cravings is likely just going to charge into the base. Where's the dash? Over the wall. There it is. There's the Blade of the Rune King as well. He should have the dash up in just a couple of seconds. The ace coming through. Stimulette steals that kill, but this is going to be all she wrote for this game. Lethal Rage pushing forward a very much more dominating game than game number 1. It's going to be the clean 2-0 over Kraljevita Serbia. It was called in the interview last game. KS had no chance. They're going to have their last chance to stay in this tournament tomorrow against Fantastic eSports in the loser's bracket as Lethal Rage set up that showdown with Lauganima 2-0 over Kraljevita Serbia.
Pad the stats, boys. Get the damage numbers in. Resting gonna try to make the plays. Of course, cannot do it. Nexus will be exploded. And what a performance by LR in the end. Maybe a little shaky in game 1 early on, but nothing to be concerned about at all after that. And LR Lethal Rage show they are the dominant team in this series with a very clean 2-0. Love to see it. Of course, it was predicted. I guess you or I can't have the analysis. I think the MVP of the analyst test has to go to whoever was interviewed last series. I mean, he was right. 2-0, no chance.
Christian knows more than I do, apparently, and more than you do as well. I guess why do they even pay us? I don't know. Anyway, that was a very dominant game, and honestly, Lethal Rage looked like the most dominant team today. I think, you could argue they're going to be the favorites going into that setup tomorrow against Laganma for a chance to qualify for the grand finals, but dominating game. We are going to step aside for about 5 minutes. When we come back, we will interview the MVP of that series. It's going to be Cravings in the top lane. Pop it off in Lucian. We have some questions for him. We'll be right back.
Speed alive.
Nice.
Speed alive.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
Speed alive.
Speed of light, I'm breaking down like this ain't nothing new. She wanna kick it, don't skip it, let's say we rendezvous. Usually I don't trick up, pick up like 1 or 2. Them daisies known to be deadly, especially if I love you. I've grown impatient, I'm tired of waiting just for you. If we gon' trip, then we taking trips out to Malibu. My alley used to returning troops from a blowing nuke. A bomb crash and I'm slow asking to tell the truth.
Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. I never doubt it, no, I never doubt it. If you don't like that, leave it where you found it.
Yep. I ain't cutting that pie, I'm saving half for you. Yep. I ain't cutting that pie, I'm saving half for you.
Hey Taylor, I got you. I'm saving half for you, cause I got it bad for you. Don't you ever trip about it, we can even passport it. You deserve it, you ain't even gotta ask for it. Life's a marathon and I wouldn't wanna fast forward. And for the love, it was back and forth like tennis. Indy down to Atlanta like every weekend, no matter what we had on the schedule. Progressing with every pedal, momentum at speed of light. I need me like 20 medals, yes. Taking off, yeah, I'll be on my way now. Feel it in the air, cause I'm in a better place now. I never doubt it, no, I never doubt it. If you don't like that, leave it where you found it.
Break it down, nothing new. Let's say we rendezvous. 1 or 2, especially if I love you. Just for you. Trips out to Malibu. From a blowing loop.
Speed alive. breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking as a
Welcome back, everybody. Following our decisive defeat of Crowley Vita Serbia at the hands of Lethal Rage, they absolutely popped off in that game as they qualify now for their semifinal, essentially semifinal, winners bracket final with Lugamba tomorrow. We are now joined by Cravings, the star on the AD Carry top lane in that last game. Welcome. Thank you for doing the interview. How's it going? Doing pretty well. Congratulations on the win. Worked out really, really well for you. It looked like on those AD carry tops. I'm going to hand it over to Necrox for a few questions about the game.
Yeah, you're absolutely killing it, Cravings. I don't know what kind of steroids you've been taking. I don't know if you're an AD carry main or what, but man, oh man, can you show down in the top lane? I guess my first question to you is about game number 1, Vayne into Darius. Was that something that you really wanted? Was that your counter pick?
I don't usually play against Darius, but Vayne was also good in Zac, in Galio, in Darius later on. So they all had really much HP, so yeah, Vayne was a really good pick.
Yeah, I actually really liked seeing that Vayne into that tank-oriented comp. I think that's always pretty smart. I think you performed pretty well on it. Obviously, tumbling around in the base there at the end was certainly a lot of fun to watch. Were you nervous about the early game for game number 1? I know you guys fell a little behind in game 1. Was that something you guys were nervous about or something to be expected?
We got double killed once by Darius because I made a misplay, but I still thought it's fine because we outscaled really hard and we weren't that behind so that we couldn't do anything after.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. I think the scaling definitely came through for you guys there at the end. I'm going to go ahead and shift over to game number 2 now. Again, another AD carry pick, Lucian, this time into Jax. Again, is that your pick? Did you want to play that into Jax, or was that something that your team wanted to play or just that you're comfortable on?
No, actually, I picked it blind and then they picked Jax. And in that situation, I thought Lucian was a decent blind pick.
Okay, I think that's fair. I mean, obviously you're very comfortable on these AD top laners. I want to talk about your performance in the team fights as Lucian as well. You were killing the game with that culling. Your ultimates were always on point, dashing around, looking really flashy. Are you super comfortable on Lucian? Because it looked like you made a hell of a performance out of that champion.
Yeah, I played a lot of Lucian back when he was meta, but now I think on Sol lane he's actually pretty busted right now. I mean, you have to play it well, but yeah. In the early game I didn't do best, but I could teamfight later on, so...
Yeah, I think you made up for your... So, I mean, I know you got ganked once by the Hecarim, got thrown back in, forced to burn your flash, but no worries, obviously still coming out on top. So I guess my final question to you then is, how do you counter these AD carry top laners? I know there are a lot of top laners listening now thinking, oh my gosh, this is so broken. How can I play ranged into melee? Any advice on how to beat these ranged top laners?
I mean, if you have the counter pick, for example, you could just go Malphite, and if your bot lane doesn't need attention, you can just camp him and he can't do that much. Like, he has to play perfectly, the ranged top laner, in order to survive against the Malphite and the jungler like Hecarim.
Yeah,
so,
I think that's fair.
I didn't think Jax was that good of a counter pick into Lucian. I mean, yeah, it's kind of fine, but it's not the best.
Yeah, I think so, and I think, you know, drawing your jungler's attention obviously worked out for them once, but other than that, it was a very clean performance. I think you played absolutely perfectly. I'll throw it back to my co-caster now, Jarl Karl, for any questions.
Thank you so much, Necrox. I just want to zoom out a little bit and talk about the playoff bracket that we hopefully can now pull up onto the screen for our viewers. Thank you so much. You guys have now with that 2-0 qualified to face Lauganma tomorrow. Obviously, the Titans of the league, they looked a little bit shaky today. You're playing them tomorrow in that best of 3 winners bracket finals. What are your thoughts going into this matchup? How confident are you can take the W?
I think we've improved since we last fought against them, and we lost. And now I think it'll be just fine.
Okay, and are you at all concerned about either Fantastic Esports or Kraljevina Serbia, or for you is it mostly just Lauganma that's standing in your way?
Nah, we are mostly looking forward to beating Lauganma.
Okay, and you could... Okay,
Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay. And you best of 3 tomorrow, and then of course you could meet them again in the grand finals. No worries, even if you have to face them in a best of 5?
Yeah, I think we will actually do better in a best of 3 or best of 5 than in a single game.
Okay, that's the confidence that we like to see. Thank you so much for doing the interview, and good luck in your future games.
Thank you.
Indeed, with that, we are going to move on towards the end of the broadcast today. We'll be back tomorrow morning, just one day later, folks. It's shocking, I know. It will be 1700 the start time. Once again, Central European summertime, the same as it was today. That will be the winner's bracket game between Lauganma and Lethal Rage, as you can see on the schedule in front of you, followed by Fantastic Esports versus Kraljevina Serbia in an elimination match. The loser goes home, so that's going to be extremely exciting stuff. Should be a very good time. I'm looking forward to that winners match, especially. That is just the clash of the Titans, and it could not really be that much better. But that being said, that's pretty much all we've got today. I want to thank Necrox for stepping in today. Sir, you have any final parting words for everybody?
I'll just let everyone know to have a good rest of their day or night wherever you are viewing from, and always stay tuned to Howling eSports. They've got constant action always going on.
Indeed, a lot of action around here, but pretty much all we got. With that being said, on behalf of myself, my colorcaster, Necrox, and Ravishing Ravish earlier on in the day, and the entire live broadcast crew here at the Howling Esports organization, we want to thank you all so much for watching, and we hope to see you next time. Good night.
Fireflies, a million little pieces, feeds the dying light. passion I ignite. I feel the heat as we collide, like a fever that feels alright. So